Hey guys, welcome back to Themis and Thought. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking, go and get that. Today we're going to start off, we're going to start off with a stat because this is kind of annoying me. So there's always been this stat that's annoying, and because I've decided that I'm not going to be debating anyone really at any point anytime soon, like just meaningfully debating, instead of like keeping it and like using it later, I'm just going to go ahead and put it out there because it's quite annoying. Apparently people have been saying only, what was it, only like 20 or 15% of black men have children, and it's just a few men having kids all around. Yeah, let's end that now here. So if you go to the Pew Research, there are notably differences by race and ethnicity as well. Some 37% of white biological dads have had at least one child out of wedlock, while 77% have had a birth within a marriage. This is talking about dads within who have children, etc. They're comparing those who were wed before and after. There's also a separate stat regarding how many men, black and white, have children, just as a general matter. Black and Hispanic fathers are much more likely to report having had non-marital birth. Among black men, 72% have had a child out of wedlock, right? So 72% of black men have had a child out of wedlock, and 48% have had one in marriage. And among Hispanic men, 59% have had a birth out of wedlock, and 58% have had a birth within a marriage. Now, I'm not pulling this up to dismantle the foolish notion that what was it, 60%? I forgot, 60% of black men never had children. The stat, they want to include kids who are young, as if children have kids generally, which even when we think about the age range from 14 to I think 19, it was the highest fatherhood rate, even at that young age, is black men, right? And I think there should be, instead of lying um, about the stat and fatherhood, it bothers me because I wish we would focus more on kind of how to get kids the help they need, and how to actually engage meaningfully with the reality that poverty breeds certain kinds of behaviors, and we need to figure out how to reach these kids before they engage in whatever behavior we find to be detrimental. I find it actually quite sad. And when I've been watching all the debates really on online happening around blackness and black manhood, and it's really disappointing. It is really, really, really disappointing. So we're going to get into one now. But before I do, let me just do some welcomes. Thank you all for being here. I'm just annoyed because if you look at any stat, we know that's not the truth. And the reason I'm putting that stat out, it has nothing to do with this video, and I may or may not be doing a video at some point again, or a live stream where I talk about another debate, because it was very difficult for me to choose which debate, which conversation that happened I wanted to review. And I decided to go with the lead attorney and Ruslan because I was just floored by the advice given. And I am not here to say, yay, I'm fighting for men. But if men want their children, if men want to be in their children's life, then I think there are resources, and I will give the Manosphere a kind of outline for how to approach resources to get their children and be in their children's life, because the stats I'm looking at says that men don't want to be in their children's life. So I would love to be wrong. I would love for the stats to be wrong. And the manosphere can go about proving this wrong. And I would love for them to prove this wrong by starting a program aimed at helping men be more involved in their children's life. So I don't plan on working with the manosphere on much of anything, but this one I would, because the agenda that I started creating last year, part of it was about Georgia, specifically custody in Georgia, and the lack of access to resources for men and women in Georgia, and how the system tries to punish people morally for engaging in certain kinds of behavior. Now, I actually am fascinated that a divorce attorney in Georgia would be online giving this kind of advice. By the way, let me just be clear, I have never done this. I called multiple law firms yesterday during the day. Family law firms. They're usually not big. Um, I think they actually thought that I was with the bar. I don't know why, because everyone on the phone with me seemed nervous, and I was asking questions about advice they give to clients and why they give advice to clients in this way. And I think they got really nervous. So that might have shaped how they answered me. I called two judges that were recommended to me. And this is another tip for the manosphere. Instead of saying men will go broke if they try to get custody, physical custody of their children, if you believe that's the case, you as an attorney don't have to take the case, right? And I'm not saying you should work for free, but there are clinics and pro bono organization in Georgia, and we will start a list for you if you. I don't even want to do this. I can start a list for you if you need one. The fact that a family law attorney is in Georgia telling men not to fight for their children because they're going to lose because they don't have the money to do it is actually kind of ridiculous. Like, it is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. And I'm not saying you need to go pro se. And when we get to that point in the video, I will get into it. This is actually kind of sad. I don't actually think any of these men online are there to actually help men. And you might not believe that I care. It's fine. You don't need to believe that I care. But the fact that you would tell, because I don't care about the men who don't want their children. I actually don't care. Like, I believe there is a ton of men based on the stat that don't want their children. But if you're telling the men who come to you, because this is his claim, he said, I tell these men, the system is already rigged, you don't have the money, don't fight for your children. The fact that you, someone who say you're for quote unquote men's right, you are telling men to not fight for their children because it's too expensive, when you know there is absolutely no way. You are an attorney in Georgia and you don't know that there are clinics there where people can access free legal aid if they don't have the money to provide it themselves or pay for it themselves. That is ridiculous. Like, that's actually ridiculous. Anyway, oh, hey, Sober Bobo, welcome. Hey, I'm let me step back. I am frustrated, and my frustration comes from the fact that, like, everyone want to hear what they want to hear online. But at some point, you have an obligation to your audience to tell them the truth. And I don't like the representation of Black manhood online. And it's not about masculinity. Like, I don't care. Like, do what you want with your masculinity. I don't care. But the optics is bad. The optics is bad. If you when we play this debate and you hear what the lead attorney is advocating for versus what Ruslan is advocating for, you don't have to like anyone, but you see a very clear difference in terms of integrity and upstanding people. You see a very clear difference, and it is bothering me now. Like, it has been bothering me, but it's bothering me because you, as an attorney, waiving the fact that you're an attorney to give advice online about what people should do in a legal situation that is a custody battle, and your conclusion is that even where the research indicate that men, when they fight for their children, do get some level of custody, you are going to tell them that they are not going to win and it's going to be costly, is kind of ridiculous. Now, because it's going to be costly, you as an attorney know that there are multiple schools that run clinics. You as an attorney know that there are multiple legal aids in Georgia that allows for kinds of access. But not only that, the manosphere, if you all cared about men, here is a tip. Start a legal fund where men can have access to that legal fund to get their children if that's what you need to do. This is actually kind of ridiculous. Like, I am not taking a moral high ground, and I don't want to weaponize my program. But if this means we fight back and forth in this way, then I'm going to do it. I am starting a scholarship program for young women, Black women who want to go to school. It is not huge or anything, but I realize there is a gap. And if I believe in helping people get education, I recognize that I have a responsibility to at least attempt to provide that. If you are sitting there as an attorney and you think that there is an issue with men access to court and justice and custody battles, and you see that and you know that the problem is money, and you have a platform with over 100,000 people, and there are other men on your platform with over 100,000 and some upwards of 1 million, and y'all fundamentally care about men, then you should be talking about the legislative issues within the legal framework that prevents men from their access, and then you should be fighting against that. You should create a fund. This is not that difficult. If you actually cared, these are some of the things you would have done. But we're going to get into the foolishness that is this video, because it's kind of ridiculous now. At this point, y'all don't care, and it sucks because when you come and you are weaponizing the reality of men being sad about their manhood, and you're using that and you're just feeding into it without any suggestion for how to improve and help, it's kind of, it doesn't seem like anyone want to help anyone. So that's my take. Let's get into the video, because this is, I was watching the video and I was annoyed. I was very much annoyed. I was annoyed for the optics. I was annoyed for the suggestion about not fighting for your children. I was annoyed because I don't think these people actually care, and I find that kind of odd, because all people do is get indignant about men are disenfranchised. I'm like, okay, in a patriarchy, if you think men are disenfranchised, find why, how they're disenfranchised, and then go try to fix it. Not sit around, cry about it, and then do nothing about it. I'm not saying you shouldn't cry. Cry all you want. I'll cry with you. Anywho, let me read the super chat and then I'll start. TNT, I think YouTube is trying to suppress the views, FYI. Yeah, I don't know. I hope not, but there's 500 people in here. I mean, one way to help is to like the video. If you like it, it pushes me up in the algorithm and people get to see it. But thank you so much. I hope not, though. These men don't want their children. It's obvious. Yeah, well, that's my opinion. That too is my opinion. That is my opinion. All right, let's start the video. Thank you, I am a femme. Let's go continue. Let's refresh and then come back. Before we get here, I'm going to play a small clip. This is If the Wild Had a Mouth. I'm going to play a small clip from Corey Holcomb. I think it's how you pronounce his name. Don't judge me on that. Wait, is that Sinji? Yet black women are advocating for having children that black men don't. Hey Sinji, welcome back. I hope all is well. I saw your post on your community tab, and I just want to let you know that we all are here standing with you, and I do hope all is well with you. We're here for you when you get back.
That sounds crazy to me. Well, no, we don't really love your mother. If we don't love your mother, we don't really love you, motherfucker. Oh, come on now. That sounds crazy to me. Well, no, come on. Let me tell you something. Not love in that sense, but have some kind of love. No. Listen to me, Darlene. You and all the rest of the people who not used to this shit. If we don't love your mother, our love for you is hard to we love you out of obligation. If it was my that's how you feel. I think to me that goes for like stepkid, but not my real. Look at D, not D rubbing it on me. Well, but it is a case like that. Let me tell you, if we don't love your mother, we don't love you like that. What we do, we try to be moral and humane to you little stray fuck.
All right. Thanks. I appreciate that, Themis. No, thank you. I appreciate you. Stay strong. We see all the mess happening on YouTube, and I hope you had time enough to like step away from all the foolishness and the attacks. I am not purposely trying to be inflammatory, because what people are going to say is Akon, this person and that person, they're just one and they don't represent the majority. I think the single motherhood rate begs to differ. I think the fact that when parents are both mom and dad and dad, whatever, when they're in the home in a heterosexual relationship as a general matter, the structure is not such that the man is deeply involved most of the time in the raising of the child, right? And so when we get into kind of what people do in these kinds of custody fights, we have to, and I will bring up, I'm using Georgia specifically, I will bring up the analysis for what is in the best interest of the child. I, again, went to multiple law firms. I called, not physically went. I did my own research. I started to write a memo for what is in the best interest of the child. And it literally to me, it makes sense. Now, if you're going to argue that in reality, that's not what they do, that's not the balancing test, it's not the totality of the circumstances type test that is being done to figure out what is in the best interest of the child, I will drop the link for you to come up and we can talk about this. Because this is the problem. This is all a problem for me now. All right. Thank you, Sinji. We are going to be watching the lead attorney and Ruslan interaction. And there is a ton of people saying Ruslan lost the debate. There is a ton of people saying Ruslan lost the debate. And I'm very confused as to how this is possible, because let's get into it. No, I'm not going to tell you.
Let me just get it straight again. How did you pronounce your name? Because I don't want to mispronounce it.
Ruslan.
Ruslan.
Like Tucson or Yukon or Futon. Ruslan.
Shout out. I like the futon. If you, boy, I have been uncomfortable in some futons back in the day with these 5'3" girls, man. Shout out to Ruslan. Well, listen, some of the people in the chat might not be familiar with you over here. Can you talk to us a little bit about, shout your YouTube channel out, let us know what you do over there, and if one of the mods can drop Ruslan's channel in the chat. Yeah, just kind of introduce yourself a little bit.
Appreciate it, man. Well, first of all, I'm a big fan of you. I started watching you around the time of that big stream you did where you was cracking 100K and Abba called in, and it was in the midst of all the FNF Fresh and Fit debacle. So I've been watching you for quite a while, since before 100K. So you're a great storyteller, man, and I actually really enjoy the content of yours that I catch. I don't catch everything, but I enjoy your perspective on stuff. Yeah, my name is Ruslan. I'm originally from Azerbaijan, Baku, which is just north of Iran. Me and my family came out as refugees in the early 90s, grew up in Southeast San Diego, predominantly black and brown neighborhood, only refugee white kid, speaking Russian as my first language.
Wow.
Got into hip hop music, was doing that professionally for a while, got married in 2008 and been married 15 years, 2 amazing kids. And I'm still a resident of San Diego County. I'm in North County, San Diego now. So been doing YouTube full time for 2 years. That's
awesome.
The elevator pitch.
I love it. That is amazing. We are actually we're having our meetup in San Diego.
Oh, that's awesome.
January 21st, January 22nd. We'll be down at Fogo, and then also we're doing some type of escape room thing down there. This will be my first time in San Diego. That's where all you rich people live, right? The sun and all of that, man.
You're based in Atlanta or Florida?
Yes, Atlanta. Okay, Atlanta, yeah. So that's excellent. And so kind of people were saying that we should talk, we should have a debate, and so kind of what's your stance, I guess, on the red pill community and the manosphere, and then if you want to talk to us a little bit about how you saw the Hafiz and just Pearly things, that latest interaction.
Yeah, so my primary niche is coming from the faith space. So that's the type of content we do. So similar to kind of what you do, current events, commentary, but from a faith-based follower of Jesus perspective. I've been in the Lord for 20 years now, and so that's kind of the perspective. Now, the red pill stuff, I kind of got hip just through my audience, which is very diverse, asking me, "What do you think about this? What do you think about that? What do you think about this?" And then about 2 years ago, I kind of walked into this entire world of the Manosphere and got connected with Hafiz, and that's when he was kind of more red pill adjacent, they would say. And so I just debated Rollo back in July on Valuetainment Money. I've been on there a couple times, but so I'm kind of coming from the same perspective as Hafiz, a bit more faith centered. Our views are very similar. I think that one of the easiest ways you can, I guess, identify us is like purple pill. Like I don't know if there's a category I place got Jesus pill ultimately, but
Jesus pill, I love it. Oh.
But yeah, so I think from everything I've heard you talk about, with you being pretty consistent against the goofiness from Fresh and Fit, with you being consistent about the nuclear family, you being consistent about marriage. And going into it, knowing all the details, right? I'm not against prenups. I recommend men, if they're independently wealthy, go get a prenup, And so it sounds like we agree on a whole lot. I think the Hafiz Pearly things, I personally feel like he completely washed her and pulling her card and showing that she didn't really know like the layer beneath any of the points she was making. She would say stuff and then he would actually pull up slides.
So that was in the running. Hafiz and Pearly Things debate was in the running for me to review. They did a second debate. There is not a debate. The oyster, that lady does not know anything. It is what it is. Like, you guys can be mad. You can say I'm hating. It is what it is. That lady absolutely knows nothing. She regurgitates talking points, and when there is a pushback, she just shrinks and doesn't do anything. She cannot articulate. The thing is, hopefully she will go back, review, and get better at debating, I guess. I don't know. But there is no possible way anyone can think that a Pearly Things won that debate when she literally knew none of the stats. It is what it is.
And so it was similar in terms of, me and Rollo going back and forth. And he won't debate me, by the way. He agreed to part 2 and just kind of went dark, and Sauce tried to set it up, and he doesn't want to have a part 2 with me. So
really,
yeah, which is sad because Rollo also claims to be a follower of Jesus, which is that's a whole nother can of worms. But so I would reference people back to that specific debate with me and Rollo, which has happened in July, I think. But yeah, so I guess I don't even know where me and you disagree like that. Like that's what I'm trying to figure out. It sounds like we would agree that Hafiz didn't perform very well in the first go around, and I think that's because he just didn't go in there expecting a debate and kind of got flustered because it turned into that. Where I feel like the second time around, you had Rollo in the chat mad. It sounded like the chat was split, and I don't think to your point, I don't think she should be having the conversations. I think it should be, if you guys are talking about black men's issues, it should be black men. If we're talking about men's issues, it should be men, right? So that's kind of my perspective, and then we can go into particulars if you like.
Yeah, I judging, just Pearlie's thing says that she doesn't think that she did well in this latest interaction.
Oh, she said that.
She actually came up on this show maybe an hour or two ago, and she said that. And to be fair, it looked like during the actual interaction, it was just everybody was pretty much saying that it was a mess. I asked this chat, if who they thought won. Was it Hafiz? Was it just Pearly things? Or did nobody win? And this chat was pretty consistent that nobody won. But that doesn't. Maybe this chat is a little bit biased against Hafiz. If I'm going to be honest.
The chat is biased against Hafiz because Hafiz is now on his Christian man thing and marriage is good thing. So everyone is, if you wanted the poll, you would not have put none of them won. You put none of them won because you wanted to give your audience an out. Everyone watching that debate absolutely knows that Pearly thing did not win that debate. They're done. I don't know why people even want to talk about Pearly things. Like, girl, like, no.
Honest, based on the previous interactions that he's had. Yeah, I'm not sure where you and I would disagree. I know we would have some fundamental disagreements, some big disagreements, or not necessarily disagreements, but just different worldviews when it comes to religion.
Sure.
Because I actually mentioned this before. There was a content creator by the name of Dr. Thunder. I think that's his name. And Dr. Thunder was critiquing one of my streams or something, and he was saying how he didn't agree with me. And for the first things out of his mouth, he was like, "Well, I don't agree with TLA because as a Christian, and I always say, listen, guys, if you ever want me to tap out of any conversation, like just an automatic tap, just start off by saying as a Christian, right?
Okay, fair enough. I won't say as a Christian or quote the Bible.
Yeah, because I don't know my Bible. I've been to church since 2017. It's like
that's fair.
I can't do anything about it.
By the way, this is consistent with the research. Male attendance at church have declined tremendously. So the only time these people become super Christian is when they're talking about submission. Do not at me. Do not at me. That is, submission is the only point at which these men know about a Christianity, because they literally don't know the parts of the Bible which requires providing. So let's continue.
I do know, some books, but it's the law books. Yeah. And so, when people want to talk to me about, the book of Psalms or whatever it is, like, I can't do anything with it. So
no, that's fine.
I always let you guys, y'all got it. That's but in terms of helping men, even though we might be coming from different places, we might arrive at the same conclusions.
Yeah.
I do think it's interesting though. Well, so you debated Rolo. Have you debated or had any interactions with Hafiz?
Yeah. So I had Hafiz. So Hafiz kind of like introduced me to the sphere in terms of like, this is the difference between the Manosphere versus the red pill, and this is what the black pill. Like, he kind of broke it all down. So he came on like 2.5 years ago on my channel, and this is when I was just getting started, and he was booming at the time. This is him coming off his Kevin Samuels interview and his Candace Owens interview. Like, he was booming back then. So he came on my channel, and we have some background with mutual church friends, and he lived in Atlanta for a while. And so yeah, so he kind of got me hip to a lot of that. And that conversation ended up getting taken and kind of dragged by a lot. Like, he got dragged in that conversation by both sides. Like, there was like the far leftist perspective just kind of like dragging him. And then there were the red pill side didn't like him after that. Rollo did a 3-hour response to the conversation that I like. So he just kind of got it from both sides. And then I started reading more and started kind of educating myself. I read 2 of 5 of Rollo's books and was like, man, there's some really faulty stuff here that I think seems like it's scientific and empirical, but is only telling half the truth and half the story and omitting certain details from the conversation. And I think we would agree that the optimal environment for children is a nuclear family. Would that be a fair assumption on my part if we were to have a conversation? What's the optimal environment to raise children
in? I mean, all things being just perfect and like Neverland, it would be a mother and a father, and then loving grandparents on the mother's side, loving grandparents on the father's side, with lots of loving uncles and aunts.
A village. Yeah.
He only responded that way because he does not want to get trapped. Everyone knows what the research says. Literally, on this point, everyone knows what the research says. So it is what it is. Please remember to like the video. I will read super chats like in between pausing. I won't do it as it comes. So just FYI.
Yeah.
A village.
Yes. But I think in that the foundations of that is biological mother, biological father, and then the extension of that. And this is what we have in our household with my son and my daughter, and aunties and grandmas, and it's a lot of festivities over here, And so I think if we know then that 75% of men ages 15 and up have kids and are going to have kids at some point in their life, I think where the red pill becomes counterintuitive is when we say we believe in the nuclear family, we believe in traditional values, we believe in one man, one woman, monogamy, or some do, maybe some disagree on that. And then the environment that is created kind of breeds this hostility towards women. Sometimes is accurate, sometimes it's exaggerated and it's selection bias. And it ultimately, with stuff like spinning plates and go run up your notch count and all that stuff, it helps men not to become the type of man that could be a functional, stable, competent priest, provider, protector of their home. Instead, they kind of go out and do all the goofiness we see on the Fresh and Fits. Okay. And so I believe that's where Rollo is coming, not Rollo's, but that's where I'm coming from. That's where Hafiz is coming from, is like, hey, if ultimately we're talking about men and what is optimal and best for men, then we should be wanting to reestablish the nuclear family. We should be wanting to decrease how many kids are had out of wedlock. And that's across the board, white, black, all types of kids being born out of wedlock, right? That is where I believe we should be stirring men. And the red pill say, well, we don't do prescriptions, we're a praxology, so on and so forth. And so I think that is, and then so the information is like, how do we give the most accurate, reasonable picture of what healthy, stable families are?
Yeah, I don't think many people at all disagree that nuclear families are good things, or that women necessarily are not, great things, or relationships. The issue is, it's not the nuclear family. So I hear you talking about the nuclear family, but I don't think the nuclear family has ever been the problem.
Okay.
It's the environment in which the nuclear family exists. And that environment in which the nuclear family exists is a legal framework that is detrimental to one of the members of that nuclear family.
Okay.
So it's one thing to say, oh, well, nuclear families are so important, but we need to make a distinction that nuclear families are not productive in all environments. If you take a mother and a father and a child and put them, in the ocean under, 1,000 feet of water, they're going to die. Why? Because it's the wrong environment.
Okay.
If you take a nuclear family and put them on the moon with no spacesuits, what's going to happen? The nuclear family is going to get destroyed. Why? Because it's the wrong environment.
Sorry, I have to do this. If you look in his chat right now, his chat is going off like, get him, lead is in his bag, blah, 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 the lead attorney. And I'm sitting here like, at least as an attorney, apply the reasonable person standard. Like, at least as an attorney, apply the reasonable person standard. Like, there is absolutely no way I would have engage with that. After you spoke, then I would just move on to my next. I would not engage with that. I would not engage with it. I would just move on to my next point. If you put people, not even the nuclear family, I'm done. I'm not engaging with it here either.
A lot of the red pill people are saying there's nothing wrong with the nuclear family, but look at the legal framework that is the environment.
Okay.
That legal framework incentivizes behavior which is not healthy, right?
Okay.
And it rewards certain people for doing certain things, and it punishes people based on unfair attributes, and it's not a healthy environment. So no one is saying that the nuclear family is bad. And so we can, I think when you say that, nuclear family is good, I don't think there's a problem. It's the environment.
Give me a specific example of what you mean by the environment so that I'm tracking along. Because you said moon and then you said underwater.
Well,
give me something.
The legal environment.
Okay.
The legal,
I know you're the attorney, so that's why I'm asking. So what would that look like?
All right. So let's take me, for example. Let's say that I was a 35-year-old accountant and I have a wife and she's 33 and we got a couple of kids and then she decides to divorce me. Well, up until very recently, like this year, in Georgia, and this is the way it is across the majority of states in this country. If she decides to divorce me, then I lose my two kids. It's the same two kids that came out of my ball sack. They're half my DNA, half my chromosomes, but now I don't get to see them half of the time. I get to see them a quarter of the time, or maybe 30% of the time. Now, why is it? I'm just a good guy. Why is it that I do not get shared custody of my kids? Why is it, I think on Valuetainment, Adam pointed out that 90% of women get primary custody of the kids? That is what I'm telling you, Ruslan, is an unfair and a toxic environment. When men can have their kids snatched away, when a woman decides to snap her fingers and come hires me. Let me tell you something. A woman comes hires me, I'm gonna get her fucking kids for her.
Ruslan doesn't do this, but this is absolutely idiotic. This is hands down one of the most idiotic statement and approach to this conversation. Here is why. Let's get big. I saw the super chats. I'll read them in a minute. First of all, Ruslan should have asked, what is the employment for the mother? And here is why Ruslan should have asked, what's the employment for the mother? It is interesting that you gave the dad an occupation, but you don't give the mom an occupation. We are going to go with the fact that the mom is a stay-at-home mother and doesn't have an occupation because you didn't give one to the mother, right? That's fine. And if you do make her equal to the man in terms of income, then that disabuses your whole hypergamy argument, not yours specifically, but the manosphere. Okay, fine. How is the mother going to come find an attorney, but the father can't? If the father is the accountant, right, and the mom wants to take the child, how is it possible? We are going to get back to this accountant father where the mother doesn't have a job, right? We're going to get back to that because this absolutely makes no sense. Now, please remember, it is important. I would have waited, but I'm not going to wait. I want y'all to remember that the father is an accountant in this hypo, and the mother does not have a job, because the women can be hypergamous and women are quote unquote naturally hypergamous. Let's apply all of the manosphere logic throughout this video, because you would have not gotten away with this. If you and I were debating, you're not getting it away with it. The man can hire an attorney. The man can hire an attorney. In fact, the woman might actually have to go pro se if she was a stay-at-home mother, because if this is the divorce proceedings, unless the bill is going to go to the man, then how is she going to fight for it? But I'm going to leave that alone. You guys don't understand, hopefully, right now what I'm talking about. But as it gets into the mess, you'll understand why it's important to fully picture the woman that they're talking about and the man that they're talking about. Because the man is the one with the job, presumably, right? Or the man is the one with the higher paying job, presumably, right? Because women don't date down, right? Women date up in their minds. So let's actually get into this foolishness about men can't pay for attorney to fight for their children, but the woman can. Okay, then we are not in a hypergamous world if that is the case. We are not. So are women hypergamous? Because if all these women are able to get attorneys to come fight for their children, and the man cannot afford attorneys to fight for their children, something is amiss. Someone is lying about something, and we'll need to figure out who.
Right? But that's not because I'm such a great attorney. That's just because that's generally how it is in this country. And so a lot. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I can go. Please cut me off.
Okay,
I can go forever. Please do.
When you do law, are you usually in the family courts, and are you usually on the side of getting representing the man or the woman? Because I'm also not familiar with kind of like the minutia of what you do day to day.
Absolutely. I'm a retared attorney. I practiced 20 years doing family law.
Okay.
And I represented both sides. In fact, I represented everyone.
Okay.
Everyone that you can think of in a family that has ties to family law, divorce law. I've represented countless husbands. I've represented countless wives.
Mm-hmm.
I've represented children. I'm a guardian ad litem. So that's an attorney for children down here in the state of Georgia. That's what we call them, guardian ad litem. So I've represented 17-year-olds.
Mm-hmm.
I've represented 7-year-olds. I've represented 7-month-olds that I've held in my hand. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I've represented grandparents trying to take control of these kids from their parents who aren't worth shit.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I've represented the grandparents, the kids, the husbands, and the wives, like everybody involved.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I'm coming from.
So that's helpful. So I think, and so do you mind if I push back a little bit?
No, absolutely.
Okay. So from me kind of digging into this and also being close to single fathers who I've seen repeatedly get 100% of the custody. That's part me being anecdotal, right? But then the flip side of just kind of peeling away at all of the data from the research I've done, and I could send you all the citations and all the references if you like. It seems that only about 1.5% of all custody cases ever actually make it to a judge. That the vast majority of these cases, approximately 90%, are 91%, and I could.
All right. Here's something you don't do. At this point, you should stop and let him respond. Ruslan did great. It's not about him. But you should stop here and let him respond. The Manosphere has been touting the notion that 90% of the time the woman gets awarded the child. This is not the case. 90% of the time, the case does not go into the court because there is a settlement agreement that is reached. When the case go to the court, a lot of the time, most of the time, in fact, majority of the time, when the man escalated, they win. 60% to the tune of 60%, right? Now, this is going to change from state to state, depending on what is quote unquote in the best interest of the child. There is a number of reasons for this, but at this point, you stop and let him contend. Let me make this bigger. He does not know the stat. It is okay to not know a stat because we're human beings. He does not know. This is the first time, the absolute first time he is hearing the stat. And he is going to push back on the stat and try to explain why, quote unquote, the stat is what it is. This is a problem. How are you going to sit there, explain what a stat is, and explain why the stat is the way it is when you have never heard the stat? This is the first time you have heard that stat. That's the first. If I'm on here, stop. If I am on here and I'm talking to someone, debating with someone, whatever you want to call it, and a stat comes up that I've never heard, I am pulling that stat up, we're reviewing that stat, or I'm telling you that we're going to table it. We're absolutely going to table it until I know what that stat is. I've done it a number of times here. Now, those times, the stat didn't say what those people claimed it said, but for a lot of the times I read it right on air and we went over it and then we figure out why it wasn't what you thought it was. The fact that he does not know the stat, didn't hear the stat, look at his face as he hears the stat. This man don't know what this man is talking. The lead attorney does not know what Ruslan is talking about. So all he heard, and he made the citation, how I know he doesn't know, he says, 90% of the time, the woman gets custody. The woman is quote unquote awarded. As an attorney, he knows this is a legal term of art where the judge makes the decision. So his stat is incorrect. The woman isn't quote awarded custody of the child because 90% of the time, the cases do not make it to a judge to make that decision. 90% of the time, there is an agreement. So he does not know the stat. I'm repeating this over and over again because at this point, he has lost. Or at least he needs to go figure out the stat and come back. What he's about to do is a sleight of hand. That's what he's about to do. He is about to attempt to explain a stat that he's never seen, never read, and definitely don't understand because you can look at his face right now. His poker face is not that great, and tell that he doesn't know what's happening.
I can pull up the study for you if you like, are done away with before a judge has ever seen it. He's just doing it as a formal technicality. And when you peel away even further at that,
let me just jump in to clear up something. Did you say that I thought you said only 1.5% make it before a judge, but then you said 91% don't make it for a judge.
Yeah. You want me to read it? Read the exact citation? Would that be easier?
I didn't understand the math. Because
So 90% never go to a court. It's
if you knew that stat, you would not have to explain it. Again, my problem is not him not knowing. We are all human. We are fallible. It's fine. He did not know the stat. He's asking for clarification on the stat because 1 in 90 does not equal 100. That is correct. But he didn't understand about mediation, those that have been withdrawn. He doesn't understand that yet. So at this point, we all can agree that he does not know what the stat is about. His next attempt at argumentation is to debunk the stat by explaining why the stat is the way that it is without knowing what it is. Like without any knowledge of without ever reading it himself. He's going to explain why this is ridiculous. And there are people like, oh my God, he won. At this point, you have lost. And it's not, I feel like we shouldn't use win and lose, because I think having the public debates for a lot of the people is annoying because you have to kind of perform. Let me tell you this, everyone in the chat, everyone listening anywhere, I am not the person who is about to sit there and pretend like I know something that I don't know. As soon as you say something that I don't know, I'm going to tell you, yeah, no, I don't know that. Yeah, that's cute, but I need to go figure that out. Like, I'm not about to sit there and figure out or try to debate someone on something that I know nothing about. This is ridiculous. This is bad representation. This is horrible. How are you sitting there? What he did is not dumb, by the way. Let me just say that. His approach to trying to debunk the stat is not dumb. What he's going to attempt to do, and he does kind of successfully, but not fully, like Ruslan still, at least in this part, right, still was able to handle his own. But he's going to try to do a rhetorical trick, and I will point it out in a moment when it happens, to trap Ruslan into fighting something that is absolutely useless. It is ridiculous to me that you think your personal experience as an attorney is generalizable. That doesn't make sense to me at all. And he's going to use his personal experience as an attorney. He keeps saying, I've been an attorney for 20 years, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't really matter, actually. Your expertise is useful in your particular case, but when we're talking about generalizing, absolutely not. You don't get to go away with it. You don't get to use your own experience to try to disabuse people of their understanding of statistics. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, you don't. No, I don't wish I was the one talking to him.
Completely dealt with in mediation. The remaining of it, 3.5% is dealt with and a judge signs off on it, and 1.5 actually go before a judge, and the judge decides on where the children are placed. So out of all of the cases, only 1.5% go to the judge.
You mean like in a trial?
In a trial, correct.
Okay.
Okay. And so out of those, what they found is that 80% of custody cases.
Let him talk. He is trying to figure this out currently. That is what he's trying to do. I would let Ruslan, that was a slam dunk. Stop, withdraw, and let him deal with it. You're going to talk him into and out. This is one of the problems with compound questions. Whenever someone come up here, I do give them compound questions so they can select which part of the question they want to answer, because I don't want people to feel like they're looking idiotic or anything like that when we're talking. But if you're in a debate, don't give a compound question, because when you do, they will pick whatever is easiest for them to attack, right? And by compound question, I don't actually mean question. I mean, don't bring up a bunch of separate issues for them to choose the weakest link to attack. Do what you need, step back, and that's it. Also, with there being so many people in here, below the screen is an email address. If you want to be a part of the debate, title your email debate and email to be a part of a debate tournament. There is a $1,000 cash prize, and there are other prizes in there. It's a big debate tournament. Please email if you want to be a part of that. The month of January, we will be recruiting for the debate, and then February, we'll do some elimination, and then we'll move from there. Anywho, let's continue.
Are settled by the parents without any outside assistance. Another 11% are settled with mediation, and another 5.2% of custody cases are decided upon by the parents after a custody evaluation is completed. Only 3.5% of cases are heard by a judge, and 2.2, this just goes down and down. And then basically what they found out is that when the fathers actually escalate the cases to the judge, they actually end up getting more custody, at the very least 50-50, a lot of times more than 50-50, when it's escalated to the point of going for it. The issue seems to be is that a lot of fathers don't escalate it legally. They just go for whatever's presented to them. They don't fight for the custody. And like I said, no, this is speaking anecdotally. When men actually fight, they get it. I've seen 2 friends of mine personally fight, get 100% custody. There weren't drugs involved. There wasn't alcohol involved. There was nothing like that. Get 100% sole custody. And so why does it default to the mother? Because usually the mother is the primary care provider. But if you have situations where the man is the primary care provider, the empirical evidence says the opposite. The empirical evidence says that when men escalate, the further they escalate it legally, the more likely they are to get full or at least 50% custody.
Generally, and I don't want to tie myself down to the numbers, but generally that is true. And then
Not, I don't want to tie myself. All right, wait. Before I say what I'm going to say, I'm probably not going to say it fully. Please do not attack him and his education in the chat. I thought it was funny at first, not y'all attacking him, but like attacking last year or whatever. But I see that I'm considering whether or not to be debating people. Like I said I wouldn't, but I'm considering it. And I don't know. Interesting that he thinks nuclear family is a fantasy. Keep it in La La Land. Y'all are not being charitable at all in your understanding of what is being presented, and that's fine. We get to do that over here. Period. Thank you. Cantor on says Woodson looked like he was actively losing brain cells listening to him. Well, you'll see. Thank you, Cantor on. You will see what happens actually. I wouldn't hire him. The surface of the sun will destroy the nuclear period. All right, let's continue.
There's a great reason for that. And this is why it's important to be an expert in it and actually practice it, because you won't understand not talking about you, but just people in general won't understand what they're looking at. They won't understand why. So I want to, but that's going to take, a couple minutes to explain it. I want to explain it to you because I want everybody to know why it is that men in general don't fight for custody, and to be honest, why they shouldn't, right?
The stats came out. You don't know the stats. All right. He said he's going to explain why men do not fight for custody and why, in his opinion, they shouldn't. The slam dunk for Ruslan here is to say, you literally just said when men and women are trying to get their children, 90% of the time, the woman is awarded the child. So you, a couple minutes ago, did not believe men shouldn't fight for, men don't fight for their children. You actually believe men were, quote unquote, fighting for their children, and the court was awarding the child to the mother at the tune of 90% of the time. You're sitting up there and lying. How are you going to explain a stat that you don't know, have never seen, you just heard? How are you going to do that? How? Not only is it the question of how are you going to do that, the reality, the actual reality is, moments ago, you were telling the people that 90% of the time when men fight for their kids, it goes to the woman. So you can say you are going to tell us now why men don't fight for their children when you were pointing out that they were fighting for their children. You literally just said 90% of the time when men fight for their children, it goes to the mother. You didn't say it explicitly like that, but when you say the mother is awarded the child, that's what that means. You know that's what that means. I know that's what that means, but that's not happening. So how are you now going to say you can explain why it is that men do not fight for their children after just fighting that they do, and 90% of the time it goes to the mother? Please make that make sense to anyone. That doesn't make sense. You're contradicting yourself. This is annoying. This is the sleight of hand that I was talking about. Now that you are accepting the stats as they are, you are going to fight the stat. That is fine. Fight the stats first after you learn what it is. Like, go figure out the stats, understand why it is, and then come explain why and debunk it if you need to. But that's not the problem here. That is going to be a problem. The problem here is that prior to him telling you the stats, you believe that men were fighting for their children, and 90% of the time it was given to the mother. That was your rationale for why men should not fight for their children or could not fight for their children, because they were losing at the tune of 90% of the time. Now you hear that 90% of the time is not actually true. You decide that you are going to change tune and say, oh, this is why men do not fight for their children. And you're going to explain why they're not going to fight for their children. I thought they did. And they just lost 90% of the time. I thought they did. I would absolutely not be sitting here with you trying to... This Ouroboros thing that happens in the Manosphere where they're literally eating themselves and their logic is literally circular, eating themselves, it doesn't make sense to me. It does not make sense to me. I wish he would have said some foolishness like that to me. I wish he would have. I would have literally let him talk. I would have let him talk, and then I would have come in and say, so your earlier statement about 90% of the time it's been awarded, you cited some guy, that women are awarded the children. What did you mean by that? Because now you are telling me that men don't fight for their children, and you know why. Because it's not because they're being awarded, which is what you said initially. It's not only what you said in this stream, you've said it in multiple other streams. And we can argue about, yeah, the court is unfair, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. I'm not about to go there substantively with you. I just want to understand the change from 90% of the time the mother is awarded the child to, yeah, men don't fight for their children. And this is why that 90% is not real. Only 1%, less than 2% goes up to a judge. And this is the reason why. I don't hear. You need to square the idea that you claim that 90% of the time it was awarded to the mother, and now it's only one, actually less than 2, that goes up to the court and the judge decide, and most of the time the father win. So the stat that women get it 90% of the time because of a ruling in any way, you now need to explain that. You need to.
Okay. But I do want to say something about, your anecdotal 2 cases, I think a couple of cases where you said that the men got 100%.
I'm sorry, he's annoying me. Let me read some super chats before the one. Mr. Themis, I need you to flex your debate skills. Let these more you got smoke. The thing is, thank you, by the way, Monica. It's not even that I got smoke. It's annoying to me when I see people do this, right? And someone said the lead attorney did something that I did, we should go to the extreme. And I'm like, absolutely not. I test people's theory. I don't sit up here and pretend like I know some research that I obviously don't know. He literally said before he started that I don't want to tie myself to the research, right? But we can accept it. So you don't know. How do you not know research and then you're going to debunk the research and explain why it's wrong when you don't know it? Because you're going to attempt to do rhetorical work, which is not, by the way, this is not dumb or silly. Like, if you're in an actual professional debate and something happens like this, look, lawyers say, if the facts aren't on your side, then hopefully the law is. If the law isn't on your side, then hopefully the facts are, right? And so if this, I am going to win, and if I can't win on the substance, then I'm going to go figure it out. I'm going to employ some kind of rhetorical device to attempt to win. Themis, praise the show and get the likes up. Over 1K, and the likes are not congruent. Please like the video. Please like the video. Please make me present it for class, professor. You are present. I will mark you as here.
And the women weren't on drugs or anything. Mm-hmm. And that is not possible unless the woman signed over the rights. And
Oh,
so,
yeah, I mean, they agreed to it because it kept escalating.
oh, well, I mean, Ruslan, if the woman,
I'm saying the times I've seen men escalate it, I'm using anecdotal, my personal story, and then I'm also referencing the data. When I've seen men escalate it, they've gotten 100% of the custody. There's been
all right,
two close friends, best friends, I've been through really messy divorces that walked away with both of their kids because they were the primary care providers and because they fought for their kids.
because you said the women signed over.
Yeah, at some point,
Exactly.
at one point, the judge made the call. With one situation, the mother signed over. The other situation, the judge made the call. He escalated it all the way, took it to court, and the judge made the call, and he got 100% custody.
Okay, because I thought you just said that in both cases.
Two cases. One case, the mother signed over. The other case, my friend took it all the way to the court system, and the judge gave him 100% custody. And
right.
I know these are anecdotal. That's why
no, they're very important. They're very important. So I'm glad that you bring them up because they illustrate my point.
Okay.
And this is something that's very counterintuitive. Guys, most divorce attorneys will tell men not to fight for their children.
Why?
Because most men, if they fight for their children, will not get their children. This is very complex, guys. So let me tell you something about a divorce case. Most divorce cases are fairly cheap, relatively speaking. I mean, it's not these Dr. Dre types of divorces, right?
Sure.
Most divorces you can get resolved for under 15 grand. You can. There's one type of case that you can never get resolved for 15 grand. It is the most expensive type of case that a regular person is going to have. And that type of case is a custody battle.
Mm-hmm.
And when you talk about custody battles, those things can get easily 35, 50, 75, 115. Now, imagine you're a man and you've got four credit cards and you come to me and you say, Lee, listen, I make $60,000 a year, but I want to fight for my two kids. And you're going to tell me the facts of your case and you got a little something. You got some arguments, but it's going to be a real battle because the judges are biased against men. And so we're going to have to put up a ton of evidence. What are we going to have to put up? Well, we got to do discovery. That's going to cost you 5, 10, 15,000.
No, I can't listen to this. This is what I started with. If lawyers are telling men not to fight for their children, absolutely not. No. Please remember that in the beginning, he was saying men don't fight for their children because they're not going to win, blah, 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 90% of the time. Okay. Yesterday, after I watched this, I went on the phone and he works in Georgia. So I called multiple family law practices in Georgia just to confirm that what I heard was true. This is not true. First of all, these lawyers aren't about to tell you to not pay them to fight a case. They're not going to do that. Now, there is particularly certain kinds of lawyer, let's just say that, right? But legal advice should be unbiased. It should be helpful. The truth, however, is when someone wants their children, that is not a moment where you look and you say, oh, you do have a case, but it's unlikely that you will win because the court is sexist. That does not make sense. So I called around and absolutely none of the attorneys I called, including the partners and one judge, I'll tell you what this one judge told me, said they would suggest this. Now, there are cases where men and women cannot afford to fight custody battles because they are actually quite expensive when it comes to family law and dispute over literally everything is not easy, let me not. But custody can get really, really contentious, right? Here's another tidbit. This is not research, but every single one of the attorney, guess what they said? Every time there is a divorce and the man comes, the lawyers are the one who have to introduce the custody battle. Usually, a lot of the men assume that the woman will keep the children and they're trying to figure out child support, right? 100% of the time, when I call these attorneys, there were 15 of them, all of them said the man just agrees that the woman should get the child. They're just trying to figure out child support, right? And visitation, which they kind of give up custody in some ways, and we can actually talk about why and how, blah, blah, blah. When I spoke to the judge, right, about the analysis for, and by the way, I can do this on my own. You can literally go on Westlaw, get the custody case, and you will find what judges do in terms of the best interests of the child. 1 or 2 cases will literally tell you what you need to know about this, right? It is the best interest of the child, that is. Not that you'll be an expert, but important. The judge was pointing out that there were a number of legal aid in Georgia, right? Some of them are associated with schools, and this is where I'm helping the Manosphere. Y'all need to create this list of legal aid in different cities for men and women if you want, but for men, because you're the Manosphere, to go to get, quote, free legal help. The expense, and I'm not telling you to do pro se, because they're going to argue about pro se in a minute, which is you doing it by yourself. The fact that you don't even, as an attorney, you don't even consider that there might be clinics and pro bono programs where people can go to get legal help without having to pay the money if they cannot afford it is absolutely absurd and ridiculous to me. And I know this because the reason that the clinic thing came up was the judge, we were talking, and I said, when I was in school, I was doing landlord-tenant courts where I represented the tenants who could not afford to get an attorney. And I did it for free because I was a student working in a clinic, helping tenants be able to stay or whatever they needed in their homes. And I went to court and argued for them. So I also called around at different schools to find out if there are family law clinics that allows for people who do not have resources to access the legal system in a way that is going to be beneficial to them. Guess what? There are. The fact that the Manosphere is over here, not even the Manosphere, an attorney is in the Manosphere. This, I feel like this should be your contribution to the Manosphere. Your contribution to the Manosphere probably should have something to do with the free resources for men who want to access justice if you think they're being disenfranchised in that way. There should be a push in Georgia to abolish legitimization, right? There should be a push for fathers who can prove that they are the paternity. If they can prove paternity, then they should have some rights to their children, even if they're not married. Go fight that. You are there. Do that. You got facts and smoke. Bring it, Team Temus. Thank you, Monica. I appreciate that. Curry Up and Eat says he pulled that logic off of Swiffer Duster. No books and Thank you, Curry Up and Eat. Oh, I just missed that. If women can Google free attorney, why can't look? Like, here's how weird it is. You are saying men can't get their kids back because the attorney's too expensive. Instead of crying about that, which I'm not saying crying is a bad thing again, you could literally go figure out, one, create a fund to help men, and all of the men who believe that men need representation, pour into that fund and you can get it. You can figure out how to get access to justice and lawyers without having to pay. I'm not doing this with y'all. He's literally telling men not to fight for custody because they're going to lose. He should be ashamed of himself. The Manosphere, yeah. And people are in there saying, yeah, lead is eating. And I'm sitting there like, they're telling y'all not to fight for your kids. The only way I can think that you are okay and you're thinking, yeah, that's a good thing, look at you winning, is because you don't want them children. You don't want them children. You do not want the kids. If you are saying a man telling you, don't fight for your kids because you're going to lose is winning. No. Now let's figure out how we can. First of all, you should be having, well, whatever. I'm not going to go there. That don't make sense to me. That does not make sense to me. I'm going to continue. This is actual insanity. You are telling men not to fight for their children. Really? Really? That does not mean, men, I know y'all don't listen to me. I know you don't listen to me because why would you? If you're listening to me and you want to fight for your children, please fight for your children. Even if you do it pro se and you will lose if the other party has an attorney, you most likely will lose. Fight. I would much rather to know if my dad wasn't in my life, to know that he fought to be in my life. Right? Even if you're going to do it pro se, do it pro se. Lose pro se because you fight. I am never going to tell you not to fight for your kids, but you don't have to do it pro se. You can literally go to find attorneys who are willing to do it for free at different kinds of programs. Now, Manosphere, do the research and give these men programs by which they can access attorney without paying for it. That is your job, not mine.
And we got to take her deposition. But then we also need to get the kids some counseling. And we need to get some experts on the case. We need to get the psychiatrists. We need to get the kids evaluated. We need all their reports. We need for these experts to show up to court. And so you can make $60,000 a year, and I can run up your bill to 80 grand, which you cannot afford. So I have to tell you, I have to say, listen, you got a little something, but if I had to say whether you're going to win or lose, I don't think it's 50%. There are attorneys who will tell you, listen, pay me the $80,000, just put it all on all your credit cards, and I'm really going to try, and we're probably going to win. And what happens when you lose? They're going to look at you and say, well, we tried. We gave it the college try. Then they're going to take their 80 grand, the 80 grand you paid them, and they're going to fix their house and put their kids through a couple of semesters of college. Good attorneys don't do that. Good attorneys do the opposite. Good attorneys say, listen, what's going to happen when I start charging this 80 grand, you get up to 30 grand, and you're going to come to me and tell me, you're going to say, Lee, I ain't got no money. What am I going to do? You know what I'm going to do, Ruslan? I'm going to drop you as a fucking client because I don't work for free. So now I've got your 30 grand, but your trial isn't going to come for a year and a half. That means you got to get up another 30 grand. You got to get on another attorney's plan to pay for the case. So we attorneys tell you, listen, do not fight for custody if you cannot afford to do it. And a custody case is one of the most expensive cases that a man will.
When you can afford to do it, you can find. I'm not even doing this again. The lead said, ain't no super chat in being a library resource. Essentially. This is kind of ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This is actually ridiculous. He's not a practicing attorney, he says, so there's nothing to do about this, but this is actually kind of insane. Never mind the fact that the family court system bias against mothers, especially when they allege abuse. The standard of proof is higher and they are less likely to be believed, putting women and children in danger. So the thing is, I don't like saying it's biased for or against. I think based on my research, based on the literature, and I'm going to read part of the literature now, well, not now, at some point, here tonight though. Women are going to probably get custody because the man is going to sign it over. Like that's generally what's going to happen. But society is structured in a way, and I think, thank you, Nikia Davis, the society is structured in a way that the person with the child is at a very distinct disadvantage socially. People don't call children parasites for no reason. These men are lying. You do not get to move and operate in the world the way you want to move and operate in the world when you are the one with primary physical and legal custody of the child. You absolutely do not. So it is not a win, quote unquote, when you have your child. It is not about you. It is about what is in the, not you, Davis, this is not about you. It is what's in the best interest of the child. And the fact that we are sitting up talking about, oh, child support is the least you can do in a child's life. The absolute least you can do in a child's life. To have the child is to sacrifice a lot. I am not going back and forth with no one in this chat, by the way. I'm not doing it. I am not doing it. If you have the child, you're going through a lot. You're doing a lot. It's absolutely not the case that having the child is a win. Now, if you're dating a basketball player and you intentionally get pregnant to have access to his resource, then period. Those are outliers. I'm not dealing with those cases. Thank you, by the way. I'm confused about why men love to harp on kids as their legacy. What is sexual coercion or reproductive coercion from men again? Period concern. Look, I'm not even going to get into I wish Pink Pill didn't delete this video. She had a really good video on reproductive coercion. She did. She definitely did. I lost custody 3 months on false accusation after hearing was held without me. Dad didn't go to hearing. Number 2, back to CS order, paid attorney for none. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, but they will use the anecdote of the father losing the child, but never the mother losing the child. I'm so sorry to hear that. You are. Thank you, by the way. I have worked in legal for almost 30 years. I ain't never seen an attorney discourage a client because of the contest. Yeah. I have never seen it either. I have no. If the client is willing to pay, the attorney is going to take that pay. Yeah, and sometimes, I'm not going to say what kind of legal profession this is. I find it kind of predatory sometimes, like awfully predatory, which probably is why people thought I was with the bar when I called. Because these attorneys, usually they will get really snappy and talk about how time is money and not want to talk to you. Oh, they were on that phone singing like a canary. Oh my God. I didn't even lie. I don't lie to people. I just called and I was like, my name, blah, blah, blah. Had a couple of questions about the practice in this area. And then I went through the questions that I had. And they answered all of them. And maybe they were on their best behaviors too. So maybe they would tell people not to go to court, and maybe they wouldn't recommend a clinic or pro bono or whatever, but I don't believe them. Now, the issue is, men don't know. You can't, as the person in media, alternative media on YouTube, who are teaching men, say men don't know. It is your responsibility to tell them. Thank you, by the way. Let's continue.
Will ever have a normal man, not some NBA player or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of times it comes down to men, and men have tried. You never hear about the men who spend $75,000 and then they lose, because what happens when they lose the $75,000? Now I've got their $75,000, and now guess what? They have to turn around and pay child support.
Yeah,
you got to turn around and pay.
Yeah,
with what money, right? Because I've already cleaned out their life savings. So good attorneys, we say, listen, instead of doing this whole $75,000 thing, what I can do is try to fight to get the most visitation that I can. And most fathers are like, okay, because I can't afford to enter into an unfair trial, lose, and then turn around and pay child support money with money that I just don't have. Now, what's interesting? The interesting thing you say is, the more the man gets closer to court, the more the man has opportunities to win. Why is that? Do you know why that is? Because if I'm representing a husband, there are cases where I'm like, no, fuck this lady. We're going to get these kids. She's neglecting them. She's not taking care of them. She's doing this. She's touching them. She's not doing the things that she's supposed to do. We have a good case. We're like, oh, I don't know. No, let's go to court. The cases that go to court are the strongest cases.
Right.
You're thinking that the cases that go to court are equally strong as the cases that don't. And that's where you're missing. The case.
All right, I'm going to play and let Ruslan respond, because I kind of don't remember Ruslan's response here. This is your hypothesis. This is not, again, please remember that he does not know the research. I am never going to let this go. He has never heard this research. In fact, he thought most of the cases did go to court, and 90% of the time the judge awarded custody to the mother. Please remember that. So everything he's saying now, he's pulling out, he's just making this up. And he's thinking on the fly, which is actually not a terrible thing. Like, he's thinking on the fly. It's terrible because he's just making this up. Your hypothesis is that the lawyers are such good people that the only way they're going to fight for custody is if they know they have a really good case. Tory, whatever. Or these men have money and they can afford it. Or this is just one of those cases where the woman should not have the kid and the man should, right? Or it could be in favor of this person or that. There are multiple other reasons as to why this is what it is. But unless you look at the data, you don't tell me why. You do not get to tell me why, because you don't know. You don't know. I know you don't know because you said that the woman was given custody 90% of the time. So when we find out that the father is actually the one given custody by the judge 60% of the time, you now don't get to explain that because you never knew in the first place. Now, you might, through some kind of serendipity, I don't know, figure it out in the conversation, but you need to go sit with the stat and then come back and tell me why, because there could be multiple reasons why. Multiple reasons why. And your hypothesis, though might be a good one, is not the one. We don't know that. He must work at Junebug Fried Fish Family Law and bail bonds. Not Jesse, not y'all dragging this man and his law degree. I can't. I can't. Thank you. TLA said he represented everyone in court but can't cite his own cases he won and how much they cost the fathers, etc. Oh, we're going to get into this because here's a foolish thing that they do. The women are winning, quote unquote, in his mind, right? In court. Yet women don't have money and they don't have resources as much as the man because women are supposed to be hypergamous. So if women are supposed to be hypergamous, I am not sure where these women are getting these money to sue these men and win. I don't know where
cases that actually get to the trial, those are the cases that the men have the best chances of winning. So you're looking at the cream of the crop and assuming that the cream of the crop is reflective of the base of the pyramid. It's reflective of all the other cases. Now, you wouldn't know that, right? Because you're just looking at the numbers. The numbers don't tell you which are the strongest cases and which are the weakest cases.
Right. Well, assuming.
No, Ruslan, your response to that is, okay, that's fine, but you don't know either because a minute ago you thought they were all going to the court and the court was deciding. So you don't know that either. Ruslan is married to a black woman, by the way. Oh, I know. He's a good guy, in my opinion. Look, I might say this and then something comes out. It's like people keep asking me, who do you watch? Blah, blah, blah. Every time I want to say something good about someone, like I'm like, what's going to happen? Like, what's going to come out and have me have to eat my words? Ruslan is attempting to speak to men in the manosphere, and he's trying to push them into understanding that marriage is a good thing, that being loyal to your wife is a good thing, being faithful, providing for your family and caring for your family is a good thing. That, oh my God, why am I blurry? That I like. I'm going to turn off my camera and turn it on again. I like that and I can appreciate that. So from what I see, I like him, and he goes and he will give compliment to people that I don't really appreciate, but I think he's doing that to connect and try to change people's mind. So he's spreading the gospel. Something is wrong with my camera. Let me play this.
That the strongest cases, the men are even acting towards wanting custody, 50-50 custody or full custody. That's assuming that in the bottom 90% or the bottom 99% that never see a judge, that there's men there that want it, but you're saying they're getting legal advice saying they don't want it. My buddies who went through this process didn't have attorneys. They just went through it and fought in the court system on their own behalf, right? So we agreed that the vast majority of these cases never even make it before a judge. The ones that do make it before a judge, the man has the higher shot in winning, right? Right. And so you're saying, but you wouldn't give them that sort of advice. And I would say, well, why not? Why not give them that sort of advice? And do they always need an attorney in a situation like this? When, again, and this is me being honest with you, I'm saying I've seen it anecdotally play out where brothers didn't have attorneys. They went in, they got their kids. They went in.
All right. So people said he lost here because he's asking question, and this is something he should have known if he was going to debate. I don't think he was asking questions. I think he was positioning the questions in a way to placate the lead attorney so this didn't go off the rail. Because ultimately the question is, the reality is, do you need money, a ton of money to win these cases? Can't you do it by yourself? That is his question. Now, if you're going to ask that question, you should expect that an attorney is going to tell you, yeah, you can do it by yourself, but the other person, if they have an attorney, is going to destroy you, right? Great, that's fine. But how is the other person going to afford an attorney when she's a woman? And these women should not be having money. Remember, like we're pretending like we're not operating in the manosphere. If the woman you married can have an attorney, so can you, because women are hypergamous. We're not playing these games. But in my mind, when I heard him, that's where I thought he was going. I thought he was going to let the lead attorney say, oh, well, if the woman gets an attorney and you don't, then she's going to win. So you can't do it by yourself. So then you go, wait, how can the woman have an attorney? Because guess what? You said the man is an accountant, and the woman, you didn't give her a job. So she is jobless. Go back to his initial hypo regarding the family we are talking about. The family has the woman not having a job and the man being an accountant. How is it that the woman can afford an attorney but the accountant can't? You tried it. Absolutely not. Before we continue, let me read what Concern said. Most women would like help in raising their children. If these men were good fathers, she wouldn't want to leave only collecting his money. You are useless. That's why we'd rather child support. All right, Concern is going off. I'm going to say thank you, Concern, and just kind of let this stay right here as we watch some more, and then we'll watch Reed Noblesby in a moment. Thank you, Concern.
They had an argument. They said, hey, I am the primary care provider. This is how I take care of my kids. The kids want to stay with me, and they got their kids. Right. And so I understand what you're saying. I understand that you're saying, hey, the odds are in our favor, this and this and this. But I'm saying empirically speaking, the numbers don't look like that. And then if we can escalate it to that point of, hey, I'm going to go fight for my kids, it doesn't sound like it's not in the man's favor. You're saying it's a financial thing. I'm saying, is that the only way to fight for your kids is you have to pay 100 bands and wipe out your life savings? I'm genuinely asking here.
Yeah, let me just tell you as an attorney, my favorite case. My favorite type of case in divorce cases is when I represent the woman and the man represents himself. Oh.
How? Tell me, how is that possible? Stop lying to these men. How is it possible, lead, that the woman can afford you, but the man can't afford an attorney? Could it be that women marry down financially? Could it be that women actually do have resources on their own? How can the woman afford your really high legal fees, which you pointed out? You just said your favorite cases are when the woman hires you and the man represents himself. So I'm assuming there's a lot of these that those become your favorite. Okay, so women aren't hypergamous, or do men not know how to hire an attorney? They might have the money, but they might not know how to hire an attorney. But the women know to hire you, even though that does not make sense. the position do not make sense. If the women can afford to hire you, something about that, and the man can't hire an attorney, can afford and represent themselves. Is the man just an idiot and just coming to court by himself, even though he can afford an attorney? Because if the woman can, why can't he? I thought women only marry up and they don't date down, and you have to have all these things. So if the woman can, either the woman is smarter than the man, which if men are more logical, that's the problem. Where do you win? Let me know. Your favorite type of case is when the man represents himself. Why is the man representing himself? I wish you would. That don't make sense. A male friend of mine was recently awarded primary custody of his two children without an attorney. The mother is fully capable as well. Yeah. Thank you, Nobleby. I know one guy, we're not friends, who does have custody, full physical custody, not legal custody, but full physical custody of his child. Children cost money, leisure, sleep, disposable income, free time, peace, quiet, personal space, and this is why men don't fight for. Yeah, no. The thing is, we are on a very idiotic roller coaster because he does not want to concede that these men don't want their children, but these men don't want their children. That is what it is. It is what it is. Thank you, Nikia.
Oh my God. Your best case, your anecdotal cases, that's my favorite case. And it's not only my favorite case, it's all attorneys' favorite case.
Because the woman has the means to pay for you as an attorney, and the man doesn't have the means to pay for you or pay a similar lawyer as you.
I'm going unopposed. I'm going to crush you.
So Ruslan did actually say that, I wish he had driven it home. The woman have the means to pay you, but the man does not have the means to pay for anything. And he goes, yes, I'm going unopposed. These women seem to be earning money and doing what they need to do. Ruslan actually won this. I didn't hear that. Ruslan, if you're hearing me, apologize. I didn't actually hear when you said this. Yeah. So you are saying the woman had the resources to hire an attorney, but the man didn't. And they had children. Are women hypergamous? When you say the man was an accountant, you're saying he was an accountant making like $50,000 a year, and the woman was an attorney. You didn't say her job, but was she the attorney making like $250,000? Like, was she a CEO? Like, I don't understand how the woman who doesn't have anything and dating the man she's gonna take everything. Because the basis of this argument is marriage, the nuclear family, is good, but it's under a legal system that is bad because it incentivizes bad behaviors, including the woman leaving and taking half. Okay, half of what when you have nothing? I am not saying generally you have nothing, which we can argue, but in your scenario, the man cannot afford to have an attorney. The man cannot afford anything. Half of what exactly? The nuclear family is bad because it incentivizes bad behavior. Half of what exactly in your scenario is this woman going to take? Because it looks like the woman can afford these things. So maybe in this scenario, the man is probably going to take from this woman. Is this making sense? For him to win, quote unquote, he has to create a paradigm where the woman is either smarter than the man or the woman has more resource than the man in this fight. But if that is true, you have destroyed everything else that you were talking about, women and the kinds of people women date in terms of resources. They do not make sense. if women are hypergamous, the man has more money. So if the man have more money and resources, the woman hiring an attorney shouldn't be anything for a man who has more money than him and her and more resources. He too should be able to hire an attorney. Also, if the women have more resources, this whole take half of what I have isn't real anymore, because feminism actually gave you a leg up on that. Thank you, Nikia. Let me half of 0 period.
I'm gonna crush you. There's no way you can't deal with AV who's in law school. Like a regular person can't go up against a law school student. And I've graduated law school, passed the bar, and been practicing for 20 years.
So we're talking about the 1.5% of cases where the woman has the means to hire someone like you, spend 70 bands to escalate it, to get it before a judge, to keep the kids from the...
Oh, I'm not saying this is true. It's difficult to practice hypergamy with black men, to be honest. Yeah, no. I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying if I am supposed to accept the lead attorney's paradigm where the man is an accountant, right? Don't give the woman a job. This does not make sense. The woman should not be capable of fighting you in court because she does not have the resources. Ruslan's approach to debate is good, and he just won with that comment, but no one in the lead attorney's chat understood that comment. When Ruslan said, oh, the man doesn't have the resources, but the woman does, and he seemed a bit confused, and he kind of left it there, that undermined his argument, which is a good one. Don't leave that there. Bring it up. Say it loud. Let him acknowledge it. Because that don't make sense. Talking about, oh, the man can provide, the man can pay for the attorney, and the woman can? Okay, how?
The husband.
No, we're not talking about that. I'm talking about cases where the father opts to not hire an attorney.
Which is on the father.
Correct.
Right. No, I'm sorry. You're talking about cases where I thought we backed up. I thought we were talking about cases where the father opts out of fighting for the kids at all and just gets what he can get. Like, that to me is a L. You know, this, like, if you want to be in your kid's life, you have to actively pursue being in your kid's life.
This is so wrong. This is so wrong. I'm so glad you're saying this. This is so wrong. You have no idea how many men's lives have been destroyed financially trying to fight for something that you're not going to get.
Yeah.
You know?
Again, I'm just saying.
No. True. You don't know how many men life have been destroyed trying to fight for their kids. I don't. How many? Tell me how many. I don't, and apparently you do. How many? Let me know. Please tell me how many. No. You're not going to just say that as a rhetorical device and think you're going to get away with it. Okay, cool. I don't actually know. The stat says 90% of them don't actually fight. They give it up, right? So we know of that 90%, the 90% of them don't, right? Great. Now tell me how many, because there is no amount of many that you can provide that's going to convince me that's important after 90% have just decided to give it up. So tell me how many men's life has been ruined financially. I'm not saying they haven't. I'm sure they have been. I'm pretty sure there are really amazing dads out there who fought tooth and nail and did not win. I'm pretty sure, but you need to tell me how many. Because that's not on that. Tell me how many. Please don't just say, you don't know how many. Yeah, I don't. How many? TLA is a fanboy of Kevin Samuels. So I was on the live stream when Kevin Samuels joined the show. TLA, we were so excited when Kevin Samuels joined the first time, not following TLA. Yeah, I know this. Monica. I know. Thank you.
All I could go off of is the data that I'm finding, and the data that I'm finding.
You're misinterpreting the data. That's what I'm telling you.
According to the data, the men have a better shot if they escalate it. So I don't know how.
I'm telling you why.
You're saying
it's the why. No, you're saying that you're reading the data, but you don't know the why. It's like, guys, you can read that 2 + 2 = 4, but you might not understand it. You might need someone to explain it to you. You're saying 2 + 2 = 4, but you might not understand why. You're reading the statistics, Ruslan, but I'm telling you why. Why is it that the majority of men do not go to court for these kids? It's because they're not going to get them. You know, it would be...
Or can I propose an alternative hypothesis?
Yeah.
Or is it that the men don't want their kids? Or is it the men aren't the primary care provider? Or is it the men don't have the emotional capacity to fight for their kids? Or is it because the men have moved on and maybe the man practiced hypergamy, found a younger, hotter wife, and they're ready to start a new family? Why are we not going to acknowledge that those scenarios happen? I see those happen a lot. I see a lot of single mothers around here that would love for the father to be in the picture, but the dad's checked out. The dad's moved on. Like, where's the responsibility on the men on this situation? I understand that the court system's not fair. You're way more astute to that. That's your line of work, your expertise. I'll defer to you. But I'm saying we can't say that all men always want their kids and always get a bad shot from the court system. It's hard for me to wrap my brain around that. Personally, anecdotally speaking, knowing multiple single dads, and also from the data that I'm seeing.
Yeah, you're misinterpreting the data, and I think we haven't really talked.
Nope. You got dragged. Actually, Ruslan just won that. There's another part of the debate we're going to get into. Maybe I was so heated about like little random parts, but on this part, yeah, Ruslan just won. That was a drag. All you had to do to win against TLA is give him potential, not even real, potential other hypotheses. That's all you had to do. Because he hadn't read the study, he cannot confirm that the reason is what he's giving. He's just pulling this out of thin air and saying the reason is because the easier cases make it to the court. You don't know that. You don't. A lot of the people who have money are going to literally drag this out and fight tooth and nail, even when they don't have a case. You don't know that. You literally don't know that. Absolutely not. So you tried it. And I am very, very, very excited that I just saw this part. Period. Majority being a part of the whole took another home. Period. Thank you.
Talked about this, but it's true. There are men who do not like their kids. There are men who don't want to spend time with their kids. There are men who don't want to pay for their kids. There are men who don't want to see their kids. I represented all these men.
Mm-hmm. Can you give me a percentage if you're talking generally speaking from your experience?
Let me finish for a second because this is very important. Because you want to talk about,
Okay, so Ruslan does not bring this up again, and I wish he had. You should not let him go on. Can you give me a percentage of men fighting for their children and losing everything? Like I would not let that go. I would let him talk. I would take my pen out and I would write the question down and circle it because we're coming back to it. You are going to show me. You're not just going to say it. You're going to show me. What's the percentage? This is what's the percentage? That's what I'm going to start saying to people.
All these men not doing stuff. But it's interesting that you don't talk about the other side. Maybe you don't know. Let me finish.
I just said that on the front end that my buddies took full custody of their kids.
And what did you say? You said that the women, they didn't use drugs or anything like that. So you're not talking about it.
That doesn't mean they were the most competent mothers either.
If you could let me finish, maybe you could hear. You're talking about these two gentlemen that won custody of their kids with no attorneys, and the mother weren't on drugs or anything. That's what you said. Let me tell you something about the other side, which you don't want to talk about. There are some shitty moms.
Of course.
And I know that because I've represented them.
Of course.
There are moms that have physically abused their kids. There are moms that abandon their kids. There are moms that neglect their kids. Yes. And so if you have shitty fathers, then guess what you also have? Since fathers are humans, guess what mothers are? Mothers are humans too. So you have shitty moms. Mm-hmm. So if you have shitty moms and you have shitty fathers, why is it that 90% of the women have primary custody when the moms are shitty too? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This is what you need to analyze when you're looking at your numbers. Guys, if you don't really practice in the space, you just look at the numbers, you have no idea what you're looking at. You're like, why is it? Why is it if
this appeal to authority is not quite an appeal to authority because he does practice in the area? It is kind of strange to me that the way you are dismissing someone's very legitimate argument is to point out the fact that they don't work in the space. No, deal with the argument. Now, what's the percentage of men who fight for their kids and lose everything in the process? We haven't let that go. Please tell me, what is the percentage of men who fight for their kids and lose everything? So much so to cause you to tell them not to do it. Please give me that. That's what I want. Let me read some super chats before I continue. Nancy says, when TLA is losing... The thing is, his chat thinks he's winning, and that's the part... This is also a thing with my chat. I'm like, am I actually making sense, or are people just agreeing with me? Because like watching the people in his chat annoyed me. By the way, this is not the part of the debate that's like fascinating and terrible. And the reason why this is what I decided to go over, it's about to start. It's about to start. The mess is about to start now. This was fine. It was civil. It was whatever. When TLA is losing, he just starts the emotional anecdotes and yells. You'll see it also in this exchange with Rosalind. Yeah. I've seen it before. I have seen it multiple times. Concerned says, one thing I will give TLA is that he is not squealing, crying, or escalating the situation. Any other YouTuber would be foaming at the mouth by now. He's not, and I do agree with this. The reason he's not, though, is I think his chat, he thinks he's winning. He thinks he is winning, which is the fascinating part about it in my mind. Because for you to even make some of the arguments you make, you literally disabuse any of the other notions you've had. You have to, about women, who has more money, who is a smarter one, for you to make these arguments. Why are men unable to hire an attorney when the woman can? Explain that to me. No, I need that explained. Thank you, concerned. Math took black men at the home.
Men and women can be equally good or equally bad.
Mm-hmm.
You would think that the numbers would be more 50-50, wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, there are shitty moms, but why is it that 90% of the moms get primary custody? This is what you don't see when you look at the numbers if you don't have an understanding.
Can I push back?
Yeah.
Is it possible that the mothers tend to be the primary care providers already, that the kids are already with the mother more of the time, that they're already under the mother's house, that they're already under the mother's regiment, that right there, most kids up until the age of 10 are closer to their mother. So it would make sense, considering both parents are equally terrible, crappy parents, it would make sense that the mothers would get that situation by default.
This is so ridiculous. No, there are millions and millions.
Okay, that is annoying. Because there is absolutely no way. I was going to say ain't no way, but it didn't feel natural, so there is no way that the lead attorney can sit there and say he's a practicing attorney without actually understanding the analysis for what is in the best interest of the child. That is what Ruslan was explaining. The best interest of the child, the analysis done to decide where the child would go, was in a roundabout way, what Ruslan was talking about. The fact that you're saying no and that doesn't make sense literally does not make sense to me. I'm not going to read all of this because I'm kind of annoyed and I want to get to the point. So I went to the laws around Georgia and some of the things that they look at, right? And before I get into this, let me just say, think about whether or not a man or woman in your life would be the one who gets the child. I'm not thinking about generally, I'm just saying, think about your life. Think about who you relate to the most, who is there. And when you hear the analysis here, let me know if you would award it based on this analysis to the man or woman. I'm not saying the analysis is correct. I'm saying this is the analysis. And so the fact that he is annoying about it is weird to me. Say the analysis is bad, the system is broken because the analysis used to decide what is in the best interest of the child is bad. And then I'm going to ask you, wait, what should be in the best interest of the child? Because I think this is a great place to start. So let's get in. Bond with the child, ability and desire to provide the child with affection and guidance, familiarity with the child's need plus capacity to provide for those needs, home environment, mental and physical health, history of crime, violence, or substance abuse, availability to care for the child and pastime spent with the child, involvement in child's educational, social, and extracurricular activities, participation in parenting class, that would be a requirement, whatever, commitment to fostering the child's relationship with the other parents. And by the way, at 14 years old, the child in some jurisdiction, Georgia included, can literally tell them which one they want to be with, all else equal. Now, if you're thinking about who should get the child, I think those are great places to start in doing your analysis. The reality is, and hearing the lead attorney talk and pretend like there is not an analysis done that literally have at least our societal understanding of father, put them on the back burner, literally doesn't make sense. The Manosphere's approach to manhood actually is antithetical to winning in this analysis. Look, I've not heard it from the lead attorney, so I'm not going to lie on the lead attorney, but I've heard it from multiple other men about their relationship with their children, about how they engage with their children. And yes, there are good fathers who don't take part in that foolishness. But if we're doing that kind of analysis, it is weird to me that you think that the father, by and large, would come out on top in terms of getting the child. Now, you can say, well, we should do away with that system and do a different kind of analysis. But if you want to do a different kind of analysis, I'm going to ask you, what should the other kind of analysis be? So let's continue. Actually, don't even want to continue, but we have to. The lead attorney is just full of it right now.
Millions of great fathers. Women go to.
I didn't say they weren't millions and millions of great fathers. That is not what I said. What I said was, equally speaking, there's bad mothers and there's bad fathers. If it's defaulting, whether the dad doesn't want to fight for custody, whether the dad doesn't want to go to court, whether the dad doesn't have the means to court, if it's defaulting, you could also say, well, the mothers, if we're all going to be honest, we tend to be primarily raised by our mothers up until the age of 5 to 10. In the situations where we're not, we see other scenarios where the dad gets full custody.
I would never ever agree that the disparity in the primary physical custody awards that you see in this nation is because is because of, you're saying that the mothers are the primary caregivers.
No,
not to 90%. That is
Okay,
that
what
is not.
percentage?
I have no idea.
I don't think a debate between TLA and I, or anyone in the Manosphere, is going to be of consequence, unfortunately. I think people are online just believing what they want to believe, and there's not a lot of critical thinking. So it's like, the fact is, if you are listening to him right now, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe people actually think he's winning because of his positioning, and the way that he talks, and the fact that one of the things about Ruslan is he's being extraordinarily deferential. And when you're deferential in this way, it looks like you are not winning. It doesn't seem strong, but I would think we are beyond posturing, right? I thought we were beyond posturing and we are listening to what people are saying and we are comparing it to what they said previously and we are hearing the logical conclusions and we are doing the meaningful reasoning. So like, I just kind of think that I thought we were in a place where people could hear the arguments and extract from it truth. But I don't think so, because I was watching his chat and I am just sitting there like, how? Y'all are literally being called broke, which might be true. Y'all literally are, this man is saying the women have enough resources and sense to win against you. And you're like, yeah. And I'm like, but I thought you were the smart one. I thought women were broke. I thought women needed you. I thought winter was coming for women. Like, I don't understand how you hold all of this together.
But
So-
not
so-
not enough. Not enough. I know it's not enough to justify 90%.
I'm saying
I know
90,
that for.
I'm saying 90% if we factor in primary care provider, 90% because dads check
Where
out.
are you
and they don't-
factoring in the shitty moms?
I'm saying if both parents are equally bad.
No, let's
I'm
look at the
saying primary
90%
care
for a
provider.
second.
Yeah, the 90% that we agree don't go to court. You just said that, hey, you're technically correct based on the data. So if we're talking about the 90% that don't ever see a courtroom, and the majority of those are going to the mother, and I'm saying because the mother is the primary care provider. Second to, the father's maybe not fighting for the custody of the child. Not because they even got to speak to an attorney and the attorney told them it's going to be $100,000. Maybe they just don't even have the.
Exactly. What you should say is you're providing another hypothesis, and he needs to prove that his is correct. Most courts favor the mom when the minor is under 12 only because of the nurturing factor, but men still can get full custody. Look at D Wade. After 12, a child can vocalize who they want to live. Yeah, there's a robust analysis that goes on. I'm not saying men don't lose when they should win. I'm saying majority of the time, based on everything that I read, the man does not meet the criteria in a way that would have them above the mother for caretaking. Like I was I let me I went on because I was like, maybe there is literature around gender norms in mammals and how we relate to each other. And one of the fascinating things that came up was about hormones when women are having children. The attachment that exists is very, very strong. And in the case where it's not, the people can get postpartum depression and all of that kind of stuff. But as a general matter, there is a need for like physical touch to kind of engage with a child and create a kind of bond. Without this bond, children would be left in the wild and they would not be able to develop, right? Like they wouldn't. So you have to. And there is I don't want to say it's natural because I think men can engage in this way, but we have created a society where men don't feel like caring and showing love in certain ways are masculine. And because that's not masculine, and if you've adopted that, it's very difficult for you then to argue that you meet the criteria and the child should be handed to you. Like, absolutely not. Let me show you. I'm pretty sure I kept it somewhere. I wish I had a reader, but I'm gonna attempt to read this. I hate reading out loud. Thank you, by the way, Louis. So it says, let me zoom. Traditionally, mothers have been cast as caregivers and home managers embedded in the family, whereas fathers are seen as more powerful and separate from the family, right? Thus, mothers and fathers have different relationships with their children, beginning with initial childcare. In nearly 100% of mammalian species, including human beings, females take responsibility for early childcare, whereas males have a little direct investment in offspring, right? And obviously, this will change as we develop as a society. But the thing that I find annoying about the conversations online is that the people who engage in it aren't learned. Like the people who do the kind of talking don't go out and do the research and the reading and the work necessary to engage in the conversation. Because this conversation should not be about whether or not the woman should or should not. It's how do we think about fatherhood, and does it allow for fathers to be as involved as they need to be? And should we rethink the way that men relate to their children? If so, how? If not, why not? Right? Those are the questions. Are men trying to get their children? If they are, how do we help these men who want to be in their children's life? Are men losing a ton of money attempting to fight for their kids? How do we address that? Because for me, if it like the thing is that for me, it's like it's heartwarming the argument being made, but it's also not true. Like it's heartwarming to think that there are men out here that really want their children. Like that is a beautiful, that is amazing, that is great. It's also not happening in a meaningful way. Not to me, it's not. If you can prove that it's happening, then that's amazing. It's terrible and we need to change the system. But you can't prove that because it's not true. Most of these men are giving up these children, and we know that having a child with you is putting you at a distinct social disadvantage, particularly if you are a single parent. Even if we're talking about dating, the minimus approach to societal development, right? If we're talking about dating, it is absolutely more difficult for you to date when you have a child. Now, let's talk about you getting a job where you have to be away from home. It is more difficult for you to engage in meaningful work outside of the home when you have a child. Not that you can't, but it becomes more difficult to do so. The reality, if maybe dating isn't the most de minimis. Let's say you want to even go out with your friends, you want to travel. It is difficult. These men do not want these children. The system was created by men. Do you think the system created by men were created to benefit women? You really think that? You don't. You can't. You absolutely don't. And you need a system analysis for you to come to that conclusion. You're looking at this from a very severely myopic lens. That's the part that's annoying. That you think that the system was created for the benefit of women. You think it's a benefit to have these children. Let's get into it. If we want to get into it, let's get into it. You think it's a benefit to have these? You really think men want these children? That's what you want me to believe? I'm not saying all. There are good men out there. I know this for a fact, who want their children because they don't care about a social stigma. They just want their children. Yes. Now, what percent of men are those? You're lying. In fact, I would actually encourage women to give the look. If you're a woman and you can, just drop them kids off. They're like, oh, the dad want them. Let's take that argument away and drop them kids off. Oh, so no one's going to talk about the research that indicated that a lot of black men specifically, when they have custody of their children, they're not the one taking care of their children. It's actually with their mom or sister or the child's grandmother, that is. Do we want to talk about that? Do we want to talk about that or no? No. Weeks and months go by where you don't see your child even though you have full physical custody. Not through the court, but because the mom gave it to you. We want to talk about that. No. Stop lying on the internet.
Capacity to go and be the primary care provider for their kid because they're working 50 hours a week.
I think we're speaking around each other, and I
Maybe
can't
we
really
are.
figure out where it is.
Mhm.
But if this system were fair, let's start from there. Let's start from there. Do you think that the system is fair towards men?
In this specific capacity?
Towards receiving shared custody of their kids.
Based on the data I've seen, and again, I'm just going off the data I'm seeing. This is my first time interacting with a family court attorney, so I may be ignorant of your expertise and what you know. Saying from the data I've seen and from the experiences I've had, I know substantially more single dads who are out here crushing it than I know deadbeat dads. So so I can only go off of the data that I'm looking at and the personal interactions I have with single fathers.
Let me just re-ask you the question because I don't think you answered it.
Mhm.
Do you think that the family court system is fair to men?
I don't know. I don't know. It's not my area of expertise. I'm being honest with you. I don't know.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I'm asking you. I'm also not trying to like be combative. I'm asking you questions because I'm trying to process all of the information that I'm seeing.
Do I think the family court system is fair to men? Define fear. No, you're going to have to define fear. Do men want their children? No. Do the family court give them the children they don't want? No. Does it give the woman the children? Yes. Is it fair in that instance? Absolutely. Unfortunately. Actually, it's not fair. It's actually really bad because I think women keep wanting children that they shouldn't want, and they should probably give it to the dad so they can go live their best lives, actually. Because apparently these men just really want the children and the woman is keeping the child. I don't know. If you're saying is the system fair towards men, as a general matter, I'm going to say no, it's not fair towards men. Is it fair towards people? I'm going to say no, it's not fair towards people. Is it fair towards women? I'm going to say no. Is the system fair? I'm going to say absolutely not. Whose fault is that? I don't know. The creators of the system? Who created the system? Again, you can make the argument that men created it, but then separate men and say actually white men created the system. So it's definitely not fair to black men. And I would say you are correct. It's definitely not fair to black men. It's not fair to black women either. So where do we stand?
Seeing, and then I'm reading that is completely opposite of the stuff that I'm hearing in this sort of narrative that paints the court system as unfair. I think
it's not opposite. You're just not understanding what you're what you're looking at. That's why I'm trying to explain it to you.
Or maybe the court system, even though it's extremely flawed, which I'm sure we could all agree, is also trying to figure out the optimal and best case scenario for a child and where should they be placed. And usually tends to be with the mother, even though that's probably not always fair. I'm saying it's complicated. I'm saying it's nuanced. I don't know. Based on the empirical evidence and based on my own experiences with single dads, I've seen many men go and fight for their kids and get 50% custody, get 75% custody, get their kids 5 days a week. The mom gets them 2 days.
You're saying that you see many men get 75% custody. How many is many, Ruslan?
A dozen. I know a dozen folks at my church that have their kids for 75% of the time.
All right. Were the moms shitty moms?
Both moms and dads were crappy parents. No.
Stop answering him. Stop. You keep giving him research and he has not given you any. What percentage of men fight for kids and lose everything? I need to know what percentage of men are fighting for these kids and losing everything. That's what I want to know. You keep asking him for numbers, he keeps giving you numbers, and you keep sidestepping his questions. I don't like that. I mean, Ruslan keeps asking the lead attorney. I keep talking as if you guys know who I'm talking about, and I think you guys know. Ruslan keeps getting asked by the lead attorney, what is this? How many? What percentage? Ruslan keeps giving him numbers and stats. And he keeps saying, let me explain the stat. Why are you explaining stats you don't know? How can you explain stats you've never heard and don't know? Okay, whatever. But Ruslan asks you what percentage of men are fighting for their kids and losing these kids, and you have yet to respond to that. So until you can respond to that, I'm not moving on. I actually would just be like, when you ask me a question, I would probably do. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think the court system is what percentage of men are fighting for their kids and losing. I would definitely. I would weave it into everything I say. I'm not answering you in any meaningful way until you answer my question.
Nobody was on drugs in these situations. There was definitely adultery committed, but nobody was out here strung out on crack or anything like that.
How were they shitty moms?
I mean, when adultery is involved, I think that's pretty crappy to me. If someone's cheating on each other, if someone's not is being inconsistent, I think that's pretty crappy. Sometimes the moms check out too.
Guys, listen, this is another thing that we need to combat. You know, just because you commit infidelity does not mean you're a shitty parent. You can
look. This, by the way, is why I definitely had to do this video. The optics here looks terrible. When I said I was embarrassed, I was embarrassed. You can cheat on your spouse and be a good parent. You can compartmentalize integrity, essentially. Who you are, your integrity can be compartmentalized in this man's mind. Now, if he had said that and just let it go and maybe apologize or something, then fine. It actually looks so bad It looks so bad to see the lead attorney up here making this argument, and Rosalind like, wait, what? Are you serious? Let's go. This is why we're watching this. This is what we're watching. I literally sat for a moment when I heard him and said he didn't say that. I was like, he didn't say that. Like, it's almost like cheating is nothing. Cheating is a la carte. Apparently. Integrity is a la carte, apparently. So you can do something that could destabilize, because what we're talking about is primary and secondary effects, right? You in the lead attorney's mind, you can do something that would fundamentally destabilize the nuclear family and the home. You can engage in behavior that would destabilize, put your family and everyone in jeopardy, because that's the issue, right? It's not the cheating itself, it's the consequence of said cheating. You can do that, and you don't think that affects who you are as a parent. When we just confirmed that the nuclear family is the best sort of environment for raising a child, you're saying, oh, I can mess with that and that's fine. Because if you are thinking, oh, as an individual by myself, I don't really care about cheating, let's talk about the children then. Integrity is a la carte, yes. Look at their idols, Themis. It's right out here for you all to see. The Rock Girl has been a member for 7 months. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm stuck here for a moment because I'm like, okay, maybe people need to drop off because this is the mess that, for me, my response to this is literally spell check. No, I see. My response is disgust. That you say they're so blatant and outward, and you're getting pushback from Rosalind, and you don't think, yeah, this doesn't look good. These stereotypes about me and people who look like me are out there. I might not want to die on the hill advocating for people to be cheaters and still say, yeah, they're good parents. No, even if you were true, that is not the standard we want to set. So even if you were true, you should not be debating that. That should not be a position. Let Ruslan take that position and then you take the opposite position. Don't be on the internet advocating for husbands to cheat on their wife and say they're a good parent. No, say, no, you shouldn't cheat. If you cheat, you're a bad parent too. You go separate your integrity. You're like, oh yeah, I can cheat on my wife, but definitely still a good parent. Then y'all have the audacity to come talk about someone destroying your image. No, y'all are doing that. You're just fine. And the men in the chat are, wait, let's see if I can get the chat. Y'all can't see that. If you could see the chat, they're going in. They're mad at him. They're like, oh, he is wrong. This is disrespect. He don't understand. So I think someone said he don't understand the culture. I'm pretty sure someone said, I should have screenshot that. Yeah, I can't. I cannot. All right, let me play. Because you know what? Actually, before I even go on, this is so annoying. Whenever I'm fidgety, I stop. I think they will have the audacity actually to blame the woman if the man cheats. So, like, if the man cheats, I think they will blame the woman because if they blame the woman for leaving, it's the woman's fault for breaking up the nuclear family. In fact, I've heard a lot of people, Themis, bring on Rosalind, in Emanation, welcome to the membership. Is Ruslan in here? If Ruslan is in here, he can definitely come up. He's come up like before, and we've collabed before. I wouldn't call it a collab, but like we've talked. Yeah, we've collabed before. Yeah, no, he's good. I think he's good. He's a good person, and I am friendly with him, so I appreciate him. So if he's in here, let me know.
Oh, many men go and fight for their kids and get 50% custody, get 75% custody, get their kids 5 days a week. The mom gets them 2 days a
You're
week.
saying that you see many men
Mhm.
get 75% custody.
Mhm.
How many is many, Ruslan?
A dozen. I know a dozen folks at my church that have their
Okay.
kids for 75% of the time.
All right. Were the moms shitty moms?
Both moms and dads were crappy parents. Nobody was on drugs in these situations. There was definitely adultery committed, but nobody was out here strung out on crack or anything like that.
How were they shitty moms?
I mean, when adultery is involved, I think that's pretty crappy to me. If someone's cheating on each.
All right. I need you to remember this. I'm going to write it down. Ruslan actually says when adultery is involved, I think that's pretty crappy. Remember that when adultery is involved, I think that's pretty crappy because TLA is going to put words in his mouth.
Each other, if someone's not is being inconsistent, I think that's pretty crappy. Sometimes the moms check out too.
Guys, listen, this is another thing that we need to combat. You know, just because you commit infidelity does not mean you're a shitty parent. You can cheat on your wife and be the best father ever. You can cheat on your wife one time and really love your kids. Don't let anybody tell you.
See, my presupposition is that the nuclear family is the bedrock of our civilization. So if somebody steps out on the very foundation of what makes the optimal environment for a child, I think that's very problematic.
Well, and see, that's another thing, right? Because you're assuming that.
He then says when someone steps out of the marriage, it is very problematic. You need to, the verbiage here is pretty telling, but the lead attorney is going to attempt to do something that is really annoying. The fact that you are sitting here and this is what you're advocating, he reminds me of Kevin Samuel. I got 0 cents he has any use for women. My try. I am not playing with y'all in the chat today. I was trying to remove the comment before I laughed. I literally was trying to remove the comment before I laughed, but you got me. You got me.
Two individuals raising a child is the two particular individuals raising a child is the optimal environment. And I'm telling you as a divorce attorney that it's not. I also mediate cases. I have the highest certification of mediators in the state. I'm a specialized domestic violence mediator. Mm-hmm. I will tell you that there are some people, there are men and women together that should not be together.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not talking about the divergence. I'm talking about optimally what's in it, what's best for the child, considering people are functional, stable humans.
Well, this is what goes back to infidelity. You know, sometimes men step out of their relationships because they have a shitty wife. But
wait, I was about to say 0% of the time when men step out because they have a shitty wife. The fact that you're blaming the wife for the man stepping out, you're still. I have to laugh because if I don't laugh, I'm just gonna be. This is disgusting. This is like, and the reality is like these men. Please, all right. Here's another vetting question. They won't say yes, but for themselves, but say, hey, do you think if you're on a date with someone, say, do you think if a man cheats on his wife, he can still be a good parent? Ask them that, and if they say yes, just go ahead and leave. Just go ahead and just leave. We're vetting for the negative. Not if they say no, it doesn't mean they're great, right? But this doesn't make sense to me. Like, even if this were true, this is not something you should be broadcasting. This is not a logical step you should be making. No one should be agreeing to this publicly. But even if it wasn't public, the fact that you believe you can compartmentalize integrity, because this ultimately boils down to an integrity thing for me, is ridiculous. As an individual, when you are engaging in behavior, if you fundamentally believe that you can be a good person, a good father to your child while disrupting the environment that your child is raised in, then that's the problem. Now, if you're saying, I can cheat and no one will ever know, then you might not disrupt the foundation of the family, you might not cause a problem, but that's still an integrity question. That's still a character question. And if you can believe yourself to be a good person, even though you have this terrible character, that's weird. But the person who is the father exists both as a leader and someone to look up to. If your attributes about responsibility, if you're sorry, I was reading a chat. If your attributes, if what you believe about yourself fundamentally is that I can, in one breath, say, I am okay cheating on my wife, but that doesn't in any way affect my ability to be a parent. If you can do that, you are not a good person. Fine. You don't want to be a good person. You cannot be a good parent. I don't know. I don't care what you tell me. But even if we take it from that extreme where no one knows, right? Where literally no one knows, and we make it where people actually find out, right? You do recognize you are fundamentally disrupting your child's ability to have a good home. In that case, no, you cannot be a good father. Now, being a good father is relative, right? Everyone can decide whose father is good and who. For me, let me just speak for myself. Absolutely not. I would absolutely despise my father. I would. You ain't good. I would despise my dad. I would. Absolutely, I would. Baby daddies, single dads, non-custodial have more free time than prison inmates. They have time to create more chaos. Drop the kids off 2023. Period. Drop the kids off 2023. Thank you, Ultimate Enigma. Where did you? Oh, yeah. The Rock Girl says TLA's argument should mean that there should be an abundance of custodial fathers in the Black community with all terrible mothers out there. Yeah, yeah. Yep, that's what it should mean, actually. I'm not even going to respond because, period. Thank you, the Rock Girl. I actually kind of wish you were up here reading. A TLA thinks cheat on the wife specifically is fine. Yeah. You know what? You know what? Thank you, by the way. Ruslan should have then said, you know what? Maybe you're right. Women should be able to cheat on their husband and be a good mother. A woman can cheat on her husband and be a good mother. He should have just said that and just see if there's a logical consistency. I'm totally assuming here, but aren't the lawyer fees probably more affordable than what he quotes? Since, according to the research, most people don't even go into full on custody battle. Well, it depends. It can be lawyers get to set their own fee. In some jurisdiction, the bar will limit. But yeah, simply mesmerized. Thank you. Let's continue. By the way, the reason I don't want to continue is because my skin is crawling. We have stereotypes about Black manhood all over the place, and it feels like an attorney, someone who is supposed to be a beacon of success in some ways, is just reaffirming some of the things that people claim, oh, the Pookie and Ray Rays do this. No, you are co-signing degeneracy. Like, that's what it is. You're co-signing degeneracy. Simply put.
But that does not mean that they don't love their kids.
So I never say they don't love their kids.
It sounded to me like you said that if a man commits infidelity, then he's, disturbing the foundation of the nuclear family.
I would say men and women, yes. I would say when you are literally tampering with your marriage vows, then yes, I think that's a low integrity thing to do, unless there's like some other arrangement. If you're stepping out on your spouse, regardless of the circumstances, I think counseling comes before that. I think therapy comes before that. I think we go deal with the issues in a marriage before we start cheating on each other. Why is that unreasonable?
It's absolutely unreasonable to think that if you sleep with someone else that is not your wife one time, that makes you a shitty
I
father.
know you're putting words in
You
my mouth.
did. You
I
said
did
the
not say that.
infidelity. I
I said
asked you.
infidelity makes me question a man's character. That's what I said.
No, I asked you. I wish I could just replay this because I asked you. You were talking. I asked you.
I said, yes, it's sus behavior. If you're
No, I
married,
didn't say such. I'm
okay,
asking you specific stuff, and you're trying to
now,
change the words.
if a man and a woman are in a covenantal marriage and they've agreed to not cheat on each other, and they have a family, a nuclear family, and the flourishing of those children is for that man and wife to be loving towards each other for the optimal environment of those kids. And one of those people decides to break their vows, man or woman. Yes, I think that's a crappy thing to do as a human. That's a crappy thing to do as a human. And yes, that would say, man, didn't really prioritize.
This is Ruslan trying to be kind. This is why I told y'all to write down what he said. Ruslan said, when adultery is involved, I think it is pretty crappy. And then he said it's also problematic. Those were his words. The lead attorney is making stuff up right now. I wish he would have rewind. I wish he would ask them if this whole cheating spouse is a good parent applies to women also, or illogical exceptionalism is for men only. Period. I would have look. That would have been the very first question out of my mouth. That would have been
Is your marriage, which in my opinion comes before anything else.
I asked you what made the person, the father who got 75% of the custody, according to you, what made him get custody of the kids? I asked you, was it a shitty mom? You said that there were no drugs or anything involved. I said, was the mom shitty? You said that there was some infidelity involved.
I think I said on both sides. I believe I said on both sides. But the point still stands. If one person cheats on their spouse, to me, makes me question them, and I think that's crappy behavior. So I'm not backing this as a parent. I'm not backing that statement down. I would say that. So we could disagree on that. We could say, hey, you're saying people can cheat and they're great people, and I would say, yeah, I think if you're cheating, you're kind of a scummy person. We could agree to disagree.
No one's talking about a person. You keep changing.
No, lead attorney, you keep changing it. His words exactly is when adultery is involved, I think that is pretty crappy. Those were his words. He then described cheating as problematic. Those were his words. Stop putting words in his mouth because you know what he meant. I like to call the illusion organized chaos. Being a cheating partner shows the dysfunction of the person. Dysfunction affects the child. Yes. This obviously affects the child. I'm not about to go into how fully because you understand you're destabilizing the home that the child is in, which you said is the optimal environment for the child. Disrupting the optimal environment for the child is a crappy thing to do. It speaks to your fatherhood. Absolutely, it does. Now, maybe you're not the worst father for doing it, maybe because there are obviously fathers who are actively involved in the child's life, doing crappy things actually to the child. But yes, as a byproduct of your behavior, you have diminished the most optimal environment for that child to flourish in. Yes, that speaks to your character as a father. It does. Right? So wife can find a real man. Period.
It. I'm
if
talking about
how is a person not a parent? Everything is intermingled. Who you are as a husband, who you are as a father, who you are as a friend. Character and integrity is it's all being one person, being one of.
Yo, the lead attorney is shaking his head no to the assertion that character, who you are, your integrity is one thing. You're one person. This is all one thing. He's like, yeah, no. I can compartmentalize. For these women, I can cheat on them and I can be a good father because, period, that is the problem. That is a problem. That is definitely a problem. I think the fact that men think themselves to be good people when they treat women poorly is a problem. Like, how are you going to sit there and think, oh, yeah, it's also the thing with celebrities. Like, people are like, oh, Nick Cannon is a good parent because he's there. And, like, this is not directly related, but your behavior actually does imply something about who you are as a person. You cannot divorce your behavior from who you are because it is a part of who you are. It tells us who you are. So you don't get to say, oh, I'm creating all these children, but I'm not a bad person. I'm a good person. You can't care for these all of them, but you're a good father. You're with your family, you cheat on your wife, she breaks up with you, and you still think she's the problem for breaking up with you because she should have stayed and kept the family together. No, you shouldn't have cheated to cause the dissolution of your marriage. It's so annoying, which is why people always come up here talk about, oh my God, women file for divorce the most. Why? Why do they file for divorce? It doesn't matter why. They're the ones filing for divorce. Oh, the lead attorney has said this, by the way, that women file for divorce the most. So you can sit here and analyze this data, but you can sit there and try to analyze the data. You didn't analyze anything, you just made things up. But you are saying women file for divorce the most. Why? Why are you just saying the data? You don't understand the data. You need to look into the data. Everything you just said about data applies right back to you as it relates to women filing for divorce. I said it before, and I will say it again. The Manosphere is aerobic. Like, it's just like eating itself. Like, this is the sort of aeroboric nature of the Manosphere is annoying to me, and period. Like, it's just annoying.
Of integrity. It's not, can't compartmentalize.
Guys, don't listen to this. Guys, you can cheat on your wife and be a great father. Do not.
I'm going to say it. A white man is sitting on here telling you to be a man of character means you should, when you're with your wife, you shouldn't cheat on them. The black man goes, don't listen to him. You can cheat on your wife and still be a good father. I'm going to replay that again. Because, yeah, this don't make sense. Why is this the hill you decided to die on publicly? Why is this the hill you decide to die on publicly? I mean, I'm glad you're talking. I'm about to drop the link and go into the after show. This is it. This is the Destiny debate was good, and I'm going to play it. Destiny versus someone named the Angry Man and someone else. I forgot who. But we saw three of them up there just advocating for the most degenerate stuff I've ever seen. And again, there's a blued hair white guy telling these men, one smoking cigar, that they need to take care of their community. And they had the audacity to say, no, we need to let the community destroy itself because black men need to save themselves. And the white guy is saying, y'all are getting success and y'all are leaving your community. And that doesn't make sense to me. Every other community is trying to help their community, but why are you guys leaving? And as I'm watching these men debate Destiny, I'm like, oh my God, this is actually like disturbing. Like everyone, I think sees. I should have played that video tonight. Oh my God, I now that we've reviewed the lead attorney, I'm just kind of like, I should not have done this one. I should have done the Destiny one. Oh my God, I think I should have done that. I might come back. No, I'm not. If your child sees you cheating on their mom, they will grow up toxic. Yeah.
Foundation of the nuclear family.
I would say men and women. Yes, I would say when you are literally tampering with your marriage vows, then yes, I think that's a low integrity thing to do, unless there's like some other arrangement. If you're stepping out on your spouse, regardless of the circumstances, I think counseling comes before that. I think therapy comes before that. I think we go deal with the issues in a marriage before we start cheating on each other. Why is that unreasonable?
It's absolutely unreasonable to think that if you sleep with someone else that is not your wife one time, that makes you a shitty father.
You're putting words in my mouth.
You did. You said the infidelity. I asked you.
Infidelity makes me question a man's character. That's what I said.
No, I asked you. I wish I could just replay this because I asked you. You were talking. I asked you.
I said yes. It's sus behavior. If
no, married, I didn't say sus. I'm asking you specific stuff, and you're trying to change the words.
If a man and a woman are in a covenantal marriage and they've agreed to not cheat on each other, and they have a family, a nuclear family, and the flourishing of those children is for that man and wife to be loving towards each other for the optimal environment of those kids. And one of those people decides to break their vows, man or woman. Yes, I think that's a crappy thing to do as a human. That's
I
a crappy thing to
asked
do as a
you.
human. And yes,
I think this is the problem. I think a lot of these men who've made mistakes in life, let's call them mistakes, right? For lack of better, I'm talking about criminal behavior, all of that, abuse, all of it. For these men, I actually think they're giving advice from their perspective where they don't want to own up, not even publicly, but personally and emotionally, psychologically, to what they have done. So to say cheating is immoral and speaks to who you are as a person generally, including being a parent, would be to admit that you are a problem. And they don't want to do that. Yeah, I think that's the problem. I think that is the problem. Thank you, health is wealth. I appreciate that. Nelly's World says, wait, did he really just say that? Wow, so ignorant. Yeah, no, he definitely did. Like, I started off. Wait, I'm gonna tell you the story. It's okay because by 42, it starts to come in effect. I'm not reading this out loud, Valerie. I'm not reading this out loud. Thank you, though. Um, so I I started. You guys heard me on the podcast, and part of what I was trying to do is like maybe I can understand men, even if I don't identify with these kind of bad behavior. But like hearing these people talk is just like just so bad. Just so bad that Sinji isn't cheating one of the main reason for divorce. Doesn't divorce break? Yeah, no. Yeah, but I'm gonna play this because he's like, don't listen, and then I'm gonna end. I'm gonna before I drop the link. I saw people saying we should play Destinies. I'm gonna jump around in Destiny's thing, and maybe we'll do it Wednesday in the podcast because it's really long. But I'll play a part of it because I literally sat there with my mouth open the entire time. Like I was sitting there watching these men argue with this blue hair white guy who's Destiny, who I think is actually quite smart. And I'm hearing them arguing with him, and I'm like, a white guy is sitting here. First of all, you all brought the black issues to a white guy to convince the white man that black women are the problem in the black community. That's what they did, by the way. They went to a white guy to tell him that black women are the issue in the black community. And he said, nah, get yourselves together. Now we're going to play it. Part of why I don't want to play it also is like, it does make my skin crawl. It does. It does. Watching it does me like I'm being as serious as I can. Um, it made my skin crawl.
that would say, man, didn't really prioritize your marriage, which in my opinion comes before anything else.
I asked you what made the person, the father who got 75% of the custody, according to you, what made him get custody of the kids? I asked you, was it a shitty mom? You said that there were no drugs or anything involved. I said, was the mom shitty? You said that there was some infidelity involved.
I think I said on both sides. I believe I said on both sides. But the point still stands. If one person cheats on their spouse, to me, makes me question them, and I think that's crappy.
As a
so I'm not
parent.
backing this as a parent. I'm not backing that statement down. I would say so. We could disagree on that. We could say, hey, you're saying people can cheat and they're great people, and I would say, yeah, I think if you're cheating, you're kind of a scummy person. We could agree to disagree.
No one's talking about a person. You keep changing it. I'm
Well,
talking
if a
about
person, how is a person not a parent? Everything is intermingled. Who you are as a husband, who you are as a father, who you are as a friend. Character and integrity is it's all being one person, being one of integrity. It's not, you can't compartmentalize.
Guys, don't listen to this. Guys, you can cheat on your wife and be a great father. Do not.
I can't play. Oh my god. I know to play it off so you guys can hear it fully, but every time I hear him say, like, whoa. So this is what men are being taught. Pause, rephrase. This is what black men are being taught. like, let's go back. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it all. I'm sorry. It feels weird to listen to.
Father who got 75% of the custody, according to you,
Mhm.
what made him get custody of the kids? I asked you, was it a shitty mom?
Mhm.
You said that there were no drugs or anything
Mhm.
involved. I
Mhm.
said, was the mom shitty?
Mhm.
You said that there was some infidelity
I
involved.
think I said on both sides. I believe I said on both sides. But the point still stands. If one person cheats on their spouse, to me, makes me question them, and I think that's crappy behavior.
As a
So I'm not
parent.
backing this as a parent. I'm not backing that statement down. I would say so. We could disagree on that. We could say, hey, you're saying people can cheat and they're great people, and I would say, yeah, I think if you're cheating, you're kind of a scummy person. We could agree to disagree.
No
on
one's
that.
talking about a person. You keep changing it. I'm
Well, if a
talking about
person, how is a person not a parent? Everything is intermingled. Who you are as a husband, who you are as a father, who you are as a friend. Character and integrity is it's all being one person, being one of integrity. It's not can't compartmentalize.
Guys, don't listen to this. Guys, you can cheat on your wife and be a great father. Do not ever, do not ever let anyone tell you that if you have sex with some damn random stripper, now it's all intermingled and you can't be a great father. That is bullshit.
Are great fathers men of integrity?
Great fathers love their children.
Are great fathers men of integrity? Are they men of character?
I don't know what
yes be yes and then no be no.
I don't know what a man of integrity is.
That's a very simple question. I'm the same person. I give you my word. We show up. We break bread. I don't talk about you behind your back. I don't cheat on you.
Do you lie?
I don't lie. No, I don't.
Okay, have you ever lied? Are you?
He's going to compare lying to cheating. He does not know what a man of integrity is. Am I surprised? I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that he does not know what a man of integrity is. I am not surprised that the lead attorney says, I don't know what a man of integrity is. Now, separately, the whole lying bit, I wish he would have tried to use that on me. I'm not playing the lying bit. He says, do you lie? Well, if you lie, that means you're not a man of integrity, blah, blah, blah. No, we're talking about what happens to the secondary or primary effects of your action. You asking me, do I look good in this dress? And I lying about that is not the same as me cheating, destroying the foundation of our family. Absolutely not. They're showing the world of men who they are. I think this is a good thing. True, true, true. And look, they went. I'm gonna play the. Thank you, Sinji. I'm actually gonna play the video. I'm gonna play the part of the Destiny video because I think it's important. I do think it's important. Moms cheat too. Yes, moms cheat too. Yes. And I would say if a woman cheats as a mother, she is also not a good mother. Well, okay, so this is the thing. Good or bad is relative, right? So let me just clarify this part. When I say you are a good or bad mother, I shouldn't do it in absolutes. What I mean is, it counts against you, in my opinion, to cheat. So if you are a man or woman who cheats, then yes, I look at you as someone who fundamentally disrupts the child's life. And that counts against you. You cannot claim to be a great father or a good father and think cheating is okay. You can claim to be a good mother and think cheating is okay. No. No. Mm-mm. This is a culture that's raising your children. Yeah, it's pretty sad. It's pretty. It gets worse too. It gets worse, much. Should I? I'm trying to think if I how I should go about doing this. I'm gonna play a little bit, because I want to talk about it again on Wednesday. So I'm gonna play it. Well, as well says, He just said he didn't know what a man of integrity is because he is not one, period. Now, was he taught to be one? He seems extremely dysfunctional. Yeah. Yeah. Look, this is why someone is like, oh, argue with him, argue with him. It's like really frustrating because it's like, I kind of don't want to. Like, believe what you want to believe. At this point, it's just like, y'all are just sick. Y'all are sick, 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 sick people.
which is advice for like 1% of the population. I don't think it's like a road to success.
Chile said only God can judge cheaters. He's an attorney. Where does he, where does he practice? Period. As if there aren't certain jurisdiction who actually counts this negatively against the person who cheats. As an attorney, it's like very annoying. It's very annoying and it is terrible advice, particularly if you're an attorney and we're talking about custody battles where literal judges will, not only is it part of the analysis in some jurisdiction, as an attorney, how you look in court is actually quite important. If he didn't know this, let me tell you this. If you're going to sit there and tell people you can cheat and be a good dad and not recognize that you're contributing to them potentially losing their child, it's kind of ridiculous to me. Not even from a man moral standpoint, from a lawyer's standpoint.
That's for most people.
Okay. Well, I would say that nowadays, most people don't really have good relationship skills. Not just men.
Okay. I think I mean, I would disagree. Do you want to talk about that or?
Well, no, I really wanted to debate you about what we were talking about yesterday, as far as this whole concept, because correct me if I'm wrong, you have this concept that
CJ said, Davis, give me a second to steady my nerves because we're listening to Angry Man because he has a little brain power, but always think he's saying something. It's very strange to see people with sunglasses and a hat inside. Coming to America, I have adopted because like when in Rome and all of that. So when in Rome. When in Rome, what is Hafiz doing? Let me look up what Hafiz is doing. I'm intentionally trying to annoy people, by the way. I haven't seen Hafiz in a minute. What is Hafiz doing? Absolutely nothing. Got it. I'm gonna do a commercial break. I'm gonna promote my boy Hafiz.
In 2019. And the reason why this location is very special to me is because I'm recording this right now in my parents' house. And the reason why it's so important is because in the year 2019, when I was making YouTube videos and the channel was young and just starting off, I recorded videos in my parents' house because, wait for it, I was living in my parents' house. 2019, I'll never forget, and I tell this story all the time. I was 29 years old. I lost 2 jobs in the year 2018, and I was forced to move back home. Not only did I have no job, I really had no way of making money. And if it wasn't for Stefan Labossiere, I literally would be struggling to be able to pay my bills. So I was staying at home with a dream and a desire because I believed I could be successful on YouTube. I believed I could make this channel profitable. But let me tell you, I was not making any money that would confirm my dream. So I was 29 years old, had to move back in with my parents, and the podcast really wasn't successful. And I felt like a complete failure because I wasted my 20s. I worked hard. I went to college. I did what they told me to do. I got a stable job, but I'm back to square zero. I'm back to parents' house, no job, no money, and just a dream. I'll never forget this. There was this girl that I was really into. And man, I thought the world about this girl, man. I thought she was it. And I went to her graduation, and she was, I think, the same age as me. And she was graduating from medical school. John Mark knows this. Graduated from medical school. And she was about to be a doctor and go for a residency. I remember going to her graduation party, and I remember meeting her parents. I remember her parents asking me, what did I do? And when I told them my profession of podcasting, YouTuber, content creator, whatever I said at that time, they were like, oh my gosh, my daughters need a solution. And I'm telling you, it went south from that because her parents were like, yo, this dude is not going to have a real career. Then later on, she finds out I'm staying with my parents. And later on, she finds out we're not really making that much money doing the podcast. And I end up losing this girl. I remember on this very couch in the video called How I Got My Heart Broken. And so, 29 years old, heartbroken, have to move back home, lost a stable job, had a show that really wasn't doing that much. And I felt like a complete failure. I felt like I wasted my time. So many of you guys today feel that same way. So many of you, men and women,
Period. Anywho, I'm gonna pretend like nothing happened. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is it good to know he's is it good to know he's wrong? Not sure. Is it good to know he's wrong? Curious about how he forgot he had a co-host concern. I think maybe he and his co-hosts aren't friends anymore because I'm not quite sure what they go on. I mean, I know where they go on. Water says, dude, y'all were just project partners. Relax. Water stop. Get the standard suit because no integrity needed. Yes, that's the ad. Career been eat. Why? What's the name of the track? It's beautiful. What was it? Uh, Argona. It's Argona. Is it Argona or Argone? I don't know how you guys say it in the US. It's Argone. Hackman. Hackman is the artist. Thank you. I don't have the name on it here, so I'm trying to play it in my head to see which one. It's it's not copywritten, and it's done in a lot, I think, of like movies to emote sadness. Like ultimately, it's for sadness. So no, Patty. I wasn't. I knew the rhythm in my. Y'all play too much. I know the instrumental in my head and the names. I was just trying to make sure because there's another one that's really close to. I'm not playing with y'all. Go to the orchestra and leave me alone. Heartbroken because she found out he was a fraud. Thank you. I free DIY. Thank you so much. Wait, are you guys into like classical music? Yeah, that's the name. Thank you. I didn't save the name of it. I just put sad music for the man. And literally, the name of the track for me is "Sad Music for the Mans." So, like, I have to play it in my head to know what song. Um, Themis, I can't hear him. Stop. No, that's the whole point. You shouldn't be hearing him. All right. All right. I'll stop. I'll stop. I will stop stalling, and we can get. I don't like being embarrassed. All right, let's get into it.
Women have evolved and improved and made these changes and these leaps and bounds, and they kind of have just left men in the dust, right?
A little bit, yeah.
So how would you how? I'm trying to understand.
So I think that for a long time, the world was buying for and over the past 50 years, especially the past 10 years, women have been getting a lot of help for change in the ways of society. It's about women and educational rights. And then a lot of things started this way push and then party people and right now it's destroying them. And we might be learning how to new brains to actually just and then might be like outside of actually going on the phone, show, watching puzzle day, that's the case. And without the feeling of this better than the artist that conversation with you. So it's really how to improve their lives and people, career opportunities, and a couple of things here. What am I supposed to do? Full time masculinity for 2 decades. Job is not enough for life anymore. I have no idea what to do with the society. I can see where guys are stuck there right now. And when I look at the red pill communities, like it feels like women hating rhetoric.
All right, I'm gonna play it again. Is it still robotic?
And like a feel strip tradition or a feel strip trying to become the top one. That's my good advice.
Okay. Okay, well,
Is it better? Um, go back. All right, it's better. You guys say it's better. I slowed it down. I'm not gonna repeat it. He said, and we talked about this on the channel before. Remember when they came up with a study talking about how we're going to help men because women are better learners than men. Their brain might be wired differently in order to be able to sit in a class and learn what they need to learn. And men aren't built that way. Now, again, the question is who built the system? But essentially, Destiny's argument is the system currently has been maybe optimized in a way that makes women better in said system. And Angry Man is going to respond to that. Um, Destiny speaks really quickly, and even on this end, the audio is a bit odd because he's not on his stream. He's actually on the Angry Man stream, and they're doing a double stream. I don't know. But let me know if it is still a mess. And if it is a mess, I might have to stop and figure it out.
there's a couple of things wrong with what you said. Number one, women are not blowing men out of the water when it comes to education. We've actually been lowering the standards for them to actually be able to achieve certain things. They've actually lowered the standards when it comes to a lot of things. They've lowered the standards when it comes to areas.
Okay, absolutely not. Sorry. Destiny is patient in this, and it doesn't make sense. Are you saying they lower the standard for he's saying they lowered the standard for women. Unless you're going to say they lowered the standard for women but didn't lower it for men, um, then that doesn't make sense. But if you say they lowered the standard for both men and women, then women competing against men and winning, it doesn't matter if they lower the standard. I'm refreshing the page because I'm refreshing the page and I'm going to try to play it again. I won't put it on full screen. Um, But yeah.
Education. We've actually been lowering the standard for them to actually be able to achieve certain things.
Can you guys hear it better now? Yes, redo. The audio is messed up. Can you guys hear it? Drop a one if you guys can hear. I'm gonna play it and then drop. All right, a little. I don't know what to do about this. Maybe I can go to the Angry Man's channel. Um,
They've actually lowered the standards when it comes to a lot of the different studies. They lowered the standards when it comes to the area of entry, when it comes to the military, numerous. It's not blowing men out of the water. It's legally we have always done. The men haven't really built the world themselves. The majority of the inventions, the things we come up with.
Men rebuilt the world, lowered the standards for women, and you are complaining why? If you then raise the standard, right? If you're talking about the military, then whatever. But if you're talking about school, which is specifically what Dustin was talking about, you need to prove to me that women's tests are easier than men, and women are engaging in a way that's. All right, if it's borging, I'm going to end it because I don't know what to do about it. Themis, you can go on Destiny's channel. He reposted today. I am on Destiny's channel. This is Destiny's channel. Let me just click a random other.
You find issue with that. If you take issue with that, I understand.
Can you guys hear Yanni? Drop a one if you can hear Yanni perfectly. Because if you can hear her, it's not me. It's Destiny. It's something else.
How you feel. However, how do you feel like for the longest they were in that year, they were overlooked by us.
All right. So you guys cannot hear her. I'm assuming you guys can hear me. And because you can hear me and you can hear her, I'm just going to end the review of Destiny's thing. I'm not sure why. The ancestor said absolutely not. All right. Well, we tried. We have to come back to this. I'm not sure what's happening. I think it might be a YouTube problem. Her audio is messed up too. All right. Yeah, there's a distortion happening on you guys' end. Do I sound messed up or am I good? Drop a one if I'm good, drop a two if I'm messed up too. YouTube is so glitchy lately. All right, it might be because everyone is probably going live and everyone is doing everything. Yes, the book club is going to be tomorrow. Remember, it's an hour. All right, so everyone can hear me perfectly. I'm just going to do the after show for about 15 minutes then, or 20, and then end because I'm not sure what's happening. All right, so let's get into the after show. Sorry, I wanted to play the Destiny. I mean, I kind of didn't want to. I can try one more time.
Out of the water when it comes to education.
Oh, let me see. Let me remove this and then stop sharing. All right, I'm not sharing this again. Then I'm going to share again. Okay, when I play it, drop a one if you can hear well, and then a two if you can't. So I'm just gonna play it.
education, we've actually been lowering the standards for them to actually be able to achieve certain things. They've actually lowered the standards when it comes to a lot of the different studies. They've lowered the standards when it comes to the barrier to entry, when it comes to the military, numerous things. So it's not that women are blowing men out of the water, it's that we're catering to them, which we have always done. The men haven't really built the world for themselves. The majority of the inventions and the things that we've come up with, we've came up with in order to make life more comfortable for women. So it's not that they're blowing us out of the water, and it's not that the men actually have are stuck in a position. What men have found is they live in a world now where the focus has been on women and catering to women, while simultaneously ostracizing men and making them feel like they're not worth anything or they don't have any value. When men, by and large, still do many of the jobs that maintain the infrastructure of our society.
Okay, so the part about lowering standards, I don't agree with that. I would have to look into it more, but my familiarity with lowering the standards is
Okay, sorry, I didn't even see this, but cope and seething. What Destiny just did is what the lead attorney should have done. If you don't know a stat, just say I don't know, and I will look into it. Period. Because you say they're lowering the standard. Destiny shouldn't have actually said that. You should have said, where? How do you know this? What proof do you have? And if you go to the military, then Destiny can point out that I specifically talked about education.
I know that there has been research done for University of California schools where for certain affirmative action programs, they would lower the standards to get more minority students, namely African-American students, to enroll in these colleges. But when they lowered the standards there, what would happen is more of those students would apply and get accepted to the colleges, but the graduation rates and absolute numbers stayed the same. So they were getting into school, but then they were flunking out because the standards were lowered and they weren't able to attain the degree. So if they were lowering the standards and more women were getting accepted, but they weren't graduating, then I might agree with you, but that's not the case. We're talking about graduation rates right now. If the standards were lowered and that's what was allowing women to graduate more, then we would see men graduating at the same rates as they were before, but they aren't, right? Especially over the coronavirus period, a lot of men were expected to stay home and work, whereas women didn't have those same burdens placed on them. Also, women have a bit more available to them in the world of like affirmative action and kind of like assistance for women to go to school. You are
You know what I hate? It happened with the lead attorney too. It's kind of arrogant to say, I want to debate you, but did no research and does not come prepared. Like, I feel like a lot of these people, I'm not talking about right or wrong or morality or whatever, I'm just talking about preparedness. It's strange for me to see these men like just show up on someone else's stream, say, I want to debate you, period. Where is your stats? Where are your stats? How prepared are you? Why does it feel like you're just making things up as like do you think you're going to stumble into the right answer? Like, are we not prepared at all? Like, I don't understand that. Like, you just show up and be, oh my god. As much as I've been on here, if I decided that I was going to challenge someone, I promise you, I'm not showing up to their stream without preparing. It's not going to happen.
seeing women, not just because the standards are lowered, but because society's pushing them in a direction. They are doing better in school, like full stop.
Well,
they just are.
here's the reality about that. You know, it's not that difficult to do better in school when you're taking gender studies or getting a degree in basket weaving. Or is that across the board in STEM, or is that across the board in gender studies and other things like that? Arbitrary.
It is across the board. If you read the book, It's Meant for White People, you would see. But the fact that you think you need a STEM degree when you go to university is very strange to me. Why are men attending and graduating less and less if school is getting easier? Shouldn't it be the opposite, right? Themis, I warned you about anger. Look, yeah, this is bad.
arbitrary stuff that really doesn't amount to anything. First of all, you have to realize that when it comes to education, the enrollment of men is down across the board anyway. Because like I said before, we live in a society now that is very hostile towards men. So there are a lot of different things that men don't want to be a part of anymore. They don't want to be a part of the college experience anymore, simply for the fact that it's a hostile environment for them. Everything is about toxic masculinity and all of this crap. And let's be honest, the colleges are no longer institutions of higher learning. They've now become institutions of indoctrination with gender studies and all of this other crap that most men can't really identify with, especially if they're red-blooded American males. They
All right, sorry, there might have been an echo. That's my bad. You know, I've never gotten the phrase like someone said us red-blooded American men before. I think it was a white guy, and I was like, are there any American male that's not red-blooded? Like I now understand that it's like a conservative rallying cry of sorts, but like, am I? Can someone explain to me where that came from? Like, I am a red-blooded American male. It's like, yes, you and every other American male is a red-blooded. Okay, whatever. Maybe I'm whatever. I just have never understood that.
they find this whole thing that's going on right now extremely hostile. And when you talk about women graduating, right? I don't know. I can't speak to the whole spectrum of women, but I do know when it comes to the Black community, yes, Black women are the most enrolled. And yes, they do graduate, but they usually graduate with some ridiculous degree that they don't even use. Not to mention the fact the women that actually do become entrepreneurs, 96% of their freaking businesses fail. So no, they're not.
Oh my God. I just had a thought. You remember that guy who came up here to say 96% of African American women businesses fail? Please drop a one. Please drop a one if you remember this. And we had to go to the stat, and the stat he provided did not show this. 95% of all businesses fail within the first 5 years. That's that stat. Now, if you're not starting a business, sir, it's very hard to fail a business you don't start. What STEM job does this man do? YouTube. This is technologically.
Not outpacing men. They just live in a society that has stacked the deck against men and catered to them. Every single program that comes out now is for women.
Okay, so I hear this argument is brought up a lot that women just get degrees in like basket weaving and gender studies. Do you sincerely believe that that's the majority types of degrees that women are getting, or I'm just trying to figure out before I go down that road?
So you believe most women, when they enroll in college, they go into STEM?
I didn't say STEM, but you know that there's more than just STEM and basket weaving, right?
Okay, well, my thing is, and I've stated this numerous times on my show, I think if you're not going into the STEM field, college is a waste of time and waste of money.
All right. This is gonna sound elitist if I do it like that, so I'm not gonna do that. All right, here, anecdotes. You do know, well, not really anecdotes, just a general understanding. Take myself out of it. You do know that law isn't a STEM degree, right? Like, y'all know law isn't a STEM degree. Like, that's not. All right, calm down. At first glance, you might think nursing is a STEM degree. You would be wrong. The fact that these men are so I can't do it. I cannot say what I want to say. I can't. Like, these men, like, Google STEM Google degrees that are not in STEM, and you will see clearly that you definitely can. If the measure for whether or not you should go to school is it that you're going to make money, then even that isn't a good reason to only go to university if you're going to STEM. There's so much profanity in the back of my mind, and I don't use profanity in my real life, so I'm not about to do it online. It's really annoying to me to hear this. These, by the way, are the men teaching other young men. So on one end, we have the lead attorney telling men to cheat because you can be a good dad and don't let anyone tell you that if you cheat, you're not a good dad, whatever. And over here, we're telling people you can't go to school if you don't go into STEM. Like I'm concerned for the young people. I'm actually concerned for young people. This is like kind of bad. Destiny is going to point out that there are other reasons for going to school. He can have that because I actually, when in my undergrad, the degrees I knew I was going to law school. The degrees I got were out of interest, so that's fine. But it's really strange that we conceptualize education in this really terrible way. But even if we do, and we only think about it as a really expensive way to get a job, we know that with an education, your likelihood for a higher wage increases, health increases. I'm not. Where do I get a refund for my accounting degree? Period. The rock girl, because these men are.
Okay, that's fine if that's your opinion, but one, that's not true, and two, there are other purposes to college, right? You can make money outside of STEM.
We can say that it's not. First of all, if you look at the way college is set up now, and you look at the amount of student loan debt that you're going to get into after 4 years at a university, going for anything other than STEM absolutely is a waste of time.
Okay, you're
The man is doubling down. The man is going. Maybe he believes STEM encompasses more than what STEM encompasses. So, like, I'm trying to Iron Man him and say he doesn't know what STEM is. I think he doesn't know what STEM is. Like, he probably think being a lawyer is STEM. Like, you have to. You have to. Shoot, bruh, need a cosmetologist. What about that? Just stop. They are deficient. They should only have access to commas. I don't think he knows what STEM is. I don't think he knows what STEM is. That's the only argument I can come up with. If your child comes to you, Sir Angry Man, Mr. Angry Man, and say, Dad, I want to be a lawyer, are you going to say, no, don't go to be a lawyer because that's not STEM? I don't think he knows. Like, I'm sorry. It's impossible he knows what it is.
there's okay. One, you're assuming that.
So, oh, God, I'm off mute.
There's so many bad assumptions there. I'm sorry. One, when you say waste of time, what you really mean is that the only thing you should be looking for, the only thing college should do is prepare you for a job. That's the only purpose of college.
Yes.
Okay. That's not true, right? There are important fields of education that we would want people to do more research in. It's important to have people
such as
I don't know, having
Do y'all want to convince me this is not derelict conversation? Like, is someone gonna convince me that this is not literal like derelict? Like, how is this a conversation? You want to know how it's a conversation? It's a conversation. One, arrogance, absolute arrogance. You need to humble yourself enough to do research before you go on someone else's show. Two, you want to crap on women's degree. You want to say it's so unimportant that it's meaningless and you wouldn't advise anyone to go there and get it. You can, so you throw STEM there and you still are wrong. Homework and paperwork to black men out of the home and out of school. Embarrassing. These men keep hearing out black people's issue to white daddy like anyone little bro. Right? Like you took yourself and you told this man you wanted to debate him and invited him on your stream to talk about black issues. Actually, currently, it's not a black issue. And I was fine. I was annoyed. I was like, why are you representing yourself so poorly? It is what it is. I'm trying to be individual and not think about the collective or whatever. I was fine with it. But then he specifically leans into blackness and black womanness and attempts to trash black women and blame. Look, this is what happened. A bunch of black men, 3 to be precise, went to a white man to tell him that black women were the issues in the community.
Historians, having writers. A lot of women get jobs in education. Teachers are arguably some of the most important people in society.
Historians, the vast majority of the history that they teach every single decade, we find out it's a lot of the shit is freaking lies. Are you serious right now?
What do you mean?
Historians?
What do you mean by find out their lies? Like from other YouTubers, or what do you mean?
No, by other people who go and do the research. It's
historians, right?
We find out this not formally trained historians. Not formally trained.
Can you give me, okay, I never do this in debates, and if you don't have the ability to do this, you don't have one off the top of your head, that's totally fine. I'm not trying to push you on like gotchas for anything, but like, can you give me like an example of like, this is something that historians thought was one way, and then like an amateur investigator completely overruled and figured out that all the historians were wrong?
Okay, well, let's start with say ancient Egypt. There were a bunch of historians that made a bunch of claims about the Egyptians, and a gentleman by the name of Dr. Ben Yakinen actually went to Egypt and actually.
I have no clue about what this man is talking about because he's not giving anything specific. I don't know the name he said. I'm not about to look it up either, but I heard the word doctor in front. So maybe it's not doctor, maybe the name is embedded. If you guys know who this person is, let me know. But the word doctor implies formal training. So unless his name is doctor or something, you might not want to do this. Also, if you're talking about his name is something that sounds like doctor, but it's actually his name, and this is some like Hotep pamphlet that you can buy on the yeah, you know them, you know those Hotep, like have you ever been walking around and those people, I'm not going to say their name, but you know who I'm talking with, the incense and stuff. And they have these pamphlets that they like printed out and they're selling you, telling you about your history. And when you open it, you're like, you were kings running through the jungle in Africa, like drinking mango juice off the lips of your king. Yeah. Sorry, I'm dead wrong. I'm dead wrong. I take the L. I take the L. I'm wrong. This is dead wrong. I shouldn't do this.
Found out that a lot of the things they were saying were not true. That's one example.
What is this in relation? What was?
That is not an example. Saying Egypt, saying a name, and saying correction isn't an example. What? the pyramids, how they were built. Black people actually built the pyramids, and we say it's white. The kings and queens of Egypt had darker skin. Give me something. Don't let me do your homework for you, because if you do that, what you're going to find out is that the black archaeologists and historians were actually very much formally trained, if that's what you're talking about. But if that's what you, I don't know what you're talking about. So if you're not talking about that, if there's something else in Egypt that you want to talk about that was debunked by like layman's, period, let me know. What are the comments in their chat saying? I'm highly concerned for the future look, I've decided that the future generation is gonna have a very hard time. I've resigned myself to that reality. Because this man, Angry Man, apparently has like a bunch of thousand subscribers, and I was like, wait, what? Latoya, no. Thank you.
With like, what was like a claim that wasn't true? Wait, hold on. Is this like, this isn't like the Yakubian
We're-
shit,
we're-
is it? Is
we're
this
gonna
something
start-
different, or?
we're gonna start with, let's not go off into that. The point, the
Okay, so he don't know what he's talking about. Got it. He heard something about something in Egypt, and we they were wrong. So that's it. Thema said, drop that future generation off. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So he said, yeah, let's not get into that period, because he don't know what he's talking about. Themis, I invite you to Fight Club podcast at 11 p.m. The bar goes lower. Wait, what? I don't know what this is. Themis, I invite you to Fight Club. I'm gonna take a picture of this. I might not be able to come on, but is that 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time? Let me know. Please read in case the fear, envy, oh, you sure is so real bad, real bad. Girl, I thought this was an actual thing. You have me out here reading. I'm like, Carisha. Are you talking about Young Miami? We don't talk about Young Miami. He should have gotten a liberal arts degree before deciding to publicly. Yes, he should have gotten a liberal. He should have gotten a a sociology degree. That would have actually helped him in this case. We were kings. He talking and before not going to school can have you out here looking crazy. Yep.
main point that I'm trying to make is that, yes, okay, you have people who go to college, they want to become artists. I went to school for art, right? You have people that go to college become artists. You have people that go to college become historians, and all of that's cool. But the point that I'm trying to make is when we're talking about the importance of our society and the structure, I'm talking about the bare bone structure of it functioning. We need engineers, we need scientists, we need people in the STEM field. So if we're talking about the importance of women, if we're talking from your perspective that women are outpacing men, I'm going to be looking at that field. I'm not going to be looking at art and history and stuff like that.
I don't want a society that just has the bare bones. That sounds fucking miserable. We need things like art. This is where we spend like 95% of our time.
And I totally agree with that. I'm an artist. I totally agree with that. But the problem is your premise is that women are outpacing men. In order for women to outpace men, they would have to be outperforming them in the bare bones of our society, the things that make the structure run. That's the point that I was making yesterday.
Okay, I don't even know if we disagree. This might just be a semantics thing. Earlier, it sounded like you agreed with me that society has structured itself around accelerating women, and it seems to be doing a good job at that, and a lot of men are being left behind. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that?
It is accelerating women, but in a very in a disproportionate way and in a very sneaky, underhanded way. It's not like, okay, let's try this, right? Let's try this, because I think your perception of Red Pill or the Manosphere is that just every
Stop everything. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Um, this is just dust. This is dusty. Like I don't know. This is just dusty. Like I don't know what this man is talking about. The fact that he's representing himself in this way is just like, girl, you don't even know how to talk. Let me order. I'm gonna order Jamaican food. What should I order tonight? I haven't eaten. I'm thinking oxtail, curry goat, and jerk chicken. That's what I'm gonna order. Hopefully by the time it gets here, I'm done because I'm not about to sit here with these people.
Everybody over here just hates women, blah, 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 blah. I don't have an issue with women competing if they're actually competing. In other words, if the playing field is level. But what we have going on today is not a level playing field. We have a rigged game. We, on the one hand, we have people saying, okay, well, women are equal to men. Women are fully capable of doing what men do. You've even said a second ago that women, you kind of implied that women were smarter than men.
I did.
So
Hold on, let me be real quick. What I said was their biology might be better suited to classrooms than men.
It's better suited to following.
That's I don't know if following is that's a stupid loaded term. Let's hold on, wait.
You're getting sensitive over
no. I'm not getting sensitive over terminology. I just want to be clear with their terms, okay? Here's fact number one. Most men are followers. Most men are not leaders, okay? So most people in general are followers. When I say that women are better suited towards learning, it seems to be the case that male bodies are just more in general suited towards activity. They want to be outside, they want to be doing things, they want to be building things. This is why all of our little boys are getting diagnosed with fucking ADHD, because sitting inside of a fucking classroom all day with your fucking head staring at a textbook and doing notes is agonizing to a lot of young men. That's just something that we're not built for as well. Whereas women don't mind. They are better at like being calm, at being chill, at being more cerebral, taking notes, studying and doing that. That just seems to be a thing that their biology seems to be better suited for. I'm not saying one is a follower and one is a leader or one is smarter or one is dumber. I'm just saying in the ways that we are, women seem better suited to classroom environments. That's what I'm saying.
First of all, we can't look. I'm not a leftist, so I'm not ultra sensitive when it comes to terminology. Okay, there are structures in our society that are very important that have leaders and have followers. Okay, now I will agree that the boys do not like sitting in a classroom all day. It's frustrating to them, but men.
Hot Skulls, welcome to the membership. He just purposely misinterpreting what Destiny is saying. Destiny didn't say that women are better than men or smarter than men. It's just the way society is structured now. I'm not repeating this. The way society is structured now is better for women, particularly when it comes to the classroom. They're better adapted in the way that we teach. Now, this could be true, it could not be true, whatever the research said it is, that women learn better than men. It is what it is. I don't know what this man is arguing about. The Mindset Podcast, welcome to the membership. I appreciate that. AJM, I keep thinking you're a member. I don't know why. Welcome to the membership, also AJM. Let's continue.
Men are naturally more rebellious than women are. And the reason why is because men are not natural followers. Even if you have structures where men are.
The natural thing is foolishness. Murder Magic Tricks have been a member for 2 months. Thank you. This does not make sense to me.
Following. Why do you think in the military they have to have a boot camp? Because those men have to be basically conditioned to follow properly. Because they are not.
Oh, yeah. By the way, the reason I couldn't sit here with him and listen to him talk is because I identify with him. And so because I seeing him embarrassing himself would kick something in me to like interrupt, ask a question so he can think, change the conversation, give him compound questions so he can get a way out. Actually, I'm admitting something bad. I generally help the people that I'm arguing with on here. As a general matter, I help the people that I'm arguing. I will give you an argument if I think you're trapped, right? it's very difficult to do it with a black person. I don't know why. Maybe something is wrong with me. It's difficult to sit through someone making and being idiotic and not try to help. Like it is. So that Kai, welcome to the Discord membership. Remember to email me, check the Discord community tab, and email me so I can add you to the Discord at the Discord membership level. Welcome. And that's for everyone who is on the Discord membership level. If you're a member there, please remember to email me so I can add you. The Discord is already popping. We're still talking right now. So, period.
Naturally rebellious. There's a reason why when girls are in school, they do better in school, because the way that structure is, they're given instructions and we understand what the school system is. The school system was designed around the Prussian school system, which basically was created for the purpose of creating factory workers, created for the purpose of creating better soldiers, okay? People that are going to follow suit. That's exactly what the educational system is here in America, all right? So it's not an insult to say that women are followers. That's not an insult. It's just a reality.
It is an insult. Stop saying it's just a reality. Prove it. Why do people think they can just come on here and just say whatever they want? Like, yeah, women are just followers. Okay, yeah, what? Where did you get that from? How do we know that's true? Like, you don't get to just say that. Like, no. Men aren't natural followers, yet men paying to follow other men. Period. Russian. Yeah, yeah. This is ridiculous and embarrassing because unfortunately other races probably group black men and black women together. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. You would think that. But that's something that Annalicia pointed out to me. Oh, sorry. This is something that is actually interesting. It was pointed out to me that him actually going there to blame, because it's going to come up now, he's going to attempt to blame black women, and there's going to be a strict line drawn by him and Destiny alike about who. I mean, Destiny says both sides, but like he doesn't actually mean both sides because he can't after he explains what black men are doing. There is no both sides there. But period. Thank you. Hot Skull says, um, I have to seriously commend you for your work trying to understand these men because Lord knows I lose brain cells trying to do. Thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate you guys even staying here with me on this because like I was very much annoyed. Washington, welcome to the membership. I think you are the Discord member. Yeah. For everyone at the Discord member, please check the email request and email me exactly how I say to email me in the community tab for the Discord member. Thank you so much, Ria.
Men are not as prone to follow as women are.
I'm just saying that the most people are followers. We have to agree on that. Like work only works if you have one manager and many employees. The army only works if you've got one general and many soldiers. A country only works if you've got one president and many constituents. Most people are followers. Society only works. That's why there's the whole phrase, too many chiefs and not enough Indians. You have to have followers in society, right? So,
that's true.
And then even when we look at classrooms where we're saying like, oh, like women are better to following, and that's why they do better in classrooms. Who's teaching? Who's leading the classrooms? It's women. Isn't it like 95% of teachers are women?
Like now, but here's the thing. You just said something that gave validity to my point. Where do you think the term "there's too many chiefs and not enough Indians" comes from? The reason you have that term is because every time you have a group of men following another man, there's always a subset of men that's trying to overthrow that man. So no, they're not naturally followers. Men will follow until they're in a position to take over. The reason why most men follow is not because they're just like, well, I'm gonna, go with the flow. They follow because they don't have the power.
Drop a 1. I need to see this. Drop a 1 if what he says resonate with you and it makes sense. Drop a 2 if you think it's complete idiot. It doesn't make sense. I just need to see what my chat is up to. No, absolutely. I'm looking at my. I drop a 1 if you understand, and drop a 2 if like you're like I don't know what's happening. Please, because I just need to see where we're at as a community. I need a whisperer to come up. All right. Well, all right. None of us. All right. We're not going to respond to it then because absolutely not. Logic is kicking their ever head. I like that for them. We haven't even got to the meat. So if I keep pausing it, we're not going to get there.
Power to take over who's ever in the position above them. That's the reason why men do that.
I don't know where to move from here. I've had a lot of experience managing a lot of people across a diverse amount of, whether it's fucking video games, whether it's fucking business, whether it's organizing podcasts, whether it's just watching people in society. Like, most people gravitate towards following. Most men don't want the responsibility of being in charge of other people. Most men don't want the responsibility of taking on the negatives of an outcome of a decision that involves other people. That's just, being in a leadership role is really difficult.
But they want.
If most people weren't followers, it wouldn't be so easy to program them. Yes, but the thing is, they need to convince men that they, are, as men, are natural leaders to sell their suits and classes. Because ain't no way you're gonna sit up there talking about, oh, men are naturally leaders. Girl, we're absolutely not. Ain't no men talking about no men are naturally leaders. No, they're not. They're not. Most people are followers. It is what it is. Most people are followers. That's why you're up here now getting dragged. The word for the feeling you are feeling is secondhand embarrassment. I'm not going to attempt to do a German word. When you come up, I might not drop the link because we're watching this. Thank you. And yes, it is secondhand embarrassment. By the way, I'm going to control myself to not pause so often. It's very difficult to not pause. I promise you. Like, I'm just so embarrassed. It's yeah. Scandalous Scholar, welcome to the membership.
The glory.
Yeah, but that's not being a leader. That doesn't count. Everybody wants to. That doesn't count.
But no, that's where that comes from. In order for you to get the accolades, the glory, to get the ego boost, every dude, even if they admit it or not, has had a desire to be that guy, to be the.
He doesn't know this, but what he just highlighted is a terrible pathology. That is not a want. Let me not shout. Wanting glory does not a leader make. That you want glory does not mean you are a leader. It is okay that you want glory. One would say, go work for said glory. It's fine. That you want the glory does not make you a leader. I hope that makes sense. Wanting a cake does not make you a baker. Like, that I want the cake does not make me a baker. That I want food does not make me a chef. That you want the end product is not. I'm so annoyed. Look at this. Yeah, we're a leader because we want glory. Here, my chest. Like, what? What are you talking about? Why are you here? Why is there no introspection? Like, I am so very annoyed. Let me call Money. I'm sorry. I need someone else here because at this point I'm getting frustrated and I don't want to engage. Like, I'm actually upset. Like, this is kind of like watching. Why? I'm not related to these people. Demas, let's debate, but I'm not going to present facts or quantify anything. My thoughts are just right, and you must accept them. Those are my period. I'm concerned. I'm sending the link to Money because I need someone else. Maybe he can be the dust whisperer because I can't. Let me message the link to some. Who else should I send the link to? You ask Wednesday how to help men get Prince Petty his whiteboard, red markers, basic second grade reading and math book, deprive them of sleep. Hurry up and eat, stop. Who else should I? Let me know if you're in the chat and I have your contact information and you want the link and you can help me. I'm actually no, I'm just gonna do money for the moment, because Prince Petty's. Thank you, Sinclair. Check the community post, please.
The head guy.
Sure, that's
Okay,
everybody can have a side. That's fine. If you want to say something like men have a desire to be leaders, that's fine. I would agree with you there. But men are not naturally leaders. Leadership is a skill that's crafted over time. Most people are not suited for it, and just wanting the glory of being a leader does not make you somebody that is a leader.
You're talking about you okay, so we're getting into look.
No. Don't say no look. Don't say no look. Don't say look. Don't do it. Don't do it. What are we trying to get into? Please let me know. What are we trying to what don't you want to get into? You thought being a leader meant wanting glory? That's what you thought? That's what you thought. You thought okay, I got one person. I sent out the link to people. Hey, Money, how are you? Before you go, Themis, how do I become a member? I don't see the join button. Also, love your commentary as always. Oh, thank you. Can one of the moderators drop the link to the membership in what is this thing called? The chat. Oh, thank you. There, just click that link. Hey, Money, how are you? What say you?
Hello, how thou? Hello.
Wohan how, Nina? I'm kidding,
Bonjour,
I'm doing
comment ça va?
that was Mandarin, not French. How dare you? What say you? How do you want to play some more before we get into it?
Yes.
All right.
Here's the thing. I'm not saying that every man that spawns has the ability to be freaking Julius Caesar. That's not what I'm saying.
That's not even what I'm saying, but all right.
Well, you're saying that, I'm assuming that you're saying that men naturally have the ability to be great leaders, right?
All I'm saying is, broadly speaking, men and women have way more in common than they do separately from each other. And when people try
totally disagree with that.
I'm sure you do. When people try to draw these hardcore separations out of like men are leaders, women are followers, like these broad generalizations, they end up missing like most of the story, and they send people down really mind-fucked paths that don't accurately describe the world, and then it leaves them ill-suited to succeed in the world. That's my problem.
Well, I mean, look, in a perfect world, that might actually be a reality. But we don't live in a perfect world. And I refuse to believe that we can circumvent hundreds of thousands of years of bioevolution with what, less than 100 years of a certain ideology. Like, really? So the past, so the entire civilization has.
No, stop. Manier, do you understand what is happening here? Please explain what this man is trying to do, because I'm very much confused. The moderators are dropping the link, Miss Grace. You can click the link. I think look for London. He dropped the link, and you can join there. Okay, what is he talking about? Because at one point he was losing a debate and then he decided, oh, I don't want us to get into, and doesn't say what he doesn't want to get into, and now he's talking about evolutionary biology or something. I don't know what he's doing.
No, I'm not sure just yet. Can you play a little bit more?
Yeah.
Has gotten it wrong up until 50 years ago. Now all of a sudden, you know, the new age way of thinking is the way we're supposed to do things.
I don't know
So
what you when you say like gotten it wrong. I mean, like if you want to talk about like do you believe like in the nuclear family?
yes,
Like that's a really new concept. Hundreds of thousands of years of bioevolution is us living like together
But-
as like groups of
but-
people like hunting for berries and like chasing animals down. Like
But
that's what
that-
hundreds of thousands of years of
but that's
bioevolution
what-
have gotten us.
but that's what built up to it. That's what built up to it.
Okay, well then fine. Then I could just use your same argument and say, well, that's building up to this then.
That's a good point. But the problem with that is you can't really come from that position because the way we are starting to do things now is totally the freaking opposite. And are we getting the results that we got with?
I'm sorry, Money. Are you embarrassed? Because like I know I should keep playing, and it feels hard. Someone Money getting Themis to actually play the video. He's trying. I don't know what is happening, and I'm cringing, and my skin is crawling, and I feel like I'm listening to someone that I should help, but he's like, it's like delusional, it's misogynistic. So why would I even care that this person that I'm looking at is so dead wrong? Like, why can't I watch it and laugh? It's so bad. And if he were talking to other black men, I could drag and feel good and whatever. Something is very much wrong with this picture, and it's bothering me.
I'm not. What is he purporting right now?
He don't know what he's talking about. So I definitely don't know what he's talking about.
Because he said something about evolution and we working against evolution, and then I think Destiny pointed out that the nuclear family is a new thing, which
he believes in.
Oh, so the person on the left believes in nuclear family?
Yeah, but it's a new thing. But he was talking about we need to go, but either it's too new, and the idea of man and women is like he's annoying. That's what he is, and it's not just annoying. It's like I am watching. How do we divorce ourselves from the community and see each other as individual? Because I think that's my problem. I think I am seeing myself being represented by someone who does not know how to speak.
Mm-hmm. You do have an issue with secondhand embarrassment, so I think you over empathize sometimes.
Well, I'm not empathizing. I'm annoyed. We'll play it some more. Cheryl, welcome to the membership. Thank you so much. Let's continue.
The previous things.
Well,
are we getting good results now?
Because with respect to what?
As far as the interaction between men and women, the way I see it when I look around at the interaction between men and women, there's something terribly wrong going on right now.
Well, and with
for one, they've done studies that have proven not only women, but people in general are the most unhappy that they've ever been in the history of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically women. They've done numerous studies on this.
You're not going to sit up here and pretend like the loneliest group of people in the world aren't black men. And men, specifically black men, but men generally. You're not going to pretend that, well, everyone is lonely and sad or whatever, but the people dying from death of despair are disproportionately men. Where are you getting these stats from?
Was he trying to say there are stats for that women are dissatisfied with where they are right now? Not men?
Women are dissatisfied with the men that they cannot emotionally connect and who see them as literally not even human.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, women are dissatisfied.
Okay. I don't think I've heard.
So if
all right, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
This new age way of us doing things, this new progressive way, you know, because I'm a if it ain't broke, don't fix it type of guy. If this new age way of doing things is so freaking awesome, then why is everybody so miserable? Why do the men have such a high depression rate, a high deletion rate? Why are the women going to bed with a glass of wine? Why is everybody so unhappy?
Money and that voice, birdie me. Noble B. Um, Men are stopping themselves, he said, and women are going to bed with a glass of wine. I think you
What is
need
the
to
new
go.
way?
Huh?
What is the new way he's referring to? That is the problem.
I don't know what he's talking about. He does not clarify anything he says.
Okay, so he's vague enough, he's ambiguous enough to make a point to the people who are already receptive to some type of point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that works.
Um, can someone drop the link again, the membership link? Thank you, Getting Lucky in Kentucky. Purr.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm watching Zeus again, and it is a mess. I I played the first episode of Bad Boys Club, and I'm like, girl, what is this? Never mind. Whatever. Let's continue. Demus, you ordered your food yet? I sure did. It's on its way. It says making on the app, so we'll stay on till the food comes. It should. Let me tell you when it's gonna come. All right, we have a bit more time.
We
I
have
do want.
more.
Oh,
We
I
have
do want to point out something. There that sometimes with some of these, I've seen very few, but some of these people in the manosphere, like they accuse, people on the left or more progressive people of having talking points, just like how Republicans do or conservatives do. But when he's being surface level, like he's doing right now, because right now we've listened. I still don't know what he's talking about, and so it's vague enough that his basis, confirmation bias, is fishing out whatever he's meaning to say and agreeing with it.
You don't have to clarify your point if people are there who already agree with you, and it's very annoying, because wine goes well with what's a silly man. Rose.
Live better today than we've ever lived in the history of the world, as far as our homes, as far as our the food that we can get, and everything else. Our quality of life is way better than it was in the 1920s or the 1950s, but we're the most unhappy. What's the reason for that?
Okay. I think these are all really good questions, but I just want you to think of like what you're saying. People are unhappy. We live better than we've ever lived before, but we're still miserable. Why is everybody so miserable? Our quality of life is better, but we're still miserable. Why are we so unhappy? We are the most unhappy we've ever been. Okay. The framing on all of this is that it seems like all of us have problems right now. It's not just a man versus woman thing. It's not just something happening on the male side or the female side. It seems like there is something that is pushing people in a miserable direction. Now, I have my thoughts and ideas on that. I think a lot of it has to do with the internet and especially cell phones. And I think the way that we engage with all of that stuff is destroying our fucking minds. We're putting screens in front of people at like 3 years old and like ADHDing the fuck out of them before they've even stepped foot inside of a classroom. I think that we are like watching more content, like scrolling our phones constantly. That's like destroying our brain's ability to get like happiness and enjoyment out of like normal things in life. I think that we have a really hard time seeing people in real life because we're replacing all of our real life connections with online Discord group chats and everything. I think that these are all like really good things to talk about and understand. But when all of this gets shoehorned into like, well, the reason why we're so miserable is because we've stepped away from like traditional like boy girl relationships or whatever. I feel like now instead of talking about all of that other stuff that I think is having a negative impact on all of us, we get hyper fixated on some really silly man versus woman gender dynamic when there are issues that are facing every single person in society today that's making all of us fucking miserable. That's my issue, I guess.
Well, I don't disagree with any of that, but I'll add one caveat. It's not that it's just about the gender roles, but that is part of it. That's part of it. We can look. I can sit here all day and we can talk about the negative impact of social media, the negative impact of putting a freaking screen in a 2-year-old's face, the negative impact of every new age thing that we have that has given us information overload. We can talk about that all day, but we can't ignore the fact that when you start playing with the gender roles in any society, and this has been studied over and over, this is not the first time we've had a society or a civilization where we began to play with the gender roles and it wreaked havoc. It caused problems with us because that is something that is part of us, regardless. In fact, you even did it yesterday.
By the way, sorry. I will update the Discord tomorrow. Like, I'm obviously in the Discord now talking to people. But like, I can't add people to the Discord until after you send me the email. So please send me the email. And I will add you to the Discord tomorrow. I apologize. When I'm live, I'm usually in the Discord, like being messy. So Miss Grace, welcome. Still don't know what this man is talking about. Just FYI.
Yesterday, when we were having that discussion, that was heightened discussion, but towards the end of that discussion, you said, well, who's going to watch the kid if he's out working? And you said a woman. Now, why would you say a woman unless you still have gender roles burned into your brain?
If he is out working, who is going to be at home with the kids? It could just be someone else, but if we're talking about two parents in a heterosexual relationship and one of them is at home, if the man is out working, yes, the woman. I can't.
Okay, I'm not here to say that all gender roles should be abolished, right? So in the beginning part of this conversation, I made the argument that there are differences between men and women that leave them suited towards other things, right? That's why I said that women seem to be excelling in classroom environments. I think yesterday you asked me the question: if every man were to disappear from the planet, things would fall apart. If every woman were to disappear from the planet, things would carry on as normal, which isn't true. But like,
well, no, I didn't.
Or maybe not carry on as normal, but society would still function or something, right?
Let me correct that. No,
Okay,
what I said, and look, this is what I said. I said, if women took a day off, not if they disappeared. I don't want to live in a world with no women. So let's just go ahead and get that clear. If they took a day off from their jobs, and the reason why I say that is because women tend to stay away from a lot of the heavy lifting jobs. A lot of the jobs that are, I mean, sure, you'll find a woman that's an airline pilot. You'll find a woman that wants to do construction, but that is few and far between. If the men decided one day to just take a day off, the guys that work at nuclear power plants, the guys that fly planes, the guys that pick up our trash, the guys that do all of the things that make our world run, it would cause a serious problem. That's what I said.
If women took a day off, nothing would happen. If men took a day off, everything would stop. It would cause serious problem. I promise you this is not true. I'm not even going to get into it. Not going to try to figure out who does what. Go ahead.
That's a really stupid point, because women have just started, like, recently were like introduced into the workforce. So it's such a stupid point to try to make even. Who cares?
Him. Breathington, welcome to the membership.
What does that prove?
Nothing. Absolutely. That's the point. Nothing he's doing. It's not like I want him to win. That's not what is happening. Like, I'm not like cheering for him, but make at least one good, solid point that makes sense reasonably. Just that. Like, make your arguments make sense reasonably. Like, don't go into like straight into like the manosphere foolishness. Like, if you're talking to someone, just don't embarrass yourself. Like, that's it.
Yeah, because it sounds like someone is vying. Sounds like someone is vying for importance. I'm important. If I took a day off, nothing happens. Give me more respect. Give me more admiration.
It
I'm
looks
important.
like he's begging this man to affirm him. That's what he's doing, and that's what's making me annoyed. I don't like it. Stop begging this man to affirm you. Like, I don't like it. I don't like this. I don't like it. Sorry, I think I cut you off.
Oh no, you're good. Also, someone in the chat just talked about Black women. Yes, I'm sorry. And I said women generally, but Black women have always been a part of the workforce.
Yeah.
At least in America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the argument is not specifically about Black yet. So you are correct. The argument isn't specific. He's going to make it specifically about Black. He started off and then it got broader, but then he's going to say something like, you don't know what's happening in the Black community. And then he gets dragged. And the optics where a white man is defending Black women against 3 Black men, that did not look good. The optics was bad.
Sure. So what we're saying is like men do backbone of society jobs and women do complementary work, basically, right?
Yeah. More or less.
Yeah. But I think the important thing to recognize about that is the backbone jobs don't work without that complementary work. That's kind of what I'm saying, right? Like, let's say that a man, and this is why I used the family example yesterday, but it doesn't have to be a family example, it could be anything. But if men are off doing this backbone work, then you need somebody to take care of families. The only way that a man can go and do that work is if somebody can empower him to do it by staying home and taking care of, say, children, right? That's why I use that example, that even if men are doing the backbone work, they can only do it because of the complementary job that exists where women are allowing it to happen, essentially. It's like having a supervisor for a restaurant. The supervisor isn't cooking and bussing tables in the front, but like the employees wouldn't be able to manage themselves without somebody kind of like working things in the back. I don't mean to say that like women lead men. I'm just saying that the roles complement each other.
Well, here's the thing about that, which I didn't get to say yesterday. Number one, my position is not that men can be totally independent of women. That's not my position. Human beings are interdependent. We're all dependent upon each other. However, when you start looking at the dynamic of men and how men operate, it is extremely plausible that a man can go out here in the world, be successful without the support of a woman. Now, if you look at it as a whole,
that is such a dumb point. Men can be successful without the help of a woman, sure.
Okay.
Women can also be successful without the help.
Exactly what you're going to say. Women can also do the same thing, and so that seems to be the problem. Because someone is vying for importance and for relevancy, is what it seems like.
Yep. I don't know if these men like women. Let me stop. Does he realize when men went to war during like World War II, I believe women temporarily took over all the jobs still they got. Yeah, no. He definitely is going to disregard that. Not all, because not all of them went, but like, yeah. So basically he's the, well.
then yeah, you might be able to make a few points where it's like, oh, well, women do this job or that job, and that job might be beneficial or whatever to what the men are doing. But the job, a lot of those complementary jobs that women are doing, men could do. Okay, women just
all right, so they just want men. All right, got it.
Recently, women just you said something about the nuclear family recently, right? Just recently, a new thing, which it is a new thing, right? I would argue that it probably. Well, I'm not going to go into that. That being a new thing. Another new thing is women being in the workforce. That's fairly new.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. That's one of the ways that I think when I talk about women evolve.
Here is where you have to separate women. This is where you have to separate women that you were doing money. You were just doing it. Yep, and I agree. Ain't no way I'm about to sit through you saying women going in the workforce is fairly new. Yes, as a global reality, maybe, but as an American reality, yeah, no. As soon as women walked off the plantation, because we're not going to ascribe labor force to the slavery. As soon as women walked off the plantation, they were Black women, they were working. At some points, even more so than Black men, because discrimination and men couldn't get jobs, women were working.
I think that's one of the things that's happened.
Okay, so guess what? Up to that point, we still had a functioning society. Up to that point, the world still spun. Up to that point, we were still able to constantly improve. We were still able to get.
So women should stop working for you to feel better. Girl, stop. He's upset women can do it all and give birth. Yeah, he's mad. He is big mad. I don't know why. Because it's like, if women decided, okay, I'm not going to work, can you all take care of them?
Also, he's saying up until then. He keeps saying up until then. Okay, and all those things are happening still. So nothing stopped. So we have to think, oh, what did stop?
Yeah, this is such a remedial.
Because it is, because up until then, what he's saying is up until then everything was great, and now things are not great. But what he means to say is everything was great for me, and now things are not great for me. Because women didn't have rights.
Yeah, like if you want to revert society, you are right. Yeah, it was great for me. I don't know about you, but it was great for me. Now it's not great, so we need to change. They don't make the step where they say, oh, we need to go back to those days when women didn't have rights, but that's essentially what they want to say. By the way, he said he's conservative, and I need you guys to remember this. Also, he already admitted that his degree as an artist wasn't valuable in his eyes. So, like, isn't he in the same boat as women? He by his dumb logic. So why is he flexing about what other men? Yeah, no, yes. Someone they clap it. Yeah.
Awesome
Thank you.
inventions that have improved the human
Yeah,
condition.
but post women entering the workforce, our world is better now in a lot of ways than it was 80 years ago. Yeah.
Our world is better now because it's naturally progressing. But how many impactful inventions have we had since we moved into this age of let's promote women? How many inventions have we had that have been as impactful as the cotton gin, the printing press, the steam engine?
I mean, like the microprocessor and the cell phone and the internet are probably two of the biggest inventions of human history, I would say.
You just got through saying that the cell phone is what's causing the biggest problems. It's making us unhappy.
Sure, things can be used in bad ways. I mean, gunpowder was an amazing invention too, but it's mainly used to kill people. Are you asking me what the amazing inventions are? You're asking the ones that make everybody feel better, right? Cell phones and computer architecture and the internet are like the biggest things that have accelerated everything in the world, like probably more than any other invention in human history, more than
nobody's disagreeing with that.
Well, sure, but you asked me, like, were there any big inventions since the cotton gin or whatever, now that we've had women in the workplace?
No. What I said was, what are the inventions that we've had now?
Please tell me you're embarrassed. Please tell me you're also embarrassed.
I don't understand why he's trying to be more specific about the question that was answered, because we don't care.
Yeah.
I mean, why even go into, well, because he was like, well, what has been better, or what are the developments that come out since we started promoting women, as if that's a bad thing. And then he names them, and the internet is, I think, the most important invention in human history. And because right now,
yeah, but then he goes, okay, but you said it wasn't good. We're not talking about good. It can be used for good or bad. Every invention can be used for. I hate this for us.
For good or bad. I don't feel represented by him, so I'm not embarrassed. But I know that you're feeling
really?
it a little bit. No, I'm not. No.
Something is wrong with me then. He doesn't really like women, only what they can do for. Yeah, Pamela, that's what I get. I need to talk to my therapist again.
I mean, also he's wearing like the quintessential like 40-year-old mask. You know, if you have a hat and glasses, like guys can hide, if they're ugly, they can hide themselves with a hat and glasses, but he also has a beard, so you can't really see his face.
Wait, did he just say if they're ugly?
No, I'm serious. I mean, that's not a. I'm not trying to be derogatory, but I can't identify one because I actually can't see him.
Period.
He could be, he could be Arab or something. We don't know if he's, or I don't know if he's actually black. I've never seen the guy before, but he's wearing. This is a disguise. If you ever seen one.
Gotcha. He's mad. Women are working, but not laboring for them specifically. Women are working on everything they want for themselves. Women are self-improved. Yeah. No. Yes, Korea Panid. I feel like this is part of the problem. I thought Annalisa. I can't believe you just said this man is ugly.
I mean, why does he have on shades and a hat indoors in the low light? Why does he have on shades on the low light?
You're wrong.
He's posing. He's trying to be a cool guy, and maybe his natural self doesn't show that, and so now he's doing this character for his fans, which that's fine.
All right, I'm not engaging with that because it's funny, but they're gonna drag me.
That have been as impactful.
Sure, and I would argue that like cell phones and the internet have been some of the most impactful things ever in all of human history.
They've made an impact, but I wouldn't say the most impactful. There's no way that is as impactful, because if you look at the reason why I say,
where are you from? Where do you live?
Where do I live?
Yeah.
I live in North Carolina.
Okay, I'm in Miami. I'm talking to you in real time. Both of us can see each other's videos, and there's like 10 or 20,000 people, and there's gonna be hundreds of thousands of more that watch on a YouTube channel later on. That type of reach, awesome. That type of reach and communication, dude. The printing press, would never.
I'm not discounting that. That's awesome. But look, here's the thing: when you have the printing press, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got the printing press. Cool. Now we can have books that are printed identically.
Wait, pause it. Is he putting the printing press up against the internet right now? Is
I
that
checked
is that is that what we're is that who he's sending in the ring
I
against the
checked
internet?
out. I absolutely checked out. Yes,
The
that's what
printing
he is.
press.
Yeah.
All right.
This is an actual argument he's making. I want to get to the woman part. Since he's so obsessed with STEM. Oh, my food, my food. What the computer program in the wait. All right. It says it's gonna be here soon. All right, let's skip through this. Thank you, Cantor on. I need to get to the point.
Would you say that men of other countries are doing the same, or would you say that they're pretty much sticking to the traditional construct of what a man is?
I think the West got here first, but I think other countries are slowly starting to go through the same process.
Theme is mukbang request. I don't think it's possible to ever see me eat on camera. I mean, not. It's a whole group on YouTube. These men are forgetting that bringing a white man to discuss when black women were valuable to white people should make him think of his value at said time. Cognitive dissonance at its finest. I don't think this is the conversation. Thank you, Karyapin Eid. I don't think this is the conversation you bring to Destiny. I don't. And the fact that he did and got dragged was like really sad for him. Thank you, by the way, Karyapin Eid. I agree with you.
I think that didn't someone say, or maybe I saw it in the comments, that this started out as just a man versus woman thing, and then because Destiny was proving him wrong, or at least dismantling his points, he throws in the black card. Well, in the black community, now you can't say
Oh, yeah, yeah,
anything,
yeah, yeah.
Destiny. Now you can't say this or that because I'm a black man in the black community, and you don't know much about this, and so I get to be right on all my points now.
Oh yeah, and then oh yeah, he probably didn't think Destiny was going to engage on the black thing, and he just at some point he said some things that like if I were on there, I would then have to have an argument about white supremacy, but he also said I can't blame the black man, but you were up there, the white man. I can't blame the white man. We're talking about slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, just the judicial system, criminal judicial system. And he says to a white man with blue hair, I can't blame the white man, but you were up there blaming black women. Did y'all absolutely lose your mind? Like he does. I might not get to go there, so I have to say quickly before we end. How dare you, sir, sit up there, tell a white man that you can't blame white men for the issues, but you can definitely blame black women. He gonna get there.
That you're not experiencing that people in the past did.
Well, I'm not. I'm a traditional guy, so I'm not really.
Bro is really talking about upgrading from scrolls to he really is. Oh, Jesse, thank you, Jesse. He really is. Like he really is. Please play it. I'm going through. I didn't plan to do this. Someone said, Themis, just go on mute and play it. The workplace is also a new modern idea. Pre-industrial society, people were of the farming class, merchant or military. Women were heavily involved in the family business of farming and yes. Yeah, thank you, the Raven. I do actually really like seeing the chat is actually so smart. Since Sinji talked to White Zaddy, they've been spiraling. So they decided to go there and speak to the white men too, and they getting dragged. All right, got it. Thank you, Karyapin Eid.
Into the progressive stuff and all of that because I feel like when we get to the point where we allow like human beings having a imagination is awesome, but I feel like sometimes we've become so successful. It's kind of like what Bane said in The Dark Knight. Success has defeated us. Like I feel like we start going into when you start looking at intersectionalism, which I don't want to get into a huge debate about that. Because I don't want to get I guess canceled. But when you look at intersectionalism. The reason why there's so much conflict there, the reason why there's so much conflict in this country when you have these discussions and these debates and stuff is because we're starting to get off into the weeds with certain ideas and certain ideologies. And it would be one thing if people lived their lives and didn't try to force their lifestyle or force their ideology onto everyone. But that's exactly what we live in nowadays. In fact, we live in a society now where if you're a traditional person, if you believe in certain things, like let's say for argument's sake that you're a religious person, let's say that you're a Christian, let's say that you believe in a nuclear family, let's say that you believe in just being a regular guy with a regular wife and children, you're under attack today by all of the people that are like, oh, you're old fashioned and that's not progressive. And we have to be understanding of this group and that group. You're literally under attack. Like most men that are traditional men are constantly getting a finger wagged in their face. That's the reason why the whole red pill concept and, you know, the manosphere, whether it's the white one or the black one, that's the entire reason it exists, because men feel that they're being marginalized, ostracized from society, and treated like they're just innately toxic. And that's wrong.
So again, there are a lot of things that you're agreeing with, or that you're saying that I agree with. I just don't think that they're that gendered. When you talk about like getting off into the weeds with certain ideologies and attacking people for not believing in the right things, I think we do have a big problem with that today in society. I think a lot of it comes from the left kind of having their thumbs on a lot of the levers of cultural power. But I just don't think it's like a gendered thing. That's like a political, ideologically driven thing. Now, when you talk about like men are traditional men and they're getting fingers wagged in their faces, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's happening. I feel like people mix up a lot of the toxic aspects of red pill shit with like traditional things. If you're a good guy, you're working a good job, you go to church.
Most men aren't traditional men. Most men cannot afford to be traditional men. Absolutely not. Most men cannot be traditional men because most men cannot afford to be traditional men. That does not make sense at all. That literally makes no sense to me. You can't afford it. How are you traditional when you can't be a sole provider?
I mean, there's other things too. If they want to, well, I want to know what traditional, because I want it qualified. What is traditional? Because I used to, because a lot like these people. Well, I don't know. I think you said that he's conservative, but the conservatives, and then I guess also some black people who think this way, like it sounds like he's echoing back to the 50s, and because I was like, the golden era for America, and isn't that what like Trump's slogan? What was it? Make America Great Again. Like it's kind of like that, where it's like bring back the 50s, and we don't acknowledge the abuse of the 50s. But specifically, I won't go into that. But it's specifically what he's saying about traditional. I mean, do you know how to fix a car? Like, do you know how to like fix a home? Do you know how to like, you know, patch up some shingles? Like, what do you know how to do besides throw money at a problem or throw money at kids?
Yeah. The thing is, it's someone was like, I need to let him finish. This is not, hopefully doesn't sound disrespectful because I'm not trying to be. I really am not. I cannot physically go through this in the way it needs to be watched. To watch this man get dragged is not fun for me. It's really irritating for me. So yes, it's not going to be a fun watch. I didn't prepare for this. It's not going to be a fun watch. So it is going to annoy everyone in the chat, and I want to apologize because sitting here is not, I don't know how to explain it fully, but watching this man get dragged is, my skin is crawling. And so, yes, I have to pause it. And there's a part of me that feels like if I make the argument before Destiny, then it's a little bit easier for me to handle. So it's not, I apologize. It's bad for you guys, but for me, this is how I have to process this. Hey team, it's Sarah, just joined the live. Don't know if this question has been asked. Is Wislan willing to come back for another discussion with you? I'm sure he would. I'm sure he would. I can ask him. But yeah, I'm sure he would. he is really digging through his mind to find of inventions from 7th grade social studies. Like, where? So just stop. Yeah. I pass blood clots every month, more developed than his logic. This is embarrassing for these men, and they can't even see it. Crazy. I do actually need to figure out a way to separate. Thank you, by the way. Who was that? Kiki. I appreciate that. A theme is do not see yourself in the man with shades on in low lights.
and you're looking for like a traditional partner, you've got your shit handled, I don't think anybody's wagging their finger at you. In fact, because I've talked to a lot of conservative women, I think conservative women are dying to find men like that. But oftentimes, one of the biggest complaints that I hear, and I know men have the loudest voices online, so you hear about like all the whores and sluts and blah, blah, blah. When I talk to traditional women or conservative women, their complaints are always like, I have no fucking idea where you can ever find a good conservative man. They don't exist. It's a bunch of schizoid young men that sit in their basements, play computer games all day, and fantasize about like having a harem of 50 women they fuck, like the guys on Fresh and Fit tell them to do, right? Like, I don't.
Oh, I know. They don't. They. I know this.
I mean, technically, those wouldn't be traditional men either, because I think when traditional men be out learning a trade or something, I think you're muted.
Wait, what comment did I not understand? You guys be saying things that go over my head.
I don't feel like places in the manosphere are producing these factories of like good, positive, solid young men that are like good conservative men, because their engagement with religion is really bad. Look at fucking, I don't want to go down that whole Andrew Tate road if you don't want to, but like Andrew Tate coming out as Islamic after fucking running a casino and a cam business. It's like the two biggest, most haram fucking things you can do in Islam, right? Or like a lot of these guys saying we need to embrace more like Christian values while telling you to have one-ended open relationships where you're fucking younger and younger women every year. Like, I don't think that these are the centers of society that are going to be creating the traditional conservative man of tomorrow. It's just like the new marketing ploy that's being sold. And then all these guys that are falling into this shit, I call it OnlyFans for men, because it's just like, it's rotting and destroying their minds, thinking that, or leading them to think they're going to be something that they're never going to be. And it's not preparing them for the future in a way that I think a conservative person would be.
Well, I can't really speak for the whole space, but I do know that the vast majority of the guys that watch my show on a regular basis are those traditional type guys. Now, granted, a lot of them are already married. A lot
He
of
has
them
no
are
idea.
but
He literally don't know.
He has no idea who the people are
Yeah,
who watch them. So that's not a claim
they're
anyway.
not no traditional man. We're lying. You can't with the economy the way it is. They're not no traditional man. You can't be broke and traditional. I'm sorry. Just FYI. FYI, you cannot be both broke and traditional. You can't. Absolutely not. There is a negotiation that goes on in a heterosexual relationship when you're talking about traditional.
what they find is here's the issue that they find. Let me break it down for you. What's happening is when they go out into the world and attempt to live a traditional life, they're constantly being told, these guys are constantly, meeting barriers, trying to live a traditional life. Now, when they go out here, I don't know where these conservative, traditional women that you're talking about are. I don't know where they congregate, but these are the complaints that guys give to me, that they have so much difficulty finding these type of women, especially in Black culture. In Black culture, we have an issue where there's this culture of promiscuity. There's this culture of the slut walk and all of those different type of things, where every single woman they encounter is part of the sexual revolution. So they're going to be a little more free sexually, and that's a nice way of putting it. So when these guys are out here actually looking for marriageable women, they're coming up short. They can't find any, because part of the new age way of thinking is that women should be able to do the things that men have traditionally done. And the sad part is, whenever you hear that, it's always women taking the most negative things of men and then touting that as empowerment. This is what the guys are encountering on a regular basis, where the women, they want to do the same things. They want to have the same equality as men, which is fine, but they don't want the same accountability, the same responsibility. It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, if you're willing to be in the right, have you heard of this? I know you've heard of the saying. Have you heard of the saying, dress for the job that you want?
Yeah.
Yeah. The idea is like, you should carry yourself through life like you're where you want to be, because that's how you're going to find that place essentially, right? I'll hear people say this, like, I don't know where to find conservative women. And then you like ask them, well, where are you looking? And they're like, well, I've tried Tinder, I've gone on Bumble, I've gone on Hinge. And it's like, okay, do you go to a church? Like, do you have a community of like conservative friends? Have you been involved in any political or community organizing? Because like, especially in the Black community, right? Like women are like the backbones of all of these things. And if you're looking for conservative people and you're in
Girl, I knew that must have hurt his ego.
Mm-hmm.
I know that hurt his ego.
Mm-hmm.
I know that hurt his ego. I know. Did you hear that, Money?
Mm-hmm. I did.
He. How are you gonna go to a white man complaining? It's like, are you going to this place? And he says, as a matter of fact, we know Black women are the backbone of the. His chat. I wish I'm on Destiny's chat, but I would love to see his chat respond to this. The one thing I can say about Destiny that I like that he don't care. He gonna say, even if he does not care if he's not disrespecting, I guess, I don't know. But I feel like most white people would back away from this conversation. I'm not saying he should be invited in it, but the fact that he's in it, once he opened the door, I want people to be able to talk. And I would say it for the opposite side. I would feel some kind of way for the opposite. But if you open the door and you let someone come in to talk, I want that person to talk. You don't get to crack the door open and then say, oh, you don't get to fully engage.
Right, and that was his ploy. That was actually his intent behind throwing Black people in the conversation about men versus women or whatever. His idea, like what he wanted to do, was to have his own conversation that that Destiny couldn't be a part of because of the race element.
Yeah, you don't know about the Black community. I'm a part of the Black. No, he said, nah. Black women are the backbone of the Black. So return to the time all Blacks were subjugated. That's what he was advocating for, girl. Yep. Not him thinking he's breaking something down. Not him with the broke man uniform, New York cap, go play their chain, dog shades, and arguably musty hoodie. White Daddy said, I should talk to your leader. Bring the woman. Stop. Ooh, that must hurt. Imagine sitting there. Imagine being a Black man sitting in front of a white man, and the white man is telling you that in your community, the Black woman is the backbone of your. That has to hurt. I don't care who you are. I do not care who you are. That as a Black man, that has to hurt because you went there for validation.
Him being a Black man, to me, it doesn't hurt because I'm actually a feminist.
Girl. Period. It bothers me that when Black women tell them what Destiny just said, they call us bitter. But when a white man tells them the same thing, they are open. Oh, he gonna open the panel. Men are gonna be mad. They're gonna be big mad, and all three of them are gonna come up there to get dragged. All three of them. This man did not care. He just sat there and dragged all three of them in their faces, and then they're gonna sit there and talk about white men didn't do anything wrong to them.
In those areas, you'll find them there. But I feel like people aren't setting themselves up in a conservative lifestyle. Like, if you tell me you're looking for a conservative woman and you're not part of your local church, like, Jesus, that's like the #1 place to start, right? Because these are off of churches are where all of your community building activities are going to stem from. Every church has a bulletin board where people are doing things. A lot of churches are involved in like community outreach. You can volunteer. You meet a ton of people this way. But people aren't willing to go out and look for it. Yeah, but I feel like in terms of that type of advice, I never hear red pillars talking about that. It's always like, the sexual marketplace and high value men are these things you have to do to exploit the dynamics of the evolutionary psychology of women so that you can fuck as many women as possible, and that's why you're gonna be 1%. And like, that's the message I hear over and over and over and over and over again, rather than like, look up your local archdiocese, start going to your church every Sunday, and when church ends, everybody's chatting with each other because that's what they do. Sometimes the priest or whatever will come out and talk to people, and you just like talk to people and you meet friends that way. Like, that's how you organically grow out a group of friends. But I don't hear that advice ever in the Manosphere. I never hear that.
I hate the reason why you never hear that in the Manosphere is because the biggest hoes usually go to church. they're usually the most promiscuous. They're usually the most trifling. Like, guys wish it was that easy. They could just go to church and find a good, wholesome girl at church. They can't. That's you.
Look, I don't know what's happening in the church. I know no stat about what's happening in the church. I'm still stuck at the backbone of the community. My food came, and you know I have to get Malta with my food. I'll play some more. Let me know when you're over at Money and we can stop. Go ahead. Let me play. Go ahead.
So for him, if he wants to be conservative, he's like, oh, we can't find, or what do you say? That they can't find the conservative women. He's like, oh, go to church, which was my very first instinct. Like, oh, all right, you should go to church then. They're going to believe what you believe, you know, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, no, those are the biggest, like the most, you know, promiscuous people. And I'm like, oh, okay, then how do you expect to find them?
They don't exist, and that's the problem.
Try
These women,
volunteering.
well, they need to go to conservativemeetup.com. It bothered me that when black women, oh, I just read this. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, they need to go to Christian Mingle.
Is this what this is? I don't know what that is, but I do love Malta.
Usually where the worst ones are at.
On average, do you think the women in church are going to be more promiscuous, or like women that are like at a bar or a club?
Bro, they do the same thing.
So every woman
twerking,
everywhere, there are no more conservative women.
They're twerking in they're twerking in church. When you look at the black community, the vast majority of the men don't even go to church anymore. They've checked out, and the reason why they checked out is because of the ridiculousness that's going on in the church. You got the Baptist preacher actually having sex with women in the congregation. You've got women actually twerking in church. You've got the single mothers sitting on the front pew of the church, like. The church, especially in the black community, I can't speak for the white community, but in the black community, the church is lost, bro. It's done.
Where are all of these single moms coming from?
Where are they coming?
Oh, there we go.
Oh, this is a mess. Oh my God. I want to go into the church thing, but I can't. Prince Betty said he has a whiteboard. I just sent you the link. What is promiscuous?
The promiscuous. He keeps saying it so much, and I'm trying not to hear it because I don't want to say that.
Oh my God, imagine having to say, I hope I don't ever mispronounce this word.
Yeah, because
I do have an accent, so I can blame that. Never mind, I'm good. Promiscuous.
No, please stop. But then where, so there's no, but you know, Destiny made a good point. Okay, so they're not at the church. Well, he says, okay, which one would you think is more promiscuous? The one at the church or the one at the bar that these men are going to? Oh, well, they're both doing the same thing. Okay, so you just can't find them. You're out of luck then. Well, then be a traditional man and die alone. I don't know.
He not no traditional nothing. He really not. We know this.
Coming from?
Yeah.
Well,
if the church is fucked because it's all like single moms and people, like it seems like it takes two to tango, right? Like you can't just be all on black women.
Well,
right?
Actually, no, it does. Actually, no, it doesn't take two to tango. And the reason why.
What do you mean it don't take? Anyway, Prince Betty, you said you have a whiteboard for us.
Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hey, how
are you?
I'm good. I've just been have you guys on while I'm cooking.
Okay, now you know that's a lie. Black man, the printing press gave us books. White man, the internet gave us every book. Me, embarrassed. It is embarrassing, actually. Trash. Go. Wait, sorry, Petty.
So I don't want to like detract from what he's saying. I think he's saying some really important stuff right now that we should really listen to, and I'll touch on that as well on my whiteboard. But before that, a point that I didn't see anybody mention earlier was what he was saying about schools, literally at the beginning when you started playing him, about the standards being lowered for women to be able to get in to graduate, right? Wouldn't that mean that more men should also be going to school and graduating? I mean, after all, if the standard is lowered, this means that more men should qualify for education, right? But yet
no, because have you ever played Limbo?
Yes.
So if it goes too low, you give an advantage to people who
But in this case of limbo, they're raising the bar. So theoretically, more men should be able to get under the bar into school. And yet the rates for men going to school, I'm pretty sure they're getting lower and lower every year, to the point where people are saying it's a crisis almost. So saying that the standard has been lowered doesn't make sense. Or at least that's what I thought until he explained this very critical point, right? Men are conquerors. They are. So I have this diagram. I have this whiteboard. Let me see if I can turn this on here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Here I am. And I thought I'd illustrate this portion of his argument. So it doesn't make sense unless you think about it like this. So what I have here, actually, if you guys can see, I have a picture of a school on the top. We can call this the old school, right? This is back in the day. And there's a little man out here just going to school, and the school is challenging. But then if we go down here, we have new school. What's different about new school? It's easier to get into new school. The door is open here. I completely took the door off. Anybody can walk in. You don't even have to open the door. But did you guys notice that? Did you guys notice this? If you look here, that's right. The door is open. So a man, an actual man, a conqueror, no conqueror will simply walk in and take something easy. No, that's not what men do. So to me, that's actually why men don't go to school. It's easier, and men need to conquer something. So the next question is, where are the men going? That's an excellent question. And he actually, if you guys saw it, he actually just answered it. I'm going to draw this as PG as I can. As PG as I can.
Not PG.
We have the man, because school is too easy now. He has run down here to. That's right. That's right. Where are they? They're at church. Because if you look closely at this picture, you can see the woman at the church is twerking. This is something that happens in almost, I would say, 99.5% churches in America. You will literally walk into the church and the women will be twerking, the floors will be on fire, and Satan will be coming through, reaching to grab everyone and drag them down to the H word. I won't say that. That's rude.
Hades.
So yeah, what he said about
Drop it like I thought.
Wettest, juiciest women. They're at church. He's right. This is just something that's true. I know he didn't provide a citation for anything that he said, I don't think currently, but you have to understand that if it's not true, how is it here on the how is it that I put it here on the whiteboard if it's not true? So yeah, I guess I'll just let you guys kind of try and get it to focus there.
It is focused now.
Got the old school, the new school, and the church.
Now drop it like a thotty. Drop it like a thotty.
Yeah. So someone said cue church girl in the comments.
Church girl acting loose.
And that's just how women have basically ruined society. Yeah. What he said, it's interesting when Destiny talks about black men, he immediately jumps in. No, you have to understand the education system is against men. We're not designed to do that. And society conditions us in a certain way. And the white man has his foot on our neck. And the police brutality and the legal system is discriminating against us. But when he's talking about black women, he's like, oh, black women are just evil, objectively.
His conservatism only works as it applies to black women. He becomes very progressive when he's talking about black men. That is actually a super important point that I did not miss. I definitely did not miss that.
And then what did he say? He said something about happiness rates declining earlier. once we start challenging the gender norm and women start working and the men start staying at home and all this stuff gets confusing, the happiness rates are declining. And it's like you can't just take 2 points of data and combine them and make something out of it. Like you can't just say ever since women started in the workforce, happiness rates are declining. Like imagine somebody coming to you and saying, look at the rates of happiness in the 1800s, they're declining. And what else was going on in the 1800s? The slaves were freed. It's clearly ending slavery that caused the happiness to decline. As a matter of fact, if we look in the Black community, the rates are declining there in the 1800s too. They were happier as slaves. We have to go back. They didn't have a care in the world. Things were the way they should be. That's actually what it feels like.
Things happening at the same time is enough for causality.
Yep.
Yeah, the non sequitur, right?
Yeah. Welcome, Nisha. Welcome to the membership. Melinda, I think you upgraded. Welcome to the membership. Please, again, check the thing. I think I got some super chat. Let's read some before we continue. I don't want them to pile up. He's asking this man to save him from Black women. Hurry up and eat. You cannot send another super chat for the rest of the night. Not only that, you're in timeout. Give me your phone. Give me your phone. He is literally taking the white people Jezebel stereotype about, yeah, Black women reiterated it to a white man. How does he not see his anti-Black and part of the problem? Internalized oppression is real, y'all. No, thank you. That was worth the $10. Message me and I'll give that right back to you. Because period, that was that. Yeah. He only have listening to social studies and miss health class and how the birds and bees work. Oh yeah, because he just said it doesn't take two to tango. So let's get into that foolishness. Wasn't it a pastor giving a woman who was not his wife head on the? Yeah. No, even his in his articulation of what is going on in the church about the pastor sleeping with people, it is the pastors, right? The women he said are twerking. Okay, I didn't know twerking was a bad thing, but okay, got it.
That's actually
because what's going.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say that's actually exactly how he talks. He'll be like, the pastor is having sex with all these people in the church, and Destiny will be like, isn't the pastor bad for doing that? And he'll be like, no, we have to think of the women who led him. We have to. we have to. We simply, guys, slavery was bad, but we can't blame this on white men. We have to think about Black women for a second and how they were actually the slave. His logic is like, it's throwing me.
It is throwing everyone, including him. Carlita Vega, thank you. Welcome to the membership. Debella, welcome to the membership. Let's get into some more foolishness. Now y'all putting Petty's picture up. Petty does not get a picture up only on the podcast. Absolutely. Do not. I'm kidding.
Going on in the Black community is you have a large group of women that are actually having sex with multiple men, having children with multiple men. You actually have twice as many women in the Black community have children as the men. Twice as many.
Yeah, but why is that?
I don't know why. I don't know why that was allowed. That is incorrect. We just went over the stats at the beginning, not repeating any of it. We just, not y'all flooding this with the petty face. Now y'all gonna get petty banned because I am a jealous person. I'm kidding. I'm not.
There are some cities where there's like 3 Black women for every 1 man that's not in jail, right? Like, I mean, like, depending on the city that you live in, the availability for some of these Black women to even find a guy, the competition is fierce.
There's a number of factors. The competition is very fierce.
Mahogany Princess has been here for 2 months. Thank you, Mahogany Princess. We appreciate the support.
And there's a number of reasons for that. Number one, we have a small percentage of the population. Black women, last time I checked, outnumbered the men by about 3 or 4 million, something crazy like that. Part of the reason is because of Planned Parenthood. In our community, they actually go to Planned Parenthood to the tune of 367,000 per year. That's 1,000 every day. So that already right there, you have a lower population of just Black people in general due to that. In addition to that, there's a
Petty, don't put my picture up. Do not put my picture up. The chat has chosen you. So it's fine. I'm just going to deal with the fact that my chat turned against me. Talking about, I appreciate you. No, y'all don't. I saw the picture. I don't want the sympathy picture from you, Petty. No, thank you.
There has been an issue with mass incarceration thanks to good old Joe Biden with the 94 crime bill. So you have a lot of brothers that are locked up. So that diminishes the amount of black men as well. In addition to that, you have the cultural problem of black women not being very easy to get along with and not being easy to cohabitate with. So you have black men who seek relationships outside of the black race, outside of the country, with the passport bros, with SYSBM, all of those different things. So then you end up with an even lower.
Demas, wait until you get a money picture. It won't happen. It won't happen.
What
Y'all
does that
already
mean?
play. Yeah, so I made you probably can't see it on your phone because you but if you look in the chat and you scroll up, there are pictures of Prince Petty, and when he says something well or good, people post his picture and they do it for
Oh.
Annalicia. Kay doesn't really come on that much because she's always busy. But for me, then I'd be up here for hours. I've been up here almost 5 hours, and I ain't seen one of my pictures posted. But go off. Petty came up here with 2 minutes, did some drawing, put it on the screen, and my whole chat is flooded with Prince Petty's picture. So I don't know what that means. It just means my people ain't loyal. They
So
just ain't loyal.
So why can't I have a picture?
No, because I'm about to delete Petty's pictures now because they play too much in these chats. That's what they do.
Amount. And what happens is you have sisters, you have black women out here that are more prone to deal with what people call the Pookies and the Ray Rays, and they'll go out here and they'll have kids, they'll have children with 1, 2, maybe even 3 different men. And the reason why that is because it's been incentivized by our government. Unfortunately, a lot of these women are doing that in order to supplement their lifestyle with welfare, food stamps, child support, all of those different things. There's a bunch of different factors that weigh into that.
Okay, for whatever we want to blame black women for this, black men are just as culpable, right? We can complain about the mass incarceration from the 93 crime bill all we want, but Joe Biden doesn't make somebody sell weed. Joe Biden doesn't make somebody carry an unregistered firearm. Joe Biden doesn't make somebody a gangbanger. Like, these are choices that are still being made, that are being made by black men that fuck over black women in the community. And I think that the cultural problems stem from a lot of the kind of like dysfunction that goes back and forth there. I don't think it's fair to blame black women on everything. Like,
all right, tell me you guys are embarrassed now.
This is actually very embarrassing. Who said?
All right, good.
Who said secondhand embarrassment? It's that.
that like, you will sit up there blaming black women as if people can't look in the community and see that people.
And Destiny's not even like, in my opinion, this is, when it comes to like degeneracy in the community, this is a lot more male specific than it is woman. But Destiny's not even like making that argument. He's just like, well, both sides have to take accountability, which is, mind you, what the Manosphere says. Well, we need to hold both sides accountable. But at every point where he's trying to not even just like drag men or anything, but just hold both men and women accountable, even in places where I don't think they should be equally held accountable. The other guy's just not having it. So
yeah, he's still deflecting.
That is, and women. This man just said y'all were selling drugs, gang banging, offing each other. Like, literally, you just got dragged.
In his response, well, women are using welfare to take care of children. Yeah, those things, I guess those things are equal. Yeah.
2L says, I feel slightly vindicated because someone had to say it. Now, if you're a black woman who is relatively conscious about what's happening, this is supposed to be vindicating for you. If you're a black man, this should be embarrassing.
we can talk about like food stamps and welfare and all that too, but that exists for black people and white people and every other type of person in the United States. But it seems like the black community has like a special problem with it, right?
Well, hold on. No, when we're talking about that, there are things that are very specific. Okay. One book written by what is her name? Elizabeth Hinton, who I think went to Yale. I think she's a professor in African American studies at either Yale or I think Yale, if I'm not mistaken.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. Go ahead. This moment is so disgusting to me.
Because didn't somewhere earlier he was talking about that women weren't going into STEM, and then I think what's his name? Destiny said something about, oh, we're getting these people historians, and he was like, and he downplayed the significance of historians, but now he's going to cite a historian.
He outright rejected the importance of historians to then go back. Destiny's going to call him out on it too.
Yeah.
He downplays the significance of historians because they weren't STEM. And Destiny says, okay, well, we need historians. And he goes, no, we don't. And he brings up Egypt and how we don't need historians because they're wrong. And layman went back and figured out that Egypt was something. He never explained what. He just said Egypt. And apparently we were supposed to know what he meant by Egypt. But he said Egypt. And that's why historians are not necessary. To then try to quote a historian.
Also, by the way, about the STEM thing is, I looked into it, and maybe not deeply enough, but what I found from my surface level Googling about the STEM thing is that a lot of careers that you think are STEM are actually, they don't meet the qualification of STEM because they're not science and math heavy enough. And so economics didn't make the cut for STEM. Finance didn't make the cut for STEM. And so maybe instead of those things where they're not dense enough in mathematics, maybe actuarial science might be, and engineering, of course, by name. But some degrees aren't even STEM because they're not dense enough. And so STEM is actually a pretty exclusive group of degrees.
By the way, Il Doctrine, I don't know if I thank you for your super chat earlier, but I wanted to say thank you. I read it, but I don't know if I said thank you. Yes, money, but not only that, you are citing a woman. Not only are you citing a historian, you are citing a what woman? Sorry, my bad. You're citing a female historian.
And wasn't he like earlier? Wasn't he like the historians are lying, and we need to trust these sources instead? But now conveniently that it supports his theory, the historians are right, and we have to trust them.
Not the historian, the female historian.
My bad, the female historian.
Yep.
She wrote From the War on Poverty to the War on Crime, and she pointed out through her research, right after you get the 65 Voters' Rights Act, you actually have a overhauling of the criminal justice system, where they started policing urban areas more heavily. This is right after the Industrial Revolution.
This conservative man is turning full progressive liberal to make an argument to protect black men. So he was very conservative, strictly conservative, attacking black women, but now he's doing a system level analysis for the degeneracy that Destiny just pointed out. Y'all heard that?
Yeah. Oh, I heard the switch up. Well, multiple times I heard the switch up. It's been going on the whole conversation.
We're rebounding back to non-STEM, need career. Yeah.
I don't know. Why is he talking about like incarceration rates and discrimination in the crime system, but like legal degrees aren't important? It's not STEM. That feels, I mean, if anything, if you're in his position, especially as a black man, isn't probably legal one of the most important fields?
Yeah, but yeah.
Should be.
It's really sad to see them twist and turn, and they're able to give themselves grace, obviously, and they're doing these deep thinking about the 90s, the crime bill, and the war on drugs, and Jim Crow slavery, all of that. They can do that kind of analysis for themselves, but they can't do it for anyone else. Like, he is full conservative, red-blooded American, as he said, but goes full liberal, goes full progressive when he's talking about black men and why black men are the way they are. I'm not saying he's wrong, by the way. I'm just concerned that you cannot do that kind of analysis on both sides.
Where you have black people migrating into the urban centers, you have them policing them more heavily. Okay, you actually have what is the equivalent of today billions of dollars funneled into that program. I forgot the name of it, but the purpose was to create probation officers, all of these different things, to create a revolving door in the criminal justice system, which has affected the black community significantly. So
this man is also saying no integrity needed because he wants to cheat on his own talking point. I like that callback to the lead attorney. Thank you, Curry. Wait, I told you not to send more. Wait, thank you, Curry up and eat. Oh, are we all right? No one said anything.
Yeah, it's wrong for any black man to go out here and commit crimes and do things that he doesn't have any business. But it has been historically proven over and over again that black men have been disproportionately targeted by the criminal justice system, especially with.
I'm so annoyed. I'm gonna play it. I'm sorry. I need to continue because it's bad for me to be stopping like this because this is really annoying me. Like the fact that you're doing system level analysis as it affects black men, but you're like, these women are just being single mothers. It's like, girl, like
doesn't, and he's bringing up like discrimination in the, I guess, legal and crime system, but that also affects black women, but he's not giving them that leisure.
Yeah.
I think you've talked about like the stop and frisk bill before on here and how it was like explicitly discriminating against black men.
Yes, it was discriminatory in New York.
I looked into the stop and frisk impact, and it also impacts black women a lot. Like a lot of the discrimination that black men face from the police and from like the legal system, black women also face. It's just women generally, regardless of their race, don't interact with the legal system as much as men do for like violent crime and stuff like that. So
yeah,
I mean, I wish he would have given that grace, but yeah.
With especially with particular crimes, when you have certain narcotics that black men get a harsher sentence for, whereas other groups of men might get a slap on the wrist, or even worse, when it comes to unaliving somebody. More often than not, when a white guy goes to jail for unaliving somebody, they end up getting a manslaughter charge as opposed to second degree or whatever degree or whatever. Now, I'm not trying to play the victim Olympics. I'm just stating the facts. Like, any of this can be looked up. The research is out there. Yeah, so it's not just not just that black men are just like, oh, we're gonna go to prison or whatever. Like right around the time that they overhauled the welfare program in 96, I'm not 96, in 65 and 66, you see a rise in single parent households. You had a number.
Sorry, I hate this point because even conservatives make it as if it is true, like the welfare system is what disrupted families because they want to do away with the welfare system. I mean, I'm saying even like he's not conservative. This no fault divorce took hold at this point, right? Interracial marriages took hold at this point in the 1960s. The civil rights bill that were being passed were taking hold at this point. Integration was in the process. The fact that we look to one specific thing and we make that the boogeyman of why the system is terrible, i.e. the welfare system, is ridiculous to me. Like, that's kind of ridiculous.
It's elementary. You would think someone who literally argues this for a living would have like maybe more thorough knowledge or be able to present it better, or
facts and stats, maybe.
Yeah. Facts and stats.
Stumbling over his word. Lovely lady, welcome to the membership. Hey, Obi, I haven't seen you in forever. Hey.
of things that occurred that affect that. You had the emergence of the prison industrial complex. You're just coming out of the Vietnam War, which a lot of black men lost their lives to that. And now you have this welfare program where if you have a man in the house, one of the stipulations is you don't qualify for those particular things, which is unfortunate because during that time you had a really serious problem with poverty. So there's a number of factors that play into all of that.
So to preface this, I just will comment as a small jab. I think it's funny that you're citing a woman who is a historian who went to Yale. So historians are important, right?
That is funny. That's hilarious.
Yeah, sure. That book, America on Fire, I think, or the Poverty One or whatever, right? But regardless.
Sorry, I can't let this comment go. Timothy thought are public defenders included in STEM? They sure are not. A shortage of people within that field would spell. Period.
Oh, another thing I had forgot to mention was medical, and I think I saw Melinda in the chat, and she reminded me about that. You know, medical, nursing, those things are also not STEM.
Yeah, healthcare? Doesn't healthcare also discriminate? I don't know if it's against black women specifically.
It is.
Yeah, so that if anything, legal would be really important for black men and black women, and medical would be really important for black women. Neither of those is like STEM, I don't think.
Yeah, he doesn't argue for this for a living. He just. I feel like that's what's happening. You can test what people believe. Like, I'm not saying you need to win every debate, but when your talking points have no leg to stand on in confronted by scrutiny, this is bad. You just be, yeah, Jay, they're just talking.
To that, everything you said might be true, but none of it is black women's fault. I just think it's fair to blame black women. Like, you can't blame black women for men being incarcerated. When police are policing these areas, black men are the ones that are engaging in the crime, the black women aren't. And I guess it just feels a little shitty to blame black women when at the end of the day, they're the ones that get saddled with all of the community responsibility. They've got to be the backbone of like all these families, of all these churches, of all these things that are like the only way these communities function are on the backs of these like single black women moms.
The only way that these communities are functioning are on the backs of these black women moms. Are y'all not ashamed? I would be very much. I don't care. I'm gonna say it. Y'all should be very much ashamed. If y'all don't let Bluey, I didn't feel bad about that one. Did not feel a thing about that one. I did not. I agree. The way the communities were able to function is on the backs of black women. Black women aren't even here. A black man brought this to this white man, and the white man decided, okay, today's the day, and I am that blued hair person.
And then say, well, hold on, let me finish. And then for black men to turn around and say, well, we got policed really heavily, and so, you know, we got caught selling drugs, and that's why you guys are all single moms, and that's why your lives are fucked up. But it's black women's fault for everything that happens in the black community. I think there's a lot of fault that could be evenly doled out to both sides of what I say. I wouldn't blame black women for it.
Okay, here's the thing with.
No, the only fault is deciding to be with this person. That's where your fault is. My boy Blue said, "Bring your leaders. Where she at?" Not y'all calling this man Blue. Wait, I did that too.
Did you peep when Destiny he tried to interrupt Destiny, and Destiny said, "No, let me cook," and continued to cook? That was actually amazing.
Yep. This man don't have no respect. Well, let me stop.
This, all right. There is so much nuance in all of that.
Mm-hmm.
One, you have a lot of guys that were caught selling drugs that weren't selling drugs. Okay, you have a lot of guys that had issues where they got pulled over and, oh, surprise, there's drugs in the car. Where did that come from? Okay, so that's one thing. There's nuance like that. Doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen. All right. Then on top of that, when you're talking about it's not the black women's fault, black women are willing participants in a system that they actually know for a fact is disproportionately prejudiced to their group of men. Okay. They know this. This is not a game. They go to these offices knowing that they can actually take advantage of the system by, oh, I'm in a relationship with a black man who ain't hitting on nothing and don't want to work and blah, 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 all of those different things. So we can't ignore that. We can't ignore that. Now, to sit here and say, oh, it's all black women's fault. I never said it was all black women's fault, but there is a large percentage of black women who have been incentivized to have children out of wedlock. They've been incentivized to utilize a system that they know benefits them. and they do this on a regular basis.
Okay, just as a
Just
quick,
on a regular basis.
do you really believe that there's like people out there that are like, I want to have a kid so I get welfare?
Yes. I don't believe it. I know it.
Why do black women do this, but not white women or Indian women or Asian women or other people?
Well, I don't know if white women do this or not. A lot of white women on welfare too. I can't speak for white women because I'm not part of that. I'm not part of that culture, but I know what I grew up around. I've heard the conversations amongst women. I've heard the things that they've said. One of the issues that I point out in my show, which is a real issue during the time where Gen Xers were younger and you had the boomer parents, you had this switch, like you talked about earlier, where the women started going into the workforce more and going to get their education more. Well, one of the things that happened is a lot of the boomer women would use their daughters to help them with the housework. So when mom goes off to work or whatever, her daughter is helping raise the siblings. And what I've had a lot of women tell me, a lot of black women tell me, and I know it's anecdotal, but I've had a lot of women tell me one of their escapes was to have sex, have a child with a guy, because then she can get Section 8 or she can get public housing. And now she can move out and get the hell away from her mama's house where her mother's forcing her to cook, clean, and do all of the housework.
Pause it. I just pause it. Wait. You're saying the child, the daughter, is so upset at having to do motherly duties that aren't hers that she
because the mom is a single mother and the dad is not there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the daughter, the eldest daughter, has to do motherly work that she doesn't want to do. So to fix that, her remedy for that is to go have sex, have a child of her own, to now do the motherly duties she doesn't want to do.
Well, you have to understand that after a woman has a child, the government will immediately give her a mansion to live in, and they'll give her cars and
wait, don't spoil it. Yes, no, I'm fine. You can spoil it. I'm joking.
It's fine. Let him cook. Let him cook.
Wait, no, before we even go there, the reason I'm not reacting is I know what this is. His ego got bruised, and now he's going after black women with a viciousness. Like he is about to prove to this man that black women are the problem. He couldn't even stand on his square enough to not be bent out of shape and continue. No, he's emotional right now. He's dragging black women who didn't say anything to him.
Like I hate to be like a nerd and be like, we should look at the stats, but like people don't. There might be some people that do this, but like single moms don't live glorious lives. Like it sucks. Being a single mom sucks. You can get all the fucking welfare in the world, but nobody's living like a queen on Section 8 housing.
But
right? But I'm just saying, I don't think people are choosing like, oh, like I'm gonna finally move out of my mom's house by having a kid and getting welfare. I don't think people are making choices like that. I think it might happen, and then people collect welfare afterwards.
No, they actually are, because you don't. Here's the thing, because this is what you're not getting. It's not a choice that they're making because it's the best choice in the sense that when I do this, I'm gonna have an awesome life. You're already dealing with a group of people who are already at the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder.
If this was true, why do black women do abortions more than any other group of people? Shouldn't they be having the most children then to take advantage of all the welfare?
Because there's numerous reasons for that too. For one, you have some women that genuinely don't really want to have kids. They like the party lifestyle. But the ones that do, they want to have those kids by a specific guy. Okay? Because some guys are going to bring more benefits than others. Okay? When it comes to child support, there are chicks out here in the black community, they'll get pregnant by a guy. If a chick gets pregnant by a guy that just enlisted in the military, she's not deleting that baby. It ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen because she knows that's definite child support. And look, this is not something that everybody talks about in polite society, but it's something that goes on a regular basis. I know this for a fact. I've had these experiences. Numerous men that I know have had these experiences. When I talked about this the other night on my show, there was a guy, Adam, that was telling me that, well, that's not true. I don't believe that. And then I literally had a black woman come onto my show and say, yes, her family has even told her to do that because she's in her 20s. She doesn't have any children, and it.
Wait a minute. I can get rich off social services if I have more kids. Yeah, gonna push out more kids today. Cause these men, Monica, these men, thank you. These men are, this man is up here just lying. Destiny's getting ready for him.
One point she needed a place to stay or whatever, and she said that the women in her family was basically scolding her. You need to go out here and find a guy that you don't really like that, get pregnant by him so that you can get all of the benefits that we get. They do this. I know it sounds crazy, but they do this. This is one of the things that the men in my culture have been constantly complaining about, and it's being treated like we're delusional.
Well, I don't know. I mean, well, to complain about it as a guy, just use birth control, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the smart guy.
Wait. So you're saying men can practice better ways to have sex to not reproduce? Is that what you're saying to me, Destiny?
I never thought about it like that.
So after all of that complaining, after all.
And he's sitting there like, I guess if they're
Wait. Men could solve the single motherhood problem. Oh my goodness. Wait. But it doesn't take. But I think Destiny said it takes two to tango, and he was like, no, it don't. No, it don't. But now it sounds like it takes two to tango.
like, okay, I'm actually not understanding. So I understood what he was saying about, I guess, women keeping their legs closed and using protection and practicing chastity. I heard that part, but what did he say? What did he mean by men like doing the same? I don't quite get it. Like, does he mean that? I mean,
how dare Destiny tell men that they can actually have engage in have birth control?
That's interesting. He doesn't like the close your legs argument when it's turned on him. That's a very
Black
interesting.
girls are picking welfare, black men being framed. Period. Finji said, this dude is telling them everything that look. Maybe they listen to it. Remember, Hafiz listened to what's his name, Jordan Peterson. So they'll probably take it better coming from Destiny, because this man just said, "Wrap it up." That's what I heard.
Guys out here, look. If you look at black guys out here, the smart guys, they're not out here getting a bunch of women pregnant. They're not.
Well, how are they getting pregnant?
Because you have, there's literally 3 guys in Tennessee right now that have a total of 86 children by 34 different women. There are guys out here.
Again, wrap it up. I don't think you understand that you pointing out 3 guys have 36 children seems very specifically a male problem. The fact that you as a man can impregnate multiple women, sure, blame the women for sleeping with you. But 3 guys have 80-something children. You said, I don't believe him, but period. How do you say that? How do you say that without recognizing that these men are a problem? Like, I don't understand how you say that blaming women. 3 men have 86 children, and your thought is to drag the woman. You think that is a good point to point out that women are the terrible ones? 3 men have 86 children, and you think that is a point, a one-up for you, proving that the women are bad?
Well, you have to think. It's those 86 women's fault, not the man for like creating all of these 86 children. We can't blame him. We have to look at the black woman. It's somehow I feel like it's the black woman's fault in this case, and not the man.
If he has all this shame to throw at someone, right? If the Manosphere has all this shame and is looking for someone to blame, and they acknowledge that the Pookies and the Ray Rays, they keep saying, are this minority of men who are getting all these girls pregnant, shouldn't their shame be directed at those men? Shouldn't on the Manosphere they say, y'all need to close your legs and you guys need to don't impregnate these women unless you want to marry them. We're traditional men, we don't do that. Some kind of mentorship, some kind of steering men into the direction of where they should be. because it sounds just like an echo chamber of like cries and weeping.
Yeah. Okay. Wouldn't you go address the thing, the person, whatever that is causing the damage? Like, if these men are doing this, they are wrong. Like, I don't. He said black women don't know STEM but know biology and math.
And this. Oh, you can read that first.
This whole conversation is emasculating. Sir, you want white men to feel bad about taking you out of the home he subsidized while complaining about how you don't want to be a meaningful contributor to the home he paid for. I can't breathe. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think it's interesting he brought up the one dude with the 86 children, because when you think about like conversations that the men have around people like Nick Cannon or Future, the conversation that the men have is literally always they bring up Future to talk about all of his baby mamas, like Sierra or whoever. They bring up Nick Cannon to drag all of his baby mamas. But like the amount of work and effort that you would have to put into, like, I guess, policing these 86 women's bodies compared to the amount of effort that it would take to stop just this one man, I feel like the effort is being focused in the wrong place. You could do a lot more good if you focus on the person who were all 86 of these children conceived in the same year, because that's possible, but it's not really possible for a woman to do the same. So, oh, you're on mute.
No, I was saying agreed. Both you and Money. Sorry, I was give props to you both. Thank you, concern. Period. Eden says, Stevenson, so it takes one woman 30 years to make as many babies as a man can make in 30 days, even with the same number of different. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I didn't do the math. But I do know it's easier for men to create children than to create. You ain't creating nothing. To help impregnating women than for women to have children. You're out 9 months after when you're pregnant. Like, first he complained about abortion, now he's blaming about the kids and the mom, right? They I don't know, girl. There was a comment that I was looking for specifically. He also proving Destiny's point that not everyone is fit for leadership. Oh yeah, I mean, by his mere being up there. Let me stop.
Here that have 10 children by 5 different women. There are guys out here, like when you go look at the CDC stats, when it comes to the deadbeat dads, it actually represents a small percentage of the black population. It's about 8%, right? So what's happening is you have a number of women that are basically having children with multiple guys, but it's a very small percentage of the male population. It's not all of them. So what's happening is you end up with these guys out here, and I can't name how many times I've heard this, and it's crazy. I didn't even know it was a reality. I myself only have 3 children by 1 woman, right? So you have these guys out here that'll be like, yeah, my dad had 19 kids.
Why? Okay, then if women are choosing, if black women are choosing to get pregnant for the welfare and all that shit and child support, none of these women are getting child support then. If there's one guy knocking up like 30 fucking women, right? So why would they even do this? Why would they make these choices?
Because the way that system is structured, right? Even if you can't extract child support out of the guy, right? There are still numerous programs that you can get. I know a woman that had, I think she has like 10 children. Habitat for Humanity gave her a house.
Yeah, but do you think that's the norm? But that's not the norm, right?
It's not the norm.
That people are getting free houses for having kids in black communities? No, I don't think so.
That's not the norm. Okay. Look.
Well, here, I'm curious. How many?
That's that. Go ahead, Petty. You're the one who brought up the house. Because I think when you say that's not the norm, are you saying you think that's the norm? Like, do you think women are out here getting houses for children?
Yeah. And I would say getting those houses is inherently wrong. I know that we don't usually do this, but if it's all right, I actually have another whiteboard, a lot more simple. So I have on this side, we have a man. He has a backwards hat, and he has a little a GUN. I don't know if we can say that on YouTube these days. He has a little baggie of drugs here, and his pants are like on the floor. He's a sagger. He's one of those guys, and it's equal. You know, this guy who's killing and who's selling drugs to his community and sagging is equal to this woman over here who's taking care of her child by getting government handouts like welfare and housing. Do you see how these two things are equal?
Yep.
All right, all on one accord.
These guys are jealous. It sounds like they just want to say, if I was a woman, yeah. Petty, you and Pookie go to bed.
If we, and I'm not trying to like, I need like 52.8%. I don't need like an exact stat, but like, how many women do you think in the Black community that get pregnant? How many of them, like what, like roughly, what percentage of them are just like looking for a welfare check? Like, just so I can get an idea of like what you think the scale is.
I could tell you how many are pregnant out of wedlock, which I think is a little above 70-some%. But so far as their motive, that would be a little harder to pin down. Because I'm not saying that all of them. What I'm saying is that is a cultural trend.
So again, you can describe the socio-political environment that would cause a Black man to go to prison, drugs in his car and all, but you can think of reasons on a system-wide level why Black women would be a single mother. You don't have to go systemically. You can go to the Black men who abandoned them.
Oh, wait. Another thing is he said that he can tell you how many had a child out of wedlock. But if we're gonna acknowledge that Black women dating outside is small enough that is negligible in this conversation, then those guys were also out of wedlock with her if they had the baby with her.
Wait, come again?
The guys who he said this many percent of Black women had a child out of wedlock. That means that the man, that means that the man who had the child with her was not in wedlock with her.
Yeah.
So it's not an indictment on them still, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, the stats around interracial relationship don't bear out that way, though. I mean, I get what you're saying, but the stats are separate. Well, not really. Black women and white men are actually one of the most successful couplings statistically. I don't usually bring up this stat because I don't think there is enough for it to be meaningfully articulated. But it is. If Black men threw it in my face, then I would say, okay, black men just want better partners. I would say actually the stat shows that when Black men date any other race of women, they leave them single mother at actually a higher rate than Black women, right? When Black women date out, the relationship tends to be better, right? And I think it's really interesting, that dichotomy, but I don't bring it up because I don't feel like the study is legit enough in terms of the amount of people, Black women specifically, who date out for me to make any meaningful broad generalization. But I definitely will use it if someone tried to say, oh, Black men just want submissive. No, you don't, because you get it and then you treat them the exact same way. But yeah, the 70% is included, but it's overwhelmingly Black men who are the fathers. And from that, there are very few interracial mixed babies that are being born to Black women without a father. Yeah.
And the reason why it's a trend is because you have women that will school their daughters to do that.
Yeah, I guess I'm just curious, because like I'm sure it's happened. I'm not gonna tell you it's never happened, but I'm just curious, like where you think, like, do you think this is like 2% of the community, which would be pretty fucked up, or do you think it's like 50% of the community that's like super fucked up? Like, yeah, I'm just curious what you think like the number is, and then I'll do research on it later. I'll try to look it up, I guess.
I've literally never thought about, because where would you get a census for that?
Well, yeah, but the issue is that, like, yeah, I guess the issue is that you're content to blame, or it feels like it. I mean, I'm gonna bad rating, but it feels like you're content to blame the majority of the Black community's problems on Black women. But then you're relying on a lot of like, I know a woman that told me this, I've got a friend that's done that, like, and it's like, okay, but how do you know that this is representative of the Black community as a whole? Or how do you know that like in different towns or cities, like this is how it works everywhere? Like, it seems like numbers or census data on that would be pretty important.
The reason why I know it is because every single time there's an issue, every single time there's an issue with Section 8. Right now, recently they just had an issue with Section 8 where a lot of the landlords in Atlanta have stopped taking Section 8. So guess what? Black women are all across social media crying about it.
Well, what does that show? I mean, like, if you genuinely need the assistance, of course you're going to cry about it, right?
But no, it's not. It's some that genuinely need the assistance, but it's a lot that continue to live on it. These are people that live on the system the majority of their life. They're not using it in the sense that they're supposed to use it for, where, oh, I'm down bad, I have some issues, let me use this so that I can get on my feet. They're not doing it.
Pause real quick. I just wanted to mention right now that he flipped to progressive for a black man. Now he's flipping back to conservative and blaming the system for black women.
Yeah. How dare you use the system, blah blah blah. But then he can do the kind. But he can
do deep analysis of discrimination and stop and frisk and all these other things to the defense of black men. But when black women are concerned, you guys are using the system. You guys are freeloaders. All the conservative viewpoints are coming out.
Yeah. I think that's interesting. Like, I actually think that, like, I find that actually really fascinating. Blue dropping clues. Dude need to drop the glasses. He need to drop off the stream.
Destiny looks tired.
They say, I hope you play the whole. Oh, I know. Destiny goes in. He says some things that would have had me heated up here too.
Is they're looking and finding loopholes to continue to be on that system perpetually. That's the problem.
I mean, if you have a kid, you're going to be on the system. If you're a single mom, of course you will be, right? You're not going to try to like get out of like Section 8 housing or assistance for your child. If you're a single mom, and your kid turns like 3 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't see that like I don't see like single moms looking for assistance from the government as like a negative thing.
Here's the thing. Hold on 1 second. I got my guy Patriarchy here. I'm gonna bring him up. I didn't just want to bring him up and have you feel like I'm ambushing you or whatever. But
yeah, knock yourself out.
I know he wanted to get a piece of the conversation. Patriarchy, what's going on,
man? Let me ask you a question, right? Destiny, you said you can't blame, I guess, the failures on the black community on black women. Is that what you said? Can you refresh that for me?
Yeah, I don't think you can't like blame all the failures of the black community on black women. I don't think that's fair.
What about blaming the majority?
I don't think that's fair either, especially when it comes to child making, because it takes two to tango. It's men and women.
Correct, right? But the thing is, if you're telling me that in certain parts of the world, as you said, they outnumber men 3-1, why would you not then, at least, I'm not saying blaming is going to do anything, but why would you not say that there's some responsibility for what it is that they're doing? Also,
because the question, wait, let me just answer that. Because the question is, why do they outnumber men 3-1? It's because a lot of the guys are getting locked up.
Okay, and I think that that is the man's fault as well, right?
Sure.
But in general, even outside of the men that are being locked up, there's 1 million more black women than there are black men, right? And in your earlier statements, you said that they were the backbone of the community. If you have a
This man is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Not only are the birth rates higher for black boys, well, I don't care about not only. It's fine. Birth rates are higher for black boys. Guess what happens by the time young black men reach the age of 20? Guess what the number one cause of unaliving for black boys are? Like, y'all are blaming everyone else instead of taking responsibility, and it's starting to like really like freak me out a little. These men don't know majority is not part of period. Anyway, let's get to this dumb. This man is saying, you said black women were the backbone, so can we not blame them? Oh my God, no, let me not mess this up. Let him finish and get dragged real quick.
A backbone of a community and the community is failing, then I think you have some ability to place responsibility on what you said that backbone was.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, they're not the backbone because women want to be the leaders of the black community, but that's essentially what's happened in a lot of these communities.
Tell that to the squad that women don't want to be the leaders of the black community. It looks, as you said before, they're doing better in school. They're certainly making all the steps to become those
they
leaders.
do, because they have to, because black men have failed them.
Okay.
Because black men are looking back to
How do you not know that's the answer? How do you not know that?
The same reason The same reason when a father abandons his children and those children turn out bad, they blame the mother who stayed to raise the children for not raising them correctly instead of the fact that the father was absent. That's what I feel like just happened now in a different form. And that's what I feel like Destiny just called out.
Now you said black women are the backbone of the community. No, your argument, sir, when you come up should be no, they're not. Black men are here fighting, but you couldn't. So because you couldn't say that, you're saying, oh, because they are and they want to be a leader, nah, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, no. It's not that they want to be leader. Quote, black men have failed them.
Wait, I'm actually having like a moral contradiction right now. I thought he said that black men, well, just men generally, are naturally conquerors and want to lead. Or was I mistaken when I heard him say that?
You weren't mistaken. That's what that him, the other guy with the hat and the glasses, said.
Oh, I thought I was going crazy.
Yep. So you didn't actually want to lead? You said men are natural leaders, talking about women are leading and the backbone. I thought you said men. Thank you. That was actually a good point. If black men are bent towards leadership and dominance, why can't they force the men making kids out of the wedlock to provide for the right? Asia Henry, thank you. So glad Destiny is pushing back, and it's such a breath of fresh air. So sad that men of our own skin tone are the ones trashing us in honest. It's honestly so disappointing to see this juxtaposition. Yeah. I'm glad I didn't title the stream this, because this was bad. Oh, thank you, Cheryl. Oh, these women want to be leader, blah blah blah. So because they're leaders, they should be blamed. No. They're only leading and the quote unquote backbone, they don't like the phrase, but whatever, of the community because you guys have failed. Let's see them getting bent out of shape.
Legislation from 30 years ago saying Biden put drugs in my car, I had to carry a gun. Like all of these communities that are being policed have just as well, like we said earlier, there's more black women than black men in these communities. Black women aren't selling drugs, black women aren't killing each other in the streets, black women aren't, getting fucked with drugs like Biden made them do. So to say that like black women are the fault because they're the backbones of these communities are really rough to manage because black men have like fallen on themselves so much. I just think it's fair to say that like, well, the problem is black women because they have to step up to try to manage these communities.
But it's as
aren't you not embarrassed?
I'm embarrassed on his behalf since he doesn't seem to have any. Who put that together?
Are you not embarrassed?
Embarrassing.
Not you took a moment of silence to.
Yeah, why he drag them like that? He said, let me unload this clip real quick. Like, I'm not going to hold back. I forget what y'all call me. If you want to call me racist, go forth and do that. But dragging. Let's continue. Blue here said it's time.
As you said before, it takes two to tango. So if you're why don't you share responsibility in that blame? I don't disagree with you, right? I personally think Biden's crime bill was very effective.
No, you disagreed. No, you definitely came up disagreeing. You came up blaming black women. You didn't say take two. I'm glad at least he gets you to say we're both to be blamed. Now we need to move that both to be blamed to you need to be blamed. This is beautiful. Mr. Destiny, if you're watching this, thank you. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, if you go up there to debate him, he's going to take the opposite side. Just an FYI. You can't be embarrassed if you don't have pride, and they clearly do not. I'd probably log off. I'm definitely going to log off. And he tagged a friend to get dragged. Right? He couldn't do it, so he called a friend, phone a friend. What is this?
Effective in terms of lowering crime. But what I'm saying is that if you make up, if I go to a community and you make up the majority voter base, right? Also, another reason why I think that the blame should be at least somewhat at somebody's feet is because who's consuming most of that welfare spending?
Yeah, well, it would make sense if black women are, because black men run from their families, right? So of course,
no, that
but
I watched a little bit of this earlier today. I did not watch the whole thing. I did not know it was gonna go this hard.
Wait, no. This man said, yeah, because black men run from their family. Who gonna check him? One of y'all, man. I mean, he's not wrong, but one of y'all need to check him. Who gonna do it? Who gonna do it? He didn't lie, but like, are y'all just gonna sit there and take that? I'm going back because period.
Fault as well,
Sure.
right? But in general, even outside of the men that are being locked up, there's 1 million more black women than there are black men, right? And in your earlier statements, you said that they were the backbone of the community. If you have a backbone of a community and the community is failing, then I think you have some ability to place responsibility on what you said that backbone was.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, they're not the backbone because women want to be the leaders of the black community. But that's essentially what's happened in a lot of these communities.
Tell that to the squad. That women don't want to be the leaders of the black community. It looks, as you said before, they're doing better in school. They're certainly making all the steps to become those
they
leaders.
do, because they have to, because black men have failed them.
Okay.
Because black men are looking back to legislation from 30 years ago saying Biden put drugs in my car. I had to carry a gun. Like, all of these communities that are being policed have just as, well, like we said earlier, there's more black women than black men in these communities. Black women aren't selling drugs. Black women aren't killing each other in the streets. Black women aren't, getting fucked with drugs like Biden made them do. So to say that black women are the fault because they're the backbones of these communities are really rough to manage, because black men have like fallen on themselves so much. I just think it's fair to say that, like, well, the problem is black women because they have to step up to try to manage these communities.
But it's, as you said before, it takes two to tango. So if you're going to, why don't you share responsibility in that blame? I don't disagree with you, right? I personally think Biden's crime bill was very effective in terms of lowering crime. But what I'm saying is that if I go to a community and you make up the majority voter base, right? Also, another reason why I think that the blame should be.
No. Finji, are you here? Please let me know if you're here. Do not come up. Please review this independently. Please review. I am asking you to review. Destiny should have been on Foxhole with me and Uma. Oh, please review this video. Forget that I did it. Please review it. Kill this in the algorithm, because I think people would see it more if you did it. So yeah, please do it.
Did you hear when Destiny said you got black men today trying to blame a crime bill from 92 on what's going on in the community still today?
Yep. No, you want to know something though? Actually, I worry that my daddy Big Boy Blue is fully loaded. Shot. Yeah, the thing is, the issue I have is I just don't, because Destiny says the word divest in his thing, and I think that's the problem. I'll explain that at some other time, but I don't think certain people knowing about certain things, I think, puts black women at a high risk for being it put black women at a high risk, I think.
At least somewhat at somebody's feet is because who's consuming most of that welfare spending?
Yeah, well, it would make sense if black women are, because black men run from their families, right? So of course,
no.
So the world has their idea. The world has their idea. Got it. And black men are doing absolutely nothing to change this.
But also, real quick, when you say, I just want to be really quick. Wait, you can answer that, and then I just want to be really quick. I'm not going to say black women are blameless. I'm just saying that, like, the responsibility should be shared. It's probably a 50-50 thing, because for every black man that stepped on a black woman after getting her pregnant, there's a black woman that fucked a black dude before getting married or deciding to use birth control, right? So I think there's equal blame there. But I wouldn't say that it's like most of it goes on black women. I said there's like 50-50.
Well, here's the thing. No, because you said something. We gotta clear that up. Black men do not run from their families. That is a total misnomer. And that is a that is something that has been pushed for a very long time, and it is not accurate. As I stated before, when you go back to the 70s, you start to see black men leaving the households for numerous reasons. It wasn't just because they just decided, you know what? I don't want to be a father. That's not true. They actually came out with a study, and the CDC numbers disprove that. So,
okay. We have reviewed this study so many times on this channel because so many people bring it up. All right, black men, man down. Thank you, Curry Up and Eat. Black men, everyone listening, here is a tip. Do not bring up this study ever again to anyone who knows anything about statistics and how to do review study like research. Don't bring it up. If I know you're watching, if you're watching, do not bring this study up about black men being the most involved father because it is absolutely not true. The study is debunked. It's not generalizable. The pool is too small. And it also says very clearly of the men who decide to be in their kid's life. That excludes majority of black men. Unfortunately, because the single motherhood rate is too high. Please don't bring this up. It is a dumb talking point. Black men told the world how they felt about black. Yeah. They were leaving their families long before this. Yeah. The Moynihan report, what that is thereby will actually point this all out.
So let's
wait. CDC numbers disproved what? The black household having single moms is not like a myth.
No, I didn't say that. What I'm talking about is nowadays black fathers are actually in their children's lives more than any other demographic, even if they're not in the household. So
no,
if we're talking
come on,
about,
that's not true.
Go look it up.
I have looked it up. I know exactly
CDC.
I know exactly the
CDC,
fucking PDF. Yeah, what they do is they do a whole bunch of like really clever number games to basically try to say that I remember reading this thing like truth about black fatherhood, and then it goes to stereotypes of black fathers. What they try to say is that like of the fathers that are absent in their child's lives, black fathers tend to be more involved than the other people that are uninvolved in their children's lives. But as a whole, for like whose fathers are more involved in their children's lives, the black community is the worst. Now, of the ones that are uninvolved, maybe the uninvolved or maybe the black fathers that are out of the household are a bit better than like the white and the Asian and the Indian black or the Indian fathers that are out of the household. But as a whole, well, wait, hold on. You can't tell me that like it's so wait, let me just finish real quick. You can't tell me in one breath that I look around and I see all women are having children because I've got two friends that told me this for welfare. And then in the next breath say, well, I'm going to cite this like very esoteric analysis to prove that black men are just as involved with their children as everybody else when everybody in the United States knows that's not true.
Yes, I.
Everyone in the United
Not everyone. Not everyone.
Look, okay, first of all, what everybody in the United States knows is true is a whole other story, especially considering the fact that you have an entire media system that has spent the past 70 years dogging black men, which is another reason why we're talking so much shit nowadays. This is the whole reason that channels like mine exist, to speak truth to power and tell what's really going on, as opposed to the narrative that's being pushed that black men are just sorry. First and foremost, it doesn't matter how many women are on welfare. It does not mean that the fathers are not in their lives. I was in my child's life and my kid's mother still went and got welfare. So that's not true.
Oh, so this is okay.
Go ahead.
This is personal.
Yeah.
How does someone get under your skin that much that you're out here talking about your baby mama was on welfare? That if I were in your family, I would be so mad you putting that out there like that, putting my business out there like that.
Well, no, it's okay. We don't know his name, and he's in a disguise. We can't tell who it is in that low light.
Look, let me say this. Agreed, but also, so you two could not provide for your family, and you would rather, because that's what I heard. If your wife, if your, I don't know if they're married, I don't know. If your baby mother is on welfare, right? It sounds like you could not afford to provide for them. So are you telling me that you would prefer for your kid not be able to have food and shelter if you can provide, which you obviously couldn't because they were on it? Like, I'm confused. Why are you upset? There's nothing wrong with being on welfare. In fact, if you cannot provide for yourself, do not be shamed into not going on welfare. Go on welfare if you need it. Absolutely not. Don't listen to these people. From printing press to Section 87 as well. Man, that means he wasn't yeah, quite clearly he wasn't a provider. And he got so bent out of shape that he used his own personal life to prove a point, and now he's getting dragged. These are his confessions. These are their stories. Ta-ding. He had 3 kids with one woman and didn't marry her, and she was on welfare. Thank you, Jay. He dragged himself unprovoked. Definitely. Sorry, I'm just talking. Yeah. Should I continue, or do y'all want to stop? Continue, money, eh?
No. This is yeah. You can keep going. How much more time?
I'm
They
gonna
can
give,
go on.
I'm gonna give you 13 more of my minutes. You can continue however long you want to. I'll be down in the comments twerking.
All right.
I do think that when you're talking about fathers running out, right? I do think that you're not really taking note of the court system, and they really don't have a choice when 90% of custody is going to be awarded to the woman.
Yeah, but that's
again with the foolishness about 90% of custody getting awarded to the woman. If I were not y'all telling me to continue. I love that for us. 90% of custody is not awarded to the woman. 90% of custody, the woman gets it because the man gives it to the woman. Only about less than 2% of court cases or custody cases are decided by a judge who then gives 60% of those to the man. You are lying. All I heard was, I want the truth, my baby mother on welfare. Yep.
because the women are the ones taking care of the kids. Black fathers, because we hold on. So let me just clearly state it. So you guys think that black fathers are being kept out of their child's lives because of the courts?
I think there are some. Right?
Okay, wait. Hold on. Some. When you say some, like 40% or 1%? I need you to quantify that for me.
Well, I can quantify that 90% of custody is awarded to women.
Okay, and I can quantify that less than 48% of black women get child support because their baby daddies don't even pay it. So I'm asking you, when we have an epidemic of single mother black families, do you think that most of those black men are being kept out because of custody arguments with judges?
How do you argue that black men are the most involved father while at the same time arguing that black men are being kept out of the child's life at a rate of 90%? How do you make those two things work? They don't, by the way, because none of that is true. Yeah, these people just making up stuff. They're just making stuff up at this point.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
That's delusional. That's delusional.
But when you look at the ratio, when you literally have a system that will award a woman custody 90% of the time, you can't say every single time it was the man that didn't want to be there. The men don't have a choice when you know if you go into something, you're going to lose 90% of the time.
The reason why women are awarded.
Do you guys know if he called this out? I don't remember him pointing out that is not true. Oh boy with the woman headset special lost me when he came on to flex while all of the proudest worldly possession as his backdrop. No thank you. Yeah. I was trying to figure out what those shoes were, like why they're also. One more. Go ahead.
I wanted to point out how to combat this is like such a dangerous, in my opinion, a dangerous rhetoric, and it's so easy to spread and for people to latch onto and for him to get a following. And to combat it, we're literally up here talking about Destiny. You and Monier and I are talking about like statistics related to, like, he just brought up how women are literally nearly half of women don't receive child support payment, or it's like extremely backlogged. So like even just the point of women like having children with men to get child support doesn't make sense, because a lot of times they don't even get that. But like to combat this misinformation, have you ever heard that saying, it takes a smart person 2 hours to watch a 1 hour video? Like we literally have to pause that. It's so much misinformation at just him speaking for 2 seconds, and then he goes to a different thing for 2 more seconds, and then a different thing. And it's like just 3 different points of misinformation and like statistical. Well, there, I ain't gonna say statistical nothing because he ain't brought up a statistic yet, but it's it's kind of annoying, actually. It's really annoying to combat something like this.
Yeah, because it's non sequitur after non sequitur. He's pulling points together and stitching them together to make a narrative. And you kind of have to cut all those stitches out and unravel it, you know.
And then he never acknowledges when one of his points has been conceded or when he's being hypocritical or like switching up from he just goes straight to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing, even if it like doesn't make any sense compared. Remember when he was talking about, oh, women are the majority in the community, shouldn't we blame them? Oh, well, they're the majority because black men are killing them each other and they're incarcerated. Oh, okay, well, what about the child support payments that like you don't even acknowledge what he just said to your like it's kind of annoying.
Right, when you poke the hole in it, then he has to stitch it up real quick.
Somebody said a Franken argument.
That man wants the whole US of A to know that most black men can do no wrong and can never do any. Yeah. And they're about to go back and forth to prove it. Like Prince Freddie and Meunier were pointing out just now, actually, that like he doesn't concede a point. We don't know if he thinks we don't know if he understood what's happening or if he's just moving on. Like I'm kind of actually confused with like his position. Bring back shame. This is embarrassing. Yeah. Yes, actually.
Well, the thing is that they're experts at shame because they have a lot of that to give, but not to themselves. Right, not even to the Pookies and the Ray Rays, because I don't hear them say, I just hear them say, oh, black women, you're responsible with your bodies being with these black men, you know.
Wait, to be fair, Meunier, Prince Petty, when we say Pookies and Ray Rays, we are including these two people, right? Like they would include themselves, right?
I don't know. I don't use those terms. I don't know.
I don't either. But that's why I'm asking. I don't use it. I don't know if like I'm considered it, but like they would. Do you think they would like? Would generally people call them a Pookie and Ray Ray?
Pookie and Ray Ray to me is like synonymous with bad guys. So it means anybody who's not me. Right? The same thing guys say when, oh, girls don't want a good guy, they want a bad boy. What they really mean is anybody who's not me. So I don't think they would include themselves in Pookie and Ray Ray. I think it's any other man who's evil.
All right. I was assuming he was talking about himself. Like when they were talking about Pookie and Ray Ray, I thought they were talking about themselves. When a man talks long enough, they always reveal themselves. Let them keep talking. This is the year of self-snitching, right? Andrew Tate. Thank you.
Custody most of the time is because women are usually the ones taking care of the kids.
It's by choice.
That's not true.
That's not true.
Of course. Wait, hold on. You're telling me. Let me hear that. You think that men and women in the black community take care of children at home equally? That it's just as likely for the woman to work or the man to work, and both of them are just as likely to be taking care of the children.
What I'm saying is that the court system.
Let me say this. First of all, the women are not taking care of the children. Most of these children are wards of the state. They may as well be. The state is taking care of those children.
All right. I love this. Because that's a terrible point. Because if they are not taking care of the children, what he means to say, because he's saying that the money is the thing that's taking care of the children, not the actual, the hours and the burping and the breastfeeding and all these things, like not the actual care that's being given. The money is taking care of the children, right? And so that means that he's equating that, oh, if I throw money at you, woman, then I'm taking care of the child because I paid for it. But then, he's already conceded that the state is taking care of the child at that point if they can child support. And so, but what he doesn't understand is that actually makes him useless. Like if you think that the money is the only thing that take care of the child, then you've just wiped away your position, because why, if I want, a child and I don't need you for anything but money and I get it from the state, now I can have my child and I can have my home and I can have the money, and like I don't need you, the headache.
Yeah.
But
go ahead.
Isn't that the argument he's making though? I think he's making that argument. The black women are trading us out for money. Well, I think he's misinformed about like the amount of money you receive for being.
Yeah, yes, which I think is money a point. It is so frustrating that men think money, not even enough money, by the way, but money equates to taking care of a child. Like the fact that you think women are choosing to have children because they want money from the state ignores literally every element of raising a child. All of it, including how money is spent on the child. All of it.
I mean, these dudes think Nick Cannon is a good father because he has money. So I understand how their train of thought is here.
Yeah, this is disgusting. I mean, Akon said it, right? Personal opinion, I don't think this is embarrassing at all because as a black woman, I recognize the collective of black men hate me. So I don't identify with them. No, again, yeah, I agreed with you. I come in peace. It also for one of the very first few times on like a huge platform, we're getting to see a very clear distinction being drawn between men and women in the black community. And it's their fault. It's the black man who decided to come up here and air it out. Because I think white people generally refer to the black community as one blanket thing. And so when they're talking about uplifting and being progressive, they're talking about protecting in men. And so this is one of the very few times when men are having to reckon with the reality that, wait, you are the problem in the black community, even from an outsider's view. Now, he keeps saying both sides, but he's saying women shouldn't have slept with you. And then he goes on to talk about, okay, you're killing each other, you are selling drugs in gangs. Like, it's not equal. He can say it's equal all he wants, but what you describe is not equal to me.
The food stamps is feeding them. Section 8 in public housing is putting a roof over their head. These women are not doing anything except presiding over these children. Not to mention the fact that there's an epidemic in the black community of children being abused. And if you go look up the stat on that, the majority of the time that they're being abused is when they're in the custody of their mothers.
No. The abuse that happens is happening. Who is causing the abuse? I don't care about whose custody they're in. Who is causing the abuse?
Yeah, that is the crazy. I mean, I won't say that's the worst thing he's brought up, but he's like, they were in her custody when they were abused. Who abused them?
This is statistically provable, and you need to go find this out. What's his name? Angry Man. You need to go find this out.
Oh yeah, that was a sleight of tongue. I'm glad you caught it because it actually went past me.
Oh yeah, a true representation of the black man for the world to see. So sad. Yeah. This is actually the fact that they're up here trying to convince a white man to drag black woman is ridiculous to me. It is ridiculous to me. Like there is an intentional attack on black women's image, and you went up there and looked a mess because you actually don't have a leg to stand on to push this narrative forward. I am not here only because I love black women. I do. But I'm not here just because of that, because I would not sit here and lie to people because I loved black women who cared for me, right? That's not true. It's because I looked at the stat and I'm like, yeah, nah, y'all Manosphere people are just lying.
I just recently did a story about a mother who literally deleted her child, and when the police arrested her for it, she confessed. The reason why I did it is because she loved her daddy more. Literally, she confessed. This is not even my opinion.
I can't argue with like the stories you give me. Like I can give you one story for every other story that you've got. I can't argue with that. If you think the majority of black men aren't in their households with their children because of like judges, I don't like. You could never give that. No, there's no stat. There's no way you could ever spread. That's just insane.
What I can do is I can look at where custody is being awarded. I can look at where the welfare money is being distributed. Right? I can look at, so for example, even what you said earlier about women getting houses, I can look up something as simple as Section 8 vouchers. You're making it seem like these women are just, that they just had to do this hard job of taking care of their child. If it wasn't for Section 8 welfare, food stamps, and a court system, you don't know what would happen.
Well, yeah, because working and taking care of a kid at the same time is not possible. You need help. You can't do that as a single parent. So when you say, where is the welfare money going? Probably going to the people that have the child, which is going to be the mothers, of course. But like Section 8 and food stamps is not...
Who's giving the mother the child?
I mean, both of them are, right?
We just said that the court system 90% of the time gives the child to who?
Why do you think 90% of the time the mother is getting the child?
This is not true. It is not true. And it's very annoying to hear it over and over and over again. Because when you hear something repeated, you think 90% of the time, both parents agree that the child should go with the mother. The judge does not award the child 90% of the time to the mother. In fact, the father walks away from... I'm kidding. They both decide that the mother should be the primary physical caretaker of the child 90% of the time. That's the agreement. These men don't want these kids.
Because I think our court system has a bias towards giving children to women and ruling against men.
So I just want to hear this so it can be stated, because it's ridiculous. You think that at least 50% of those black men would have fought to keep their children over the mom. You think that?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know what to say.
I think if those black men,
I'm totally clueless. You guys are lying.
Hold on a second. If those black men would have been armed with daddy government to get Section 8 welfare, food stamps, WIC, PPP loans, tax write-offs, or whatever, right?
Women are getting PPP loan for children. I'm done. Let me...
Yeah, the government gives you a $20,000 PPP loan, and it's forgiven. You don't have to pay it back once you have one child. And you have to leave the man, though. There's a man in the home rule for it. This is just something that's verifiably true. My source, I don't have it on me, but you can trust me.
I cannot with these people.
Look, anybody can take care of a kid if you give them all that stuff. And then when you have the court system ruling that you're going to get the child 90% of the time, the men are automatically from the rip eliminated.
Okay, so how do you square this away? And maybe you don't agree with the Angry Man who said this. Maybe the Angry Man wants to amend a statement. Yeah. How do you square this away with the fact that it's only like a few black men are knocking up like 50 women? Like you're telling me those men, if it's only a few men that are fucking over all of the women giving them babies, are those guys just trying to find a kid that they can eventually keep, or what's going on there? Would that guy want to keep every child, or what?
No, those are the deadbeats. That's why I cited that stat, 8%.
Nope, y'all got. Y'all, you cannot sit up there and said these reckless men are having all these children. It's only a few men having children, while also you just got God. And now you're wait, actually, I don't remember how Angry Man tried to walk this back.
Those are the deadbeat guys.
No
guy of any value is going to try.
Let me say something. The difference is, right, that those men don't get handouts from the government and sympathy from people such as yourself when they do those things.
Wait, but you could.
When women. So you're telling me there's a massive amount, those men get, the type of men that do that get Section 8 as much as women?
If you have a child, isn't the Section 8 qualification only based on income? And then you also get the
Look
same house write-off. You get the same.
Look at how it's being distributed.
No, you can't.
It is. Why am I getting angry? I don't care about these people.
Ask me how it's being distributed, because if more women are single moms, then more dad are single dads, then of course more women are getting Section 8, of course.
Who gives the child to the mom?
The moms are taking care of it. How many of these guys have left before the kid is even born?
How do you know that? How can you quantify that?
We can literally look up numbers.
He should sell his sneaker collection and buy a book. Yeah, girl. Thank you. Destiny is dragging them.
The way he said, what about the men who are abandoning their children without even like going to court or anything? And the other man said, how would you quantify such a thing like this? And Destiny said, you can look up the numbers. It's a verifiable fact. Anyway.
Go ahead, quantify how many dads leave don't put their name on the birth certificate versus how many men. We literally can find the data for men that lose custody of their children in court. Show me the data of men that leave their child at the hospital.
He thinks he's high and mighty, and I have to play the part where Destiny proves him wrong. I remember this.
Okay, I can try to find this, but it's going to take me a little bit. I don't have this number like offhand, but I mean, I can try to find it. But why do black men have this unique problem, and all these same welfare systems exist for white people, for Indian people, for Asian people as well?
Why do black men have this unique problem? Did you really ask that question?
Well, number one, I do think so. Hold on a second.
As a conservative, why do black men have this unique problem? Again, as a conservative, sir, not as a progressive, not as a liberal, not as that, as a I wish I were Destiny there. I would have been like, yeah, no, 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 no. I know what you're about to say, so let me stop you and ask you, as a conservative, why do you have this problem?
And I will yield a couple points to what Destiny's talking about in terms of crime, right? I
Yeah.
do think that there is a culture of crime that is present, right? But I do think that when it kind of is a chicken and egg conversation. I think that when you're raised in a single mom household, that it kind of is a cycle, right? That's what I honestly think. So I do see what he's saying in terms of
The culture of violence that black men perpetuated is black women's fault because of single motherhood. The kind of mental gymnastic you have to do to escape accountability here is ridiculous to me.
crime. But at the same time, it's not like the court system. It's not like if a black father out there wants his child, that the courts, even if the mom is strung out, that the courts are going to do everything to make sure that that black father is able to have his kid.
Well, here's the reality. These are the numbers when it comes to, well, not the numbers, but this is the reality when it comes to black families. When you have black families, when there's a structured black family where you have the father and the mother, the child is way more likely to succeed and not get in any trouble and things of that nature. Also, if the child is awarded, if the father is awarded custody of the child and he's being raised by a single father, he's less likely to get into trouble. The only time we see black men growing up and getting into a lot of trouble is when they're single mother raised. Now, the reason why this is, in my
By the way, I'm just tuning everything he says out because he literally said, here are the numbers. I mean, not really, not the numbers. So he's not talking about stats right now. He's just making things. He's making things up. That's all I'm gonna say. He's just making things up, and this is why they could never believe. He just deciding to make things up. He's literally just like, okay, girl. Period. Hey, Alicia.
personal opinion, because I can't really quantify it, is because the women of today are not really taking the time to actually teach those children. They're actually zoning out. They have the children in the household running buck wild, they go outside, they run buck wild, and they're not really playing a heavy role in those children's lives. So that's what's going on culturally.
Yeah, but the question is, I'm sorry, I'm trying to look at this number. So here, this is like, because I've never looked at like this particular data before.
Girl, y'all ready? Y'all ready for this foolishness?
Wait. We'll just acknowledge that he said that the women aren't actually raising the child. Because
How dare these women as single mother have to work?
I mean, he already acknowledged that money raised a child, so I don't know what he's expecting a woman to do right now.
Right? Oh, good catch. These people, oh my God.
But listed someone here, apparently 32% of black newborns have no father listed on the birth certificate. Now, this is just one, this is just Cook County, Illinois, but damn.
That's one part.
That is one part. Do you have any numbers on how many black fathers are listed on the birth certificate?
I know that I have numbers on how many children.
So that's going to be a no. That's a no from him.
Or awarded custody to their mother.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
I still have 90%. You have 30%.
Yeah, but you don't know why the number is 90%. That's the whole part of that conversation.
And you don't know why that number is 30%.
Well, is it because they're
maybe the mom told him the wrong hospital? I mean, you're just making up. We both could make up numbers.
Okay, I can't think of many reasons why somebody wouldn't be on a birth certificate. If you can't, well, maybe the father dies. I don't know if that'd be a reason to give up. I can't think of many reasons why. If you can think of something, that's fine. Plus,
I can't think of a reason. Hold on a second. I can't think of a reason why 90% of custody should be awarded to women.
Okay, I can give you a ton of reasons right now because women tend to be primary caregivers for children. Courts tend to prioritize the well-being of the child, and a lot of fathers that fuck a woman might just end up leaving completely. So there's like barely.
How do you know the last one?
How do I know that fathers are more likely to leave mothers than mothers?
How do you know that with something that is that radical, with 90% to 10%, right? How do you know that every single one of those was a father that just did not want to be there? Okay, so if it's 90%, how do you know if even
Destiny's gonna figure this one out in a minute. It's gonna take him some time, but he's gonna figure this one out in a minute. This 90% is kind of ridiculous.
half of those were a father that just did not want to be in the child's life.
I don't know what the exact numbers are. If you're going to tell me that some men fight custody battles and they should win, but they lose because of a gender bias, that probably happens for sure. But when you look at a number like 90-10, that's not all sexism. A lot of that is going to be people awarded to mothers because the mother is the primary caregiver in that situation.
Well,
I don't even know if the
here's
90% figure is accurate. By the way, I'm trying to find a number on
I think
that.
it's like last time I checked, 90%. I'm rounding up, but I think it's like 88 or 89.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. My bad.
Did you? I didn't say anything, but did you notice how just now, actually, right where you paused, he's been citing 90%, 90%, 90%, 90% the whole time. And Destiny said, I'm trying to look it up and I can't find that figure. I can't find this statistic. And he's like, oh, well, it might have been 80, 79. It might have been 81.
He don't know what he's talking about. Yeah. No. Money, are we saying something?
No.
Oh. I see the super chats. I'll read them in a moment after I get this because we need to get into this drag.
If you want to know where the 90% comes from, it's very simple. There are a lot of practices that go on in the court system that are still reminiscent of the past. It's still archaic. Okay.
This man.
Wait, I didn't remember this part. Wait. So. Go ahead, Mania, because this is actually funny.
So he's contradicting himself again because he said the good old days where the men were, everything was great for the guys and blah, blah, blah. And this contemporary problem. Okay, well, let me just start from the beginning. So this was, first of all, erected by men, the court system, and everything was great. And he's saying now that, men can't get their children because of the biased courts. And and now you have to think of what was happening in the past when it was good that the man didn't get the child and that he didn't have to stop his work and his career attainment and the possibility or the prospects of getting another eligible woman or a younger girl back then. He wouldn't have to sacrifice. He wouldn't have to sacrifice his life to raise a child if the courts would be biased to give the children to the woman because he didn't want them anywhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Wait. Not only that, I see the super chats, by the way. I'll put them up in a moment. Not only that, yes, the system is in place to punish the woman. If the man does not want the child, the default goes to the woman, whatever, blah, blah, blah. The problem here is the stat is incorrect. And when Destiny says, like Prince Petty just pointed out, that I don't think your 90% is even correct. So I'm going to go look it up. The one at the bottom that's smiling in front of a bunch of like shoes, like whatever. He just says, I've been saying 90% over and over again. But now that you're going to look it up, I don't think it's 90. It's probably like 88 or blah, blah, blah. This other one is like, let me explain to you why it's 90. Archaic. Girl, shut up. Because you're wrong. And you could have just sat there and let the one at the bottom take this L by himself. Now, both of y'all are claiming 90%. Here is this L for both of y'all.
It's no different than the freaking marriage license. It's no different than any of that. We're still operating under the presumption that women are going to be better caregivers. That's the main reason. They automatically assume that when two people separate, the woman is going to remain in the house and the man is going to leave the house. So the court system does not want to uproot the child out of the house that they're used to living in and put them in another house. Sure. That's the reason. So here, like, now, hold on. Let me say this. For the 32%, that are not on the birth certificate.
I'm sorry. The fact that he's still talking, not realizing that there is a new stat, there's some real stats about to be read, is actually quite funny.
Definitely sitting here like, you done yet? Okay, go ahead.
The child were going into foster care because the mothers didn't have the means to provide for them because everything came from the man. The children, I think, yeah.
There's a few things that could be. One, the main reason is they could not know who the damn father is. That's one of the reasons. One of the reasons is you got so much promiscuity, because here's the thing. When it comes to Black culture specifically, there are two things that are being promoted in our music, which has a huge effect on our culture, which is for the guys, gang culture, crime, drug dealing is constantly promoted. For the girls, promiscuity, acting like thoughts, that is constantly promoted. So when you have that going on, you have more young boys that are more prone to go out here and be part of gangs because they want to be part of something, or to go out here and sell drugs because they may have grown up with a mom that didn't have any money. And the other part of this is women tend to, when they're single mothers, they tend to look at their sons as a meal ticket. Oh, he's going to grow up and go do this, or he's going to go out and go do this and help with the household because that's the little man of the house, right? So you got that going on. On the flip side of that, you got the girls growing up, going out here, getting into the party lifestyle, all of that different stuff, getting pregnant. Sometimes they don't even know who the damn father is. Why do you think you had the emergence of these goofy shows back in the 90s where you are not the father, all of that goofy stuff? There's a lot of stuff that factors into that.
Okay, so nothing you told me can be proven, right? There's no number, there's no data. It's just like your stories. I can try to find stuff. I'm just digging around to see, but like, so here's a couple of things that I found, right? This is talking specifically about like that 90% figure. That the certain men's rights groups have made the claim, and now the fucking page.
Girl, if you are away from your computer or phone or TV or whatever you are, please turn it up right now, because this is a moment that we need to settle into.
Oh yes. Also, by the way, because I wanted to stop you, but I wanted to, you were going to go ahead, but then you paused just now, and Cynthia G had put up the comment, but he just said the culture, and the culture is driven by the music, and there's been Black men who've been the purveyors of that music, especially rap culture. So the things that he's damning, and he's saying that, oh, Black women are falling in these traps. It were traps that were laid. No, not laid by Black men, but were guided people towards those traps was the music made by Black men.
And I think
definitely gonna drag him for the music in a minute.
Okay.
But we need to get this statistical drag.
Certain men's rights groups have made this claim. It seems obvious enough, given that it's that.
Oh, I'm slowing it down for this too. I'm doing regular speed for it.
Chicago Tribune thing that I linked. It seems this fucking dog shit ass fucking thing. Hold on one second.
All right.
It is now 3-on-1. It is now 3-on-1. Just FYI.
It's giving
Still
me
don't know what an NFT is, but we got you.
It's all right. I could tell. If you need me to tell you what an NFT is, I can explain.
That's my favorite episode with him, the NFT.
Jesus. Okay. Certain men's rights groups have repeatedly made this claim, okay, that mothers have an automatic advantage in custody cases. It seems obvious enough, given that more than 90% of the children of divorced and single parents live with their mothers. But there's more to that statistic than meets the eye. Most divorcing or single fathers, roughly 90%, never ask for custody. In contested divorce.
Yeah, I heard that. Please tell me.
I heard.
In 90% of the cases, the men don't ask for custody. When I told you guys, I called around to not law firms, but law practices, well, firms, let's call them that, family care firms, to just verify something that the lead attorney said. These attorneys said that they were the ones who have to bring up custody in the conversation with their clients, or men, when it comes to divorce. That is ridiculous. So the 90% is true that 90% of the time the child is with the mother, because 90% of the time the man does not ask for custody or want custody.
That statistic matches up perfectly. Perfectly aligned.
Look at them looking dumb. Look at it, just looking dumb up there. Like, you were trying to explain promiscuity. Oh my God, you left from 90 to 80%. Y'all were wrong.
Divorce and parentage custody cases, however, the father wins 60% of the time. So if that's true, that
the father wins 60% of the time when it comes to the contested court cases. Now, these people can't read. Well, let me not.
Completely blows up your entire narrative.
Would you like me to ask? Would you like me to answer why that is?
Yeah, let me see that.
Because I can tell you.
How you gonna tell me why it is when you just told me why it was real? So you both going to tell me why it was that 90% of the time the mom get custody, and now that is not true. That 60% of the time the dad get custody. 60% of less than 2%. So it's not a high number. Now you're going to tell me why. You literally just explained why 90% of the time the court awards the child to the mother. We now know that is wrong. And now you're going to tell me why the opposite is real in the same conversation.
Not this man said, well, what if I moved the goalpost even further?
What about over here?
Y'all playing in people's faces. That's what y'all doing online. That's what y'all are doing online. That's it. They can't be doing anything else but playing in people's faces.
Why that is, if you really want to know.
Yeah, because usually they don't go to court because they don't have the funds or whatnot. But go ahead.
They don't. Here's
wait, and single moms do have the funds to go to court?
Here's the thing. No, wait a minute. Here's the thing.
No. Let the one at the bottom speak. Let me tell you why. Because they don't have the funds. So the man don't have the funds, but the women have the funds. The wealthy, the women on welfare have the period. Wait, does welfare pay for it for her? Y'all look dumb. It is what it is. I said what I said. Y'all look dumb.
The PPP loan paid it for her. Remember?
I can't understand now.
Because I had this issue when I first got on YouTube in 2015. There was a guy that I used to deal with that would actually help guys go to court.
I'm tired of his anecdotes. I really am tired of his anecdotes.
And the problem he kept encountering is most guys did not want to go to court to fight for custody because they believed they would automatically lose.
But 60% win. Most fathers win when they contest.
Know that. That's
that is another fault of black men. That's more black men problems. They don't know that.
I hope Destiny doesn't get canceled for this. He ain't holding no. Well, I feel like he is holding some.
He hold it back. He can go further. He can go further. I can go. What did if it says in Dreamgirl? Was it if? What's her name? Dreamgirl. I can go further. Effie. I can go further. I turn my back.
Wait, hold on.
No,
it's not their fault that they don't understand or educate themselves on what they can do in the court system. But you have to realize, for black men culturally, the court is a place where they believe they're always going to lose. Okay, that's just a cultural thing. All right, we can't get around.
They are wrong. They win. Let me read some super chat. Ill Doctrine, thank you, says Pookie and Ray Ray the ones making the babies and are absent deadbeat. But if Pookie and Ray or Ray Ray were in the home, the kid's life would be amazing. Black. Oh my god! That's funny. They're the terrible ones making the babies, but if they were in the home, right, the logic don't even make sense. Applied their own logic, and it doesn't make sense. Those are the, what's his name? T.I. That's what happens, T.I. Is it just me, or is anyone else bothered that the black men are working hard to convince white men that it's black women's fault that they were single? Yeah. And at one point, they're going to say, it's not white men didn't do anything to us. At one point, they're going to say that.
He also... Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
One thing he just said is that... what did he just say? He said that black men don't ask because they think they're going to lose. And part of that's valid, I get that. But I think that's a microcosm of the greater issue with like accountability and with black men is that there's learned helplessness.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
Okay.
You can do that, but I'm not doing it.
Well, okay, but yeah, it could be a different conversation for later. But that kind of touches I think a lot of the ills, at least in their mindsets, that's preventing the growth.
All right, yeah, no, I'm gonna do it. I'm not about to sit and say learned helplessness when you're sitting up there trying to convince white men that black women are the problem. Black women did not teach you learned helplessness. So even to
Oh,
agree
right.
that it, yeah, so that you're afraid to fight against the system seems like a your problem. And
Hmm.
that's what I don't. No, I'm not yelling at you, by the way. I'm yelling at these men. Like, it's annoying to me that, like, yes, I actually believe you. I think the defeatist attitude, to simply put, learned helplessness might be kind of too technical, but yes, same thing. I accept that it exists and it is true and it is real. So I'm not going to diminish what you said. The problem with it is now that you are in this position, you're going to look beside you at the people going through the same thing you're going through, and you're going to blame them for the system of oppression that y'all both find yourself under. Have you absolutely lost all sense of reality?
And I think it's a little bit different than that. I think the blame isn't sincere blame. I think it's jealousy, and I think a lot of the black women understand that. And
Yeah.
so
But
there's jealousy of their station, right?
wait,
And
wait, wait,
that,
wait, wait.
uh,
Even true though, you're a utilitarian mostly, right?
hmm
Operatively, does it make a difference what happens to the black woman's image, regardless of if the people perpetuating these stereotypes believe it or not? Operatively, does it make a difference?
oh, for the result.
Yeah.
No, 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 no. It doesn't make a difference. It's just that the and I'm firmly of the mind that psychology isn't excusology, and I say that to all my friends. But that's just a way in going or dissecting that would be helpful in solving the issue. So, not saying that it's not having the effect, because it's still having the same effect, which is bad. It's just that to dismantle, or I mean, sorry, to dissect this can help us get closer to a resolution.
I mean, I agreed with you a week ago, and I would have cared more. But after watching stream after stream of these men making an absolute idiot of themselves and my own image, it's frustrating now. Like, I'm tired.
Hmm.
I like I came on, we did a podcast a couple days ago, and I was on there and I was trying to grapple with the reality that these men actually might need help. And they do. Like, I'm not gonna ignore that, but it's like you do need help, but instead of lashing out of the people causing you problem, you decided to turn to the women trying to help you. No, no, call me whatever you want to call me. I don't care anymore. Like, it's really annoying to see grown men, these three men on this man, the blue hair man's podcast,
Hmm.
trying to convince him that black women are just these terrible people who are destructive to the community. When y'all are killing each other, when y'all are in gangs, when y'all are selling drugs, when y'all are abandoning your family, like, at this point, you don't know how to take accountability or self-reflect. This is literally what Annalisa was saying on the podcast. That's funny. That's that's funny. This is what Annalisa was saying on the podcast, and what I said still stand. It is true. I still stand by everything I said on the podcast. It's harder to fully consume that and metabolize all that while recognizing that y'all are out here doing the absolute most for nothing. You are online begging a white man to see eye to eye with you that the problem in the black community is black women. If this was not a better white man, if this was some other, it's easy for men to fall into the trap. White men, I think, white community and white
Hmm.
power structure to say, oh, they don't blame us. Well, let's just jump on board with whomever they're blaming. Because they're ignoring
Hmm.
the fact that the system actually prioritizes us and marginalize them. The system, not destiny, obviously, and not the white people who currently live, but created by white people. We were enslaved in this country, and you're going to sit there and talk about white people didn't do anything to you? Really? Not the white people who are currently living, obviously. But then blame black women for where you are as a community? Really? No, I don't have the sympathy. The sympathy in me has like literally, it's slowly dying. It's slowly dying. This almost killed it.
That's a good way to describe it. I do remember trying to defend the men's on the podcast, and I think I literally said it's hard to it's every single time I try to like have some sympathy for men, it's like they turn around and it's like trying to take something out of your dog's mouth and they start biting your hands and biting down harder on what's hurting them, and it's like I'm trying to help you. It makes you not want to engage anymore. It's kind of depressing, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. That means the father wasn't at the hospital, which means he left before the baby was even born. I'm annoyed now. Thanks, Demas. Not you being mad at me. The guy is actually impressive. He is outnumbered and holding his own very well in defense of women outside of his community. That's the part that's annoying me. That it's not annoying me, but it's like, can you imagine sitting there if this man was like some kind of white supremacist, right? This would be a great moment for him to offload blame. And not on himself, because I'm not blaming individual white people. I'm blaming like a white supremacist system. Why are you there fighting to blame black women to a white? Like, in what world does this make sense to you?
At least somebody's protecting black women.
The one thing that I see, or at least in the arguments that the first two guys, the third guy hasn't said anything yet, but the first two guys, they were trying to take off some blame from black men, and I noticed that at least with these guys, maybe not the greater manosphere, but at least with these guys, it's not about blaming the black women for everything, but like I said, the jealousy, which is they're excelling you, and they can also interpret Destiny taking jabs at their pride, saying that that black women were the backbones of the community, even though it's true. And so they just needed to defame black women enough. Like, it's not they're everything that's wrong. It's we're not the worst and they're not so great. That's the energy of this conversation. They're not so great.
And I think if they leave the conversation with him believing, okay, it's equal on both sides, and y'all just wanted to blame black women, but it's equal on both sides, they won. Because it's not equal on both sides.
Mm.
There's some super chats, but I'll play some more because it's really late and I don't want to. Yeah.
On that. Now,
there's no way to get around that. Come on.
No, I'm saying we can't get around the fact that is a cultural thing they believe. Now, I constantly tell guys on my channel that you can go to court and win. And there are a lot of guys in the space that we're talking about who have went to court and won custody of their children. But most...
I thought 90% of it went to the woman. I thought you knew this as a fact. I thought you knew this as a fact. So now you are on your live stream telling you can go to court and win? Really? That's what you've been doing on your live stream? Why didn't you start with that? Why were you explaining how 90% goes to the mother and how unfair the court system is? Now they can win?
I also don't like, even now, I don't like the use of anecdotes as a response to verifiable data. It seems kind of weird. Like, hey, there's data to suggest that men actually don't go to court for their children generally. Oh yeah, well, my friend went to court. So how do you explain that? Oh, I mean, she okay. And Destiny keeps saying, I can't disprove a personal experience. Just like you say a man went to court, I can say a man couldn't. We have data here that we can use, but I mean, whatever, I guess.
Yeah. No, he said that's more black men's problem. Black men mentally check out and want to cry. I'm losing. I think that's what's happening.
guys do not believe that they can do it. They believe that that's going to be a hard fight. In addition to the fact that the court system plays a lot of dirty tricks. A prime example is when a woman first goes to get child support, she goes to the court, she signs an affidavit. This affidavit states clearly that she has not received a single dollar from the named father, whoever she names as the father. She's saying that she's never seen a dollar from him. He's never given any support. Now, that initial court date, if the father is able to go to that court date and prove that he's given some money, then he'll win that case because she signed the affidavit. The problem is they don't serve fathers on that initial court.
By the way, I'm going to let this man talk. I'm not interrupting him because I'm tired of this. But let me tell you this quite simply. He is lying. It is a lie. It is a straight up lie what he's about to say. All right, let me let him talk.
And I know this because I went. You don't even know about that court date. If you're lucky enough to know about that court date, you can go and fight it. But what happens is you don't get served by a process server for that court date. Half the time, these fathers don't even know they're on child support until one day they look at their check and money's missing. They're like, what's going on? Then they contact the child support division to find out what's going on. And it's like, oh, you owe child support. Then they give them, then they say, okay, well, when did this happen? Oh, well, you
okay, hold on. I'm trying. This sounds like completely not true because my personal experience. Hold on, wait, real quick. I'm just looking this up. So this is saying that like when you're doing like custody battles, you are right that the court won't serve the person, but that's because it's your responsibility. If you're not going to have your wages garnished for child support when you never served anything. There's no possible way that's true. And this is saying here that if the other parent is not served within 120 days, your complaint will be dismissed and you'll have to start all over.
You don't even know. Hold on. See, you don't know because you didn't go through it. Okay.
I can't argue against your story. I can only go by like what's true. I can see like
number one. Wait a minute. Number one. Here's the reality. You will get served papers after you owe child support. You'll get served, but the initial court date, you rarely ever get served those papers. They will not track you down, is what I'm saying. They will not track you down for you to come to that initial court date. And the reality is, this has happened to me a couple of times because I kept having.
How many children you have, and why does your family have to track you down for pay child support? So we just go put all our business out. Your mother, the baby mother is on welfare, and you need to pay child support, and you didn't, and they tracked you down. What is happening? I feel like you need to get your life together, sir.
There was a comment that flew by. It said, "This is what happens when you go to the lead attorney for advice on legal matters."
Who said that? In my chat?
For it. Yes. Oh no! It's I think it's on the one on screen.
Wait, really? Someone said it over here.
I'm looking. Has it passed? This is what happens when you go. Maybe they went to the same legal school.
Having the same issue where I'm like, okay, I'm taking care of my children, but then she goes to the court to do whatever. I don't get the initial paperwork. Then when I go to court, I have to explain this to the judge. I did not get the initial paperwork.
Because we need the whole process explained. So I just want to understand this. You're telling me that you could have two people living together, everything is chill. One person could sneak off to court, they could file for sole custody, go back home to their parent, and months and everything could pass, and that whole process can be done without service ever being given to the party whose custody is being contested against.
Yes. You can look. Here's the thing. They have what is called a TANF check, right? A woman can go and she can apply for a TANF check. And the reason why she's applying for this check is she's saying, I don't know who the father of my child is, right? Or the father of my child is not around. I don't know where he's at, right? So they say, okay, we'll give you this check.
I'm trying to like research this online. Everything is saying the opposite. Can anybody find like a source for this? Because I super can't.
The amount of money that they get for that year is the equivalent of child support. And that money is stacked against the father in arrears. Now, once that year is up, that check literally stops and it converts into a child support case. He's never went to court. There are dudes that are in households with women that went and did this because they didn't know any better. And now the guy that is living in the house with the woman owes child support to the woman that's in the same household as him.
I'm just trying to find like any like external thing. I'm just curious on this.
Yo, the court system is screwed up, bro. When it comes to child support, it is screwed up and it is biased.
Can I just address one of the articles Destiny put in the chat or the private chat?
Yeah.
I think it's the Chicago.
All right. This has been my problem a lot of the time when people come up here and can't read stats. Instead of just letting this go, they decided to fight on it. And when I say this was bad, maybe not to you guys, maybe you don't care, but for me as someone who cares about like stat and representation of stats, it's really bad. Like at least if you're going to try to drag someone and correct someone, read it over, and then read it again.
Tribute. He was talking about the 60% of the time, daughters, if they fight, they win. it mentions here that some of that 60% is a go for the fathers are most likely to seek custody when the mother is egregiously unfit or dysfunctional.
Yeah.
And then it leads on to, after that, many of the other cases result from the mother's financial inability to support the child.
Wait, either I'm lagging or he's
Of
lagging. I
course,
can't understand.
related to the father's.
You have to, Sway, you got to repeat it.
Which part? This last part?
Yeah,
you're going in and
out.
out.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
you
it says,
you were wrong because I just read it too. Yeah, you're wrong, Destiny.
What am I wrong on?
You're wrong for citing this, right? It's saying that the 60% is accounted by, that comes from people that are already married. In contested divorce custody cases, the father wins 60% of the time. We're not talking about cases where they're married.
No. The other comparison thing was uncontested. If 90% of children of divorced single parents are living with their moms, and that's all uncontested because the dad never asked, well, then of course that has nothing to do with the court. So that just goes to show that 90% of the time the children wanted to live with the mom would have the children.
The point that you just made from this Chicago Tribune thing was that men were awarded custody 60% of the time. Those are from divorce cases. Those are from cases where people have already been married. So you're ruling out and if we're talking about the Black community, you're ruling out a lot of those children that were born out of wedlock, which we know is the majority.
Hold on, even what you're saying is not true. If you read that sentence, it says in contested divorce and parentage custody cases. It's accounting for that's divorce and parentage cases.
How you missed the word in the sentence that you were looking for?
Is literacy, is that in STEM, like English and?
That's not in STEM, and that's probably the why. It's not in STEM, and that's why.
Oh.
How you gonna?
Well, that wouldn't be in STEM. That would be like in maybe 3rd, 4th grade, or yeah.
You could have just let it go. Why were you fighting on this? Look at the year and drag him on the year or something like that. Like that. How did you not read the sentence? Destiny, you're wrong. You're wrong, Destiny. You shouldn't have cited this for what you cited it for. Why did I? First of all, you should have said, what did I cite it for? Because it seemed like you don't know what I cited it for.
Cases. So those are two.
Okay. So,
but my problem with this article though is they'll try. I didn't finish saying. It says many of the other cases result from the mother's financial inability to support the child, then it leads to say, of course, that often is closely related to the father's failure to pay child support. So even when the mother has an inability to support the child, it's still the man to blame. And did you know, Destiny, if a man doesn't pay child support, he could go to jail? And we're talking about men who can't pay child support, right? So now they can't pay child support because they literally don't have.
FYI, if you realize you don't have a response to what this guy is saying, that's fine. What he's saying does not actually move the needle in any direction. Just let it slide. True fault, whatever he said, it completely useless.
The money.
Not him. I'm not saying he's completely useless. I'm saying what he said is completely useless.
Most of the time, and then they get sent to jail, and then they don't have the money anymore. Like a lot of these stuff happen, get caught up in the system that we can say is just on the men. They need to step up. But if you get put on child support where you don't even know you are on it, and now you don't want to pay it or you can't pay it, and you end up going to jail for something like this, like that's a little bit of nuance that you won't ever talk about.
Hold on. First, wait. Hold on. We can't have like 3 fucking people bouncing back and forth. I can't respond to anything. Okay. So firstly, let's read this entire thing. Okay. Some of that 60% is accounted for by the fact that the fathers are most likely to seek custody when the mother is egregiously unfit or dysfunctional. This says some, so that implies less than 50%. Okay. So it's not just when the mother is fucking egregiously unfit or dysfunctional. Okay. When you talk about like going to jail for not paying child support you didn't even know that you owed, I've been through the child support process because me and my kid's mom are separated, and I wanted to do everything by the courts. My understanding from my personal experience is that both sides have to be served papers. You get when you go to a court to file when the father is known. Now, if the father is unknown or something, that might be a different process. But when the father is known and you are seeking a relief from that person, when you go to file those papers, service has to be given to the other member of that complaint. It'll be listed on the paper. Like for the county clerk to like file the paperwork, pretty sure both people to be involved. Now, there might be some like extra cases where that is not the case. I'm Googling like crazy to try to find it, but every single thing that I'm seeing is saying you must serve papers. You have to serve papers. That you're not just going to wake up one day and have a child support order against you and like, holy fuck, I didn't even go to court for this ever. I've never seen that ever.
It says you have to serve papers. But is that, look, there's a difference between service, right? One version of serving papers is delivering it, but another version is you got to sign for it. Okay. What I've noticed is that initial.
This man is arguing that if you give me papers and take a picture, you know, those process servers that are in the movies where they hand you the thing, take the picture and run. He's saying essentially that's not good enough. If I'm served, I need to sign to acknowledge that I have been served. If I don't sign it, it should not count as service against me. What? Who gonna sign a service that they don't want? Who? No one would be in court. Imagine, wait. Imagine, here's his world. A man who is going to be sued for some kind of child support or custody, right? For the woman to be able to move forward, needs the man to sign off on that service of process. His argument is that you need to sign off before they can move forward with it. In what world is that okay?
Yeah, you know how the judge be like about to sentence you to 30 years for murder, and then you're like, oh, I never signed anything. And the judge is like, my bad, gotta let you off.
Yeah, he didn't sign it. Oh, we can't have the court.
Yeah, you gotta agree with it. Yeah.
Hey, Themis, about this service thing, because I don't know much about it. Does can someone? The whole point is that someone else can't accept the papers, right?
No, I mean the point is that the person who is getting sued or drawn into court knows that they have a court date.
Okay, but that's not achieved by making it strictly only deliverable to that person.
No, there can be constructive service. So there's some service that if you find where the person live, depending like a small claims court will probably do this. You can send it to their address, but if they weren't there and there's a default judgment against them, they can appeal the judgment and explain why service was improper.
Okay, and so are you saying that service can be dropping it off in the mail?
Depending on what, yes, but most times for larger things, no. This is part of the show is movies where you see people like running at people with the bicycle, like that actually happens, where you have to give it to them, take a picture of it, so they can say they didn't have it.
Because maybe that was because it was up to that jurisdiction to say that, oh, this was especially important, and here's the method we want you to deliver this mail to, or deliver this mail by.
Yeah.
Okay. But in theory, it can be dropped off in the mail.
Again, it depends on what certified mail. It depends on what the claim is and the jurisdiction. So I can't just give I can't give a blanket yes or no.
Understand.
So like for go ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, you can, yeah, I get that. So with him and him spilling the guy at the top left, the angry man, with him spilling his personal business, saying, you can be served or you can not be served and have the child support accruing, and a person, you know, the woman can go while she's living with you, can go to the court, get this filed, you never get served, and then you end up with child support. It sounds like maybe his jurisdiction is possible there, because it sounds like
no, what he sounds like it's retroactive payments.
No, yeah, yes, definitely the not the part about the money, but the never getting served part. If it only got delivered to the mail, and she don't like him, she could have just got the mail out of the. She could have just got the envelope out the mail, right?
I guess that doesn't make it would depend. If he's in North Carolina, I would look up service requirement for North Carolina. But the truth is, like, even if you never got served and there was never a case, you can the child support can be retroactive. So he might think he's accumulating payments because now you have to pay for months you never knew about, but the child was alive and the woman was raising that child for those months. So yes, you owe her for the money that you didn't pay. And so if you're mad about that, then stay mad.
Right. Yeah, okay. I get that, because the operative thing is that he's accruing money. He doesn't have to accrue money because the judgment can be retroactive.
Yeah.
Okay. Just thinking of how he could think that happened. Because it's like, oh, it had to come into the mail. I didn't get the mail. She could have got the mail. And so that's how I end up with all this money I owe, because I got served in my mail that she could just took it out of. And maybe that's how he thinks, like, oh, okay, it's her fault.
I thought isn't he describing something that happened to him, or no?
That's exactly that's what I'm thinking. I was like, how can he make this rationale?
Oh, I guess
or have this rationale.
So I guess in his mind, they served the papers to his house. His baby mama came, took the papers, and then he went to court and said, my baby mama took the papers. I never got them. And then they said, how can that be true? The mailbox was empty. And then they sentenced him to 18 years of child support or something. I have no clue.
Yeah. In the reality, he can finally be served, finally show up, and then they just retroactively deem him pay child support. So there was no accruing happening, and there was no first serving or whatever he thought he missed out on. When he came, he was found, I don't know if it's guilty. I don't know the correct terminology, liable. I don't know. And then they just made it retroactive.
Yeah, well, it's going to be retroactive. Let me breathe, because I don't need to be annoyed. I would want to talk to Destiny, but I can't go over there. Like there's too much things happening. But sorry, I don't know why I'm like getting nervous. Like it's kind of weird to see this kind of interaction online, where, like, I'm not saying men don't have complaints, but at least be able to articulate your complaints. Anyway, let's play some more.
Case, they went on with the case without me signing anything. Now, after that, when I had subsequent cases, I had to sign for the service. I had to sign for the paperwork. Okay. So I don't know what jurisdiction you're in, but in different jurisdictions, they do things differently, right? Everybody knows different jurisdictions have different.
Okay, yeah, I live in Florida now. I know what Florida law is, and I was in Nebraska. I've had people serve me papers before. Service to me has required acknowledgement. Now, I could be wrong, and if somebody links me or whatever, I'll be like, okay, it's different here, because it might be. I don't know the law, but I agree with that 100%. But I would be surprised. You're telling me there are states where legal service can be dropping something off in a mailbox, and that's like service? I've served you papers? Because this is why, like in movies and shows and everything, somebody will find you at work. They're like, hey, here you go. You've been served. Like, you have these papers.
Yeah, but if you notice, look, I don't know what's going on. Like, I have an issue with it because I feel like service means that I should be signing for something. But every single time that has happened to me, and I'm not the only guy, I've had other guys tell me the same thing, that initial court date, the one where they could actually contest it, they didn't get service. They didn't even know. They didn't even know until after they owed it. And it's crazy because what happens, just like Sway just said, you know, when you don't know or you actually get locked up for it, whatever, you're not really locked up for child support. You're locked up for failing to adhere to a court order, right? That's the loophole, because they're not supposed to be locking you up for owing child support.
Yeah, in California, you have to do, I mean, like, if something happened to you, maybe you missed it, or maybe something happened, or I can't speak to your personal story, but like in every state I'm looking up, like according to the judicial branch of
This is so frustrating. They keep giving him anecdotes after anecdotes after anecdotes, and it's like, at least push back with some research. Like, you're in front of a computer right now. Oh, hey, how are you?
Hey, what's up? How's it going, buddy?
I'm good. How are you? I did not expect for you to come on right now, but that's fine. I appreciate it. How are you? Can you talk now?
Yeah, for like a few minutes. I'm kind of out of town at the moment. Somebody sent me a DM and said that you guys were chatting and you asked about me, so I listened for a little bit. Then yeah, what's up?
What was your perspective on the conversation? Since you don't have enough time, we can't watch all of it, but your perspective on the interaction that you had on your channel.
I mean, it was it's a long story, but I mean, I expected going in to talk about kind of like the standard red pill stuff, because that's like where I'm at right now in terms of people I'm talking to and everything going on. But it ended up it pivoted into this strange like black versus black men versus black women conversation. And I've had you know her, the Annalicia girl has spoken to me a lot, and I think she's got a lot of info from like Cynthia G. People that I think are probably a little bit too mean on black men, but I've got like all those talking points that are bouncing around in my head, and then all of a sudden these guys start to unload
all of the anti-talking points. So my inner Annalicia came out for a bit.
Yeah, you're in Annalicia.
Yeah, I hope that and I reiterated this towards the end of the convo. I don't know how far you guys got in, if you got towards the end or not yet, but yeah, I don't think black men are evil. I'm not here to shit on black men. I don't like it when one group of people is blaming somebody else, because it seemed like they wanted to be like, oh well, all of the black community problems are on black women, and it's like, okay, well, I don't know how I feel about that. But yeah, I don't want to give the impression that that I'm shitting exclusively on black men. Just that like the problems are more complicated and everybody kind of needs to work on them. Yeah.
Do you find it two questions? First, do you find it fascinating that the guy who said I'm a red-blooded American was essentially conservative, but to defend black men, he had to become like progressive in his analysis of like systems and structures?
Yeah, I mean, there's a there's a really good psych term, but it has to do with how we evaluate our actions and other people's actions. If you are if you're late to work and you're speeding or whatever, right? Well, you're driving safe, it's okay. You're speeding, like you're not being an asshole, like it's okay. But if you see somebody else speeding, you instantly make the worst possible assumptions about their character. But you're really quick to make excuses for yourselves. So yeah, I mean, like people will I think people will adopt different political frameworks to argue with whatever they want. Like, I mean, look at how long, I don't know what you guys' political affiliation is, but like the longest time conservatives would say freedom of business, big corporations are the best, like they know what to do, like the government sucks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But now when social media starts to shit on conservatives, all of a sudden they're like, well, we need to socialize this. We need to nationalize social media. They don't have the private protection. Yeah. And it's like, okay, that's funny. Yeah. People are very quick to like swap hats based on whatever it is they're arguing for. So I'm kind of used to that. This is what people do. Yeah.
So it was the Angry Man. I don't know any of these people, but Angry Man, he's the one who pivoted, you said, into like black, because you were talking about the red pill generally. Mm-hmm. And so he went into so you weren't the one who said, let's talk about black issues.
No, yeah, no, because I don't, especially because like, it just, obviously it's weird if there's one white guy on a panel arguing with three black people about issues in the black community. Yeah, so I didn't want to like pivot it in that direction, but yeah, there's like, I'm really empathetic towards all the perspectives. It feels like at some point it becomes like the problem almost feels intractable, because you've got these black men that are raised by single moms who are relentlessly shit on by any of the black women in their communities. It might be their moms, it might be the families of their moms that are helping take care of them because their dad isn't there, and they all hate that. And then these guys kind of grow up feeling like shit. They got a lot of resentment towards black women, and then they look and they see black women and they say, well, their lives aren't perfect, and they're not. You know, they got a lot of problems, and then that like fosters this horrible resentment. But then obviously that comes around to the black women that deal with the black men, and then it's like this huge thing where everybody hates each other. And it was funny because at the end of the conversation, I'm like, the direction that you guys are taking this is basically like black women need to stop being with black men, and black men need to stop being with black women. And they were all like, yeah, that's what needs to happen, the destruction of the black community. And I was like, Jesus Christ, okay, well.
But and that's the optics that I found fascinating, where at some point, I forgot where in it, but you were saying, yeah, how do you build a community, or at least how do you not see that you have to be a part of the community to build it? And they were like, yeah, build what? It should be destroyed. We need to level it down before we can do anything, and destroyed. And you brought up music and the amazing contribution of black artistry to society. And I just thought, wait, I feel like I'm in the twilight zone where a white guy is telling a group of black men that the black community has been doing amazing things in terms of its contribution in one area, musically, like at least that. And I don't know, I found it fascinating that like you were the one to be pointing that out. Like,
yeah, I dropped out because I was working too much, but I went to school for saxophone. Like I was an alto sax player, so I mean, yeah, jazz is like you don't play saxophone, you don't study jazz in school. So even like hip hop today, like yeah, these are like the most dominant forms of music. It's America's most. I'm sure there are other cultural examples too, but music is obviously my go-to because it's just what my background is. But yeah,
that's really nice. I also play alto saxophone.
Oh, babe, nice job. Fuck tenor players. Nobody plays alto. It's all tenor players, especially for jazz. But yeah.
Yep, I have my alto and my soprano in my bedroom.
Cool.
Do you plan on having more conversations with Angry Man? Because I thought at the end you said you had to go, so he said, "Okay, we can pick it up further." Um, do you have sort of prescriptions for not black men but the red pillars generally? Because I've been told that everyone that you've been kind of debating everyone in the red pill space essentially.
The problem is that I'm working on I have to build out a whole narrative framework to explain everything. But the issue is that, to be honest, it feels like a lot of these people in these communities, the communities are very, very, very male driven and male filled. There's 99% men, and the people in the communities have very little relationship experience. So what happens is there's these things that are said about women that seem to be true, but that's only because there's not a woman's perspective there on these issues. And without that woman's perspective, if everything Fresh and Fit and all these red pill guys said about women were true, I would support their message 100%. Right? If women were actually these horrible, evil creatures that were just trying to marry you and divorce you and steal alimony and take your kids and get welfare and be hypergamous and all that, then yeah, fuck women. I would 100% agree. But the problem is they have those perspectives because these guys often don't date women; they just fuck some. And then there are no women in the community to ever give a perspective or reality check on anything. So some things will seem really true, and they even kind of are true, but they're not really true. A really good example of this on the Fresh and Fit I was on last time is a lot of people bring up a lot of the times women's egos are inflated because Instagram and social media have given them access to everybody in the world wanting to fuck them. And it's dog, women have always had every guy in their life trying to fuck them. That didn't just happen with Instagram. Every woman since she turned fucking 10 years old has had at least 20 guys in her life trying to fuck her, even at disgustingly early ages. And the idea that but if you're a guy, you would never think of that. You're oh yeah, I guess maybe Instagram does blow girls' egos up. But there's a lot of things that because yeah, go ahead.
But that's kind of weird and obviously antithetical to the research. The research indicate that social media actually does the opposite when people engage, women particularly, men too, engage with it. Self-esteem goes down the more women use social media. So that doesn't make sense. And I think another claim is made is that women can get I think the word is flued, but it's flown out. And I'm trying to do a tracking of that, but people are not being honest. Thus far, most women aren't getting flown anyway by anyone. And people believe that women are getting.
I pushed them on that. The last time I was on Fresh and Fit, I asked, I was curious, what percentage of college women do you actually think are getting flown out to Dubai? And the answer they gave me was 30 to 40 to 50%. And I'm like, you guys are fucking wild. You think half the women on a college and my subreddit was making memes showing thousands of airplanes taking off to fly all these college girls to Dubai. It's bro, you guys are insane. Yeah, but they're out of but I mean but again, if you really believe that, if you thought that 40-50% of the women on your college campus were getting flown to Dubai to go fuck some prince, yeah, I would fucking hate women too, 100%. So yeah, a lot of it is just not based in reality. Yeah.
So how do you wait? If your teaching is not predicated on reality, what are do you if you're debating them, I'm assuming you think this is hurting more than helping.
Yeah.
Men.
Yeah, for sure.
Destiny, your pushback in that video was greatly appreciated, especially since you took the time to use data to combat the anecdotes. What did black women do to black men, though? I need a debate, Themis versus Destiny, and I need Sinji talk to Destiny. I got popcorn ready for both of you. So let me be clear about something. I would not be debating Destiny on whether or not black men and black women, which one of them is more to be blamed. I would never sua sponte do that. That would never happen. Now, if I'm talking about it and Destiny comes on the live stream and says, I think you're wrong, black men aren't actually at fault mostly for the issues in the black community, then obviously I would have to defend my position, which is that black men are mostly to be blamed for the issues in the black community. And I don't say that ignoring systemic issues, which is why it's so difficult, because on one hand, I acknowledge personal agency, but on the other, I recognize that there is a systemic issue at play, and I'm trying to balance, admittedly, how much to be blamed and where. But I'm not about to sit idly by while men are blaming women for the issues. No, that's no. Um, wait, where do you stand on the larger issue of women are to, not black women are to be blamed for the issues in the society, that women are getting educated, that is the problem?
I mean, like it is like it is a problem in the same way that like if you have a lot of people living in an area, like you need more food, and that's like a problem, right? Like every problem provides new opportunities. Like there's pros and cons to everything, right? Women joining the workforce and becoming more educated obviously unlocks a great deal of agency and opportunity for them, but then it comes at the cost of men looking for an easy wife, right? Because now fuck, I can't just say like I work a job and I'm automatically getting married. Now I have to actually provide something for a relationship. So I mean, like obviously, I'm in favor of women working and having opportunities. I think that's cool. But for the longest time, well, for all of human history, really, I don't think men have had to like practice relationship skills. We suck at talking to ourselves, like other men. We suck at like talking to women. We just kind of like suck at everything because we haven't had to work on it ever. So rather than kind of blame women, because let's be real, like even if you fucking hate women, they're not going to stop going to work. Like that ship has sailed, right?
Yeah.
Women have reproductive freedom now. They're going to take birth control. They're going to have abortions, even if you don't like it. And women are going to work jobs. So if you're going to exit, and red pillars always say, I don't want to talk about the ideal. I want to talk about the world as it is. Well, that's the world we have today is women are working and women have reproductive freedom. So now you need to bring something more to the table than just a fucking paycheck if you want to get like anybody to like you. So that's kind of the perspective that I come from.
I mean, that's interesting. If you just pointed out, red pill is this idea that I'm woke and I see the world as it is. I'm not about to live in a fantasy world. So seeing the world as it is means that now you need to adapt to that world. So it is kind of odd to be thinking about regressive ideas about womanhood when that's not about to happen. It seems antithetical to the entire movement.
Yeah, and these guys
Definitely.
want to harken back to like the 80s or the 70s or like earlier than that. And it's like, well, I mean, until you have a time machine, like who the fuck cares, you know?
Yeah. Definitely, do you find white and black red pill talking points are similar? Do you think white and black red pill talking points are similar?
I think for the most part, they're similar. The only difference is going to be like white men are not going to like black women for kind of whatever weird reasons. But when black men talk about black women in the red pill space, there's like 52 different layers of hatred there that you have to deal with. Like a white guy will just be like, oh, I don't think I can ever be with a black woman. Like they're maybe it's like, oh, they're ratchet or whatever. Like a white guy might say something like that. But for black men, it's a whole other thing you got to dive into. That's a different thing. So a lot of which I'm probably not even familiar with. So yeah, it's just like a different layer of conversation, you know.
Yeah. And wait, how comfortable are you actually? Because a lot of the time you said this is not about dunking on black men, and you said it a lot when you were talking to those three guys. How much of that? How comfortable do you feel when people converge on your platform? You were on theirs, but on your platform to talk about like black issues.
I mean, like on a personal level, I don't care at all. Like I'll talk about anything because I think it's interesting. But there, like I'm very much I don't try to sell myself as like an ally. Like I'm not interested in anything like that to like LGBT people or to black people, whatever. And I don't like the optics of like here comes like the white guy to argue in favor of like black women or black issues. Like it looks bad. It's like a white savior complex kind of thing. So I mean, like I'll argue the issues if they come in front of me, especially if somebody's going to say something like, you know, black women are to blame for the issues in the community. Like I'll fight that, but I'm not going to make myself like I know my name is Destiny, but I don't want to be like the black woman defender on the internet. That's just not my purview. I just think it looks bad. I think the optics of that are like kind of bad. Yeah.
But if you believe what you believe and it just comes out that way, I get optics and I think that's important. But isn't there an obligation to say what you think is right? Because I'm actually thinking the reason I do what I do mostly here is because I think it's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like I said, if it's presented to me, like I'll argue for that for sure. Yeah, I'm very mindful of how it looks. It's just like being the only white guy on a panel with a ton of black people, like trying to talk black issues. Like it's just there's a lot, and also I can totally stumble into stuff that I'm just not even aware of too, because I don't know if you can tell, but I'm very white,
and I don't have that perspective growing up either. So I have to be careful sometimes, because sometimes people will pull up perspectives where they're either saying something that I don't know at all, and I have to confidently trudge forward, trusting the data or knowing that they're wrong, or I just have to like shut up and like take a back seat. Like I'm 99% sure, I'm pretty sure of this because I've talked to a lot of Black people and I've looked at a lot of data that when they started to bring up, oh no, actually Black fathers are in their children's lives a lot. It's just missed by the data, and that's not true. They want to be like, I'm pretty sure everybody knows it's bullshit, in or outside of the Black community. I think everybody knows that there's a problem with like single moms, but like all three of them appealing to it and me saying, no, I know you're wrong. Well, like, I mean, who the fuck am I to say that, right? Even if all the data supports me, it looks so bad, and the position almost comes off as untenable, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, you approach the 90% rate very like the way you did this. I didn't see any problem with it. I did see a problem because I was very sad watching three Black men tell a white man that the Black community is over and that's fine, and you telling them no, like you guys have done well considering where you're coming from and how much you've contributed in this specific area, math and science also. But it's very strange to me that the discomfort is there. I could tell it was palpable because you repeatedly said, I'm not here to do that on Black men. And I don't know, I feel like maybe more people outside of the community who are invited into certain conversations should be honest, and not a lot of people would be willing to be honest in the way that you were, at least representing the data that you were trying to find in the time that you were talking. Like you were looking things up while you were talking, which impressive. But I'm assuming this is kind of what you always do. So
yeah, I try to do my best, but all right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna head to bed pretty soon because I'm taking a vacation. My wife's gonna kill me. So.
Well, I appreciate you for coming on. Hopefully, we'll find another time to talk about something else that has nothing to do with Black men and Black women. But
yeah, sure. Yeah, anytime. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
All right, bye.
Bye.
That was nice. Why did you go fully silent, Petty?
Look, when the men are talking, I just take notes and listen.
What were your notes?
Do you know how weird it would be if I was having a conversation in my home with my friend about like Barack Obama's presidency and what we thought about it, and then there's a knock at the door, and I go answer the door, and Barack is there like, heard y'all was talking shit. And
look, I have said this many times. If I talk about you on the stream, good or bad, you are welcome here. I've said this many times. Not you comparing Destiny to Barack Obama, though.
Oh, I was going to say it would be like if Jesus came down while I was just saying a prayer, and I was like, "Oh wow, this is something you don't expect." But that had bad.
This feels like white men worship. This feels like white men.
No, yeah, that had bad optics, so I changed it to Obama. I was going to change it to Kim Kardashian, but it's fine. On a more
Wait, before you go, I want to continue, but I'm going to forget this. Money now has to play the saxophone or whatever he just said he had so that people know it's real. Go ahead, Patty.
I was going to say that too. Money, you actually came off of mute to be like, so, oh, you play the, you play jazz? I play a little jazz.
I sure do. Yeah, that's definitely.
I did like I like the perspective of, well, I understand. I don't think, maybe not a lot of people, but I know a lot of people don't like for white people to speak for Black issues. I've never really had a problem with that, as long as, like you're saying, you're representing the data and interpreting it in a legitimate way. And as long as, I mean, he's like, hey, I talk to Black people, I give space for them to speak and try to respect their space. So, I mean, I don't see issue in the way that he said he comes into the space when invited and represent.
Yeah. And I respect people who will show up. If someone is talking about you and you like, quote, what's the phrase? Pull up to their stream.
Yeah, pull up.
You earned my respect. he just moved up some points in my book.
Mm.
I mean, I'm gonna clip it and repost it separate. Anywho, do you guys want to finish the video? It's like 1.
I need to go eat, so I cannot.
All right. But you guys said that I shouldn't have talked to Steven, huh? No, we should call me in a minute. Call me in a minute. I'll message you in a minute and I'll explain. All right. Well, we will end it here. You guys kind of figured all of this out. The man himself came and explained himself, and I'm here for it. Angry? No, actually, no. Please don't come, because I've extended it. So if they come, I would have to talk to them. But like, I really kind of don't want to. I wouldn't have to. I'm not gonna. To be fair, I have to. Anyway, have a wonderful night, everyone. Any final words, Petty and Monnier?
Bonsoir.
No, I'm good. Have a good night, everybody.
All right. Bye.